all over TalkSport. Well, I think our show a couple of weeks ago got over 1 million engagements, 120,000 live views. So really getting some traction. Great start to the year for us.
It's an amazing start to the year. I'm sure when you entered into 2026, there's the kind of vision that you had. So it's really nice to see you guys actually achieving all of this. In terms of the fact that it's your third show of the year, has that busyness, has that the pressure to succeed kind of got on top of you, or are you just, in your flow and enjoying it?
Oh, we're just enjoying it. This is our third show. We've got another one next week, and so it'll be 4 shows over 5 weeks. So a bit of a hectic start. And of course, with boxing and promotion, there's some bumps in the roads on the way, but we love it. We've got a passion for boxing. I'm a boxing lifer. My dad being a pro and me being in the gym from a young age as well. So we just love being around it. It's what we do, what we love, and great start to the year. And each year we want to keep pushing forward. Better shows, more shows, better quality, better production, more eyes on our product, and that's certainly happening.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, listen, the engagement levels speak for themselves, because I feel like that's just absolutely representative of the types of shows that you guys have put on. I've been working with you guys for almost 2 years now, and the shows have just gotten better and better. You guys have gone from strength to strength, and tonight is absolutely no exception. We've got such a cracking card. The first half of it being, young, hungry prospects, and the latter portion of it, the main event specifically with the WBC International Silver main event. Talk me through it.
Well, yeah, again, top to bottom, a cracking card, as we always do. And touching on what we were saying earlier, I mean, we're just getting busier and busier. The shows are getting better and better. There's some major promoters in our world who aren't going to be promoting from now on. I think, we've been, with our sort of pointy elbows, nudging our way through into the London scene and sort of establishing ourselves. And it's, we're signing more boxers, putting on more shows, better caliber. There's less competition now because there's less of our competitors doing it in our sector. So this year's going to be massive. And again, we've got a cracking show, as you said today. Andrei Dascalu on our main event against Carlos Mena, the current Spanish champion. Andrei 13-0, really looking to push on to probably big titles and big TV shows after this. We can probably take them as far as this sort of level until a big Queensbury and a Saudi undercard comes along and takes them. But for the fight fans on the York Hall on the Saturday night, they're going to be treated to a brilliant top of the event, top of the bill, main event, and we know it's going to be action from the start. What a great fight. WBC silver, brilliant.
It's amazing. And just a couple of shows ago we had the British title fight. It was the first British title fight that's been on one of these shows, so it's so awesome to now be at this space where the main events are just always delivering.
Yeah, absolutely. British title a couple of weeks ago, it was the biggest show we've ever done. Sold out York Hall once again, 120 live views on all the different platforms that we're on, 1 million plus in the engagement, and it's just testament to the sort of shows, the sort of fighters we're able to draw to our cards, the people that we're working with now. Again, it's another sellout show. And again tonight, WBC, top of the bill. It's what people expect. Right top to bottom of the card. We've got debuts, we've got some cracking quality on the card, and as I said, main event to top it off.
Yeah, it speaks for itself. I mean, thinking about Andrei Dascalu, he was last out on the top tier show just a short while ago, actually. But prior to that, he was on one of our shows, and I remember speaking to him at the end after his fight, and he was very much saying how he really wanted to push on for the title. So it's really exciting to have him back on one of these shows with that title shot opportunity. Yeah,
and he wants meaningful fights. He's 13-0, so there's no point now fighting people with a losing record. Pointless. He just needs to fight in a meaningful fight. This is a significant title. It gets him a ranking. It's going to get him noticed by some of the really big TV platforms, and this is what he wants. And this is what he's certainly up for it. We've seen him a couple of times this week at the weigh-in yesterday. He's up for it, but he's up against it. This Carlos Mena's come across. He's the current Spanish champion who's fought at a decent level, got a good record. They fancy it. They're coming here for the fight. And yesterday you could see it at the weigh-in. They was quite polite, but you can see that they're coming for this. They think they can take this title away on home soil, away soil.
Yeah, I mean, Carlos Mena, he is literally in the best form of his career at the moment. He's on a winning streak, So it'll be really interesting to see, because Andrei's got the youth on his side, Carlos got the experience, so that'll be really interesting. But thinking about some of the other fights on the card, we have Orel Ignat, who is a knockout sensation. He's got so much power. He packs power in both hands. and it's really exciting. He's got a fight in the cruiserweight division. Obviously, we've got a stock of cruiserweights that are available for him to potentially fight next. Talk us through your vision for Orel.
Well, yeah, this is, he's like number 6 in the country now, so he's really sort of making some ground. Quality, we know, it's great to deal with him and his team, but a real knockout artist as well, and really entertaining. The cruiserweight division is on fire in the UK. We've got some of our own fighters like Jack Bannister's the current Southern Area champion. He's just coming back from a hand injury. There's a fight we'd be looking at somewhere down the line. There's some other fighters that we work with as well, some significant names. There's some big fights ahead for him, which we're going to have on our shows throughout this year. We've got some really big events happening, and people like Orel, who are entertaining, selling an awful lot of tickets. This place will be buzzing with all his crowd tonight, and they're always going to be in meaningful fights. That's the sort of people we're going to be working more and more with this year.
Yeah, listen, it's so exciting. I can't wait to see the future for Orel. Can't wait to see the future for Neilson and TM14. But guys, listen, you don't want to go anywhere. We're moments away now from that first bell, and it is going to be action from top to tail, and we'll catch you at ringside.
A fantastic night of British boxing here at the York Hall. My name's Priya Dinesha. We are live on Boxing News, Seconds Out and TalkSport, and I'm delighted to be joined by former European champion Denzel Bentley and former European champion TalkSport's very own pundit, Mr. Spencer Oliver. Stay right where you are as we're about to get the action underway in the lightweight division ahead of the main event of the evening, where Andrei Dascalu and Carlos Mena will go head-to-head for the WBC International Silver Championship belt.
Seconds Out and Boxing News. Welcome to York Hall, Bethnal Green, London, England, United Kingdom, for a night of championship professional boxing. Brought to you by Mark Neilson of Neilson Boxing, in association with John Trethui of TM14 Promotions. And now, ladies and gentlemen, time for our first bout of the evening, scheduled for 3-minute rounds in the lightweight division. And now please welcome to the ring, Jairo Fernando Duran.
Well, Jairo Fernando Duran, a tough journeyman with 14 knockouts on his record, born in San Pedro, now living in Spain. This could be a baptism of fire into the professional ranks for Silas Bogyere, who is making his debut here tonight at York Hall.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent to the ring, Silas Bogyere.
Silas Bogyere, a man who had no intention of boxing but is here tonight making his debut as a top prospect in British boxing. Another local lad from KO Combat Gym just around the corner from York Hall. He has a lot of support in the building tonight. He looks like he wants it. He looks composed.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds in the lightweight division. This bout is brought to you by Mark Neilson of Neilson Boxing, in association with John Trethui of TM14 Promotions, and proudly sponsored by Zapply and Gladius. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Your area representative, Chaz Coakley. Your timekeeper at the bell, John Smith, and your third man in the ring in charge of the action, referee Bernard Oyet. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner. He's wearing the white trunks. His official weight of 133.3 pounds. He is a veteran of 59 fights. Hailing from Girona, Spain, introducing Jairo Fernando Duran. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner. He's wearing the light blue with white trim. His official weight of 133.2 pounds. And tonight, he is making his professional debut. Hailing from Fulham, London, England, United Kingdom. Introducing Silas, the Mean Machine Bogyere!
Keep everything clean, professional, okay? And most of all, protect yourself at all times. Shake hands, good luck.
Seconds out, round 1.
Well, this is the first round of a 4-round contest in the lightweight division between Silas Bogyere and Spain's Jairo Fernando Duran. Bogyere's already made a decent start. It's already fast-paced, Spencer.
Yep, certainly is. Looks in fantastic shape, doesn't he? Don't know too much about Bogyere. It is his debut. We know there's a little bit of a white-collar background there. He's fell in love with the sport, and now he finds himself boxing at the York Hall, Bethnal Green, in his professional debut. Looking forward to this one.
Yeah, you're right, Spence. He does look in good shape. He's come out really fast, throwing loads of hands. I guess that's still that amateur style. I mean, it will take a while before you settle. It always takes a while to settle into a professional style, but coming from the white collar background, it's easy to fall in love with the sport. He done the amateur route, didn't just come straight from white collar, done the amateur route, and then, you know, now he's turning professional, so good luck to him.
And you know what, Dens, you remember that professional debut? You know, it can either be brilliant or it can be absolutely disastrous, because it's about, you know, you coming out and feeling the atmosphere, smelling the crowd, getting in there, and he's brought good support down here today, and it's all about keeping his composure. You know, we've seen so many great fighters in the past that have had nightmares of debuts through letting the crowd and the atmosphere and the occasion get to them.
Yeah, I mean, even though we've done this as an amateur a few times, as a professional, it feels like this is real, if that makes sense. So his crowd cheering him on, he's coming out with no vest. You know, he can feel the breeze on his skin, and he just has to kind of, you know, just not pay attention to the crowd and box to his rhythm.
Well, there's a reason they call him the Mean Machine. He's made a fantastic start to the first round. We're just over halfway through the first round. He's targeting the body well with that jab, and he's made a real quick start. He's putting his punches together. There's a reason they call him the Mean Machine.
Absolutely, shot selection's brilliant, working the body very well here. Lovely work on the outside, and then getting inside as well, throwing some good shot selection as well.
He's gone to the head and body, both head and body. He's not just head hunting. He's, you know, he switched his attack, which is making it difficult for Duran to find, you know, what to defend.
Well, we was talking about the occasion, getting to Bulgaria, and how would he handle it with the debut, not too much experience in the amateurs and that white collar background. But I tell you what, he started nice and composed here. He doesn't look like a kid that doesn't have too much experience in the ring.
Yeah, and that, you know, he's a little bit older than your average debutant, so maybe that comes with a little bit of aging as well. He just understands, you know, how to compose himself a bit better.
Well, Fernando Duran's had 59 fights. 14 of those fights have been won by knockout. He's taken 6 losses by way of knockout. We're just coming to the last 10 seconds of this first round, but Silas Bogyere has taken the professional ranks like a fish to water.
Yep, good work again there, upstairs, downstairs. Finishes the round very well there, Bogyere. He will be very happy with that. The professional debut, the first round. Denzel Bentley, you know what that's like, mate. There's a lot of pressure on your shoulders there, and it's just nice to get it out the way. No problems, you know, he built as the round went on, and yeah, I thought that was a good start for him.
I thought that was a good start too. I think the most nerve-wracking moment of the debut is that first round. Knowing how you come out, knowing how you perform, and he settled into it quite well. you know, you're boxing in front of your crowd. He wants to impress them, but he's not chasing a knockout. He's not chasing, you know, a star-studded performance. He's just boxing to have, to, you know, to his strengths.
Some of the good action there in the first round from Bogyere. There we see the shots selection, putting the punches in bunches, working well. Accuracy was good as well. Let's see if he can build on that at the beginning of round number 2.
Seconds out, round 2.
Well, this is round 2 of a 4-round contest in the lightweight division between Silas Bogyere and Jairo Fernando Duran. Bogyere's made a fantastic start in the first round. He's come out quick. He's put his punches together really well. Bit of holding there on the inside from Fernando Duran. Referee just steps in. It's interesting considering he never wanted to be a boxer. Bogyere's literally looks like the most natural fighter in the world right now.
Sometimes the sports choose you, man.
Yeah, absolutely. You know what, you're so right there. You know, when you look back in history and some of the fighters that took the game up like Bernard Hopkins, become one of the greatest fighters of all time. You saw Anthony Joshua move through the ranks so quickly. Didn't walk into the amateur boxing gym until he was 18 years of age. You know, some fighters, like you say, the sport chooses you.
Yeah, that's it.
And that might be here with Bogyere as well, because he is handling this occasion nicely, working the body well, showing great boxing IQ actually for a kid with such limited experience.
No, he is. Like I said earlier, he's targeting both head and body. I mean, a lot of young fighters that have been boxing since kids and, you know, come at the amateurs and turn pro, they always headhunt. They want that spectacular knockout, but he's fighting at a good pace, going head and body, and he's not rushing his work.
Well, let me tell you, he's got an interesting story, Silas Bogyere. His main inspiration is wanting to make his 8-year-old son proud, who sadly passed away. But, you know, if there's any motivation, you can see it in his face now. You can see it in his eyes. He wants to make him proud, and there's something in him that is very unique to his story and to his performance tonight.
Absolutely. You know, if you're ever looking for any sort of motivation or inspiration, there it is right there, you know, reasons to do this game. And he's got a solid one there. It's, you know, that's an incredible backstory he's got, and he started this fight so well. A minute left in this second round, the round that he's dominated again here, working well again to the body. I'm loving this shot selection, Dens. He's going up and down all the time, keeping the opponent guessing. And Duran, you know, he's struggling to cope with the speed at the moment.
He is. I mean, I'm loving the work rate too. He's throwing shots, like I keep repeating it, but he's getting head and body with a good work rate, but it doesn't look like it will slow down anytime soon because he's not loading up his punches. He's just letting his hands flow. He looks comfortable in there.
He certainly does, and if you notice with Fernando Duran, he's switching to southpaw and orthodox, and Bogyere's just adapting his own style so seamlessly.
Yeah, if it's not broke, don't fix it. And for Bogyere, you know, he's working well. What he's doing is effective. And for Duran, he's just trying to get a foothold of this one, switching from orthodox to southpaw. He can't really get off with anything. He's a split second too late when he's counter-punching.
Right hand there from Bogyere.
Yeah, Bogyere again getting through, breaking through the guard there of Duran. And Duran's got that experience. He's been in the ring a number of times, and so he's come up against a number of different styles. But this is a tough night for Duran right now. And I tell you what, Dens, how does he turn that around? Because Bogyere at the moment is just like a whirlwind in there.
He is. I mean, someone like that, you know, like we mentioned earlier, his motivation behind why he wants to box and you know, the people around him that he wants to make proud. I mean, you can't stop that. Especially he's opted to stand up the stools out, and he's standing up in the corner. He's a man possessed right now. He's going straight through the motions. He's letting his hands go so fluidly. He's not slowing down right now. Yeah,
absolutely needs some of the action in that second round. And we saw, look at the footwork there, where he's just shuffling out of range, making Duran fall short, and then coming back with shots of his own again. Yeah, brilliant debut so far. Kids oozing confidence, standing in the corner. Now it's all about not losing complacency, staying focused, staying switched on, because, you know, he's enjoying it in there. He's getting into a rhythm.
He is. He's got a big smile on his face right now coming up in the third round.
Round 3.
Well, this is round 3 of this 4-round contest in the lightweight division between Silas Bogyere and Jairo Fernando Duran. Silas Bogyere making his debut here tonight at the York Hall. He's actually a boxing coach in his local community, volunteers to try and inspire the younger generation. And right now, he's very, very inspiring.
I tell you what, Bogyere's inspiring me when you tell me about the backstory and what he does, you know, in there, working with the local communities, all the charity work, etc. You just, like, you gravitate towards him straight away, don't you? You want him to do well, and he's doing well. Here you go, hands down low. We see a little bit of the Mayweather in there. What's going on there, dude?
A bit of showboating coming in. That's the comfortability that he's now finally enjoying himself. But like you said, Spence, he shouldn't get complacent, but he should enjoy himself. It's his debut.
Do you know what? I was watching the highlight reels of you actually the other day when we was going through. There was a knockout that you done that same move, and I don't know if he's got it from you or what. But you pulled it out there. You set the trap and boom, got out cold. Was that in your last fight? I can't remember when that was.
I think it was a few fights ago. Yeah. Two. Might have been my last 2 fights. Yeah.
Right.
And when you look at Bogyere, he's got a good shot selection, but actually his defenses are very varied as well. He's not just relying on his feet or his trunk. He's actually using both, and he's keeping Fernando Duran guessing. He can't quite get his rhythm, Fernando Duran. Silas Bogyere has completely dominated this contest. He's got Duran on the ropes.
Yeah, good performance. Duran taking part in his 60th contest tonight, and I tell you what, it's as tough as he's been in with any of the others, and he's very, very durable, this guy. Doesn't get stopped a lot, and he's doing everything he can not to get stopped tonight, if I'm totally honest, because, listen, he's a trier, that is for sure. He does get the wins. 15 of those 60 contests, or 59 contests, have gone his way, so he does come to win. You know, he doesn't come to survive, but that then gives Bogyere an opportunity.
About a minute left in round 3 of this 4-round contest, and Silas Bogyere has completely dominated it as far as I'm concerned, Denzel.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, I don't think he's let around slip. The work rate hasn't died down yet. He's enjoying himself. We're seeing more of his skill set come out. And yeah, I mean, it's a good debut.
I mean, his style is so fluid, Spencer, and it's always good to see the lightweights because they're always quick and snappy, aren't they? Just like that left-right that just landed there nice and clean, but he's got such a fluidity about him.
Yeah, he has. He took the left hand downstairs there, set the trap and let the right hand go over the top. Duran, to his credit, took that shot well, but you're right, there is a nice fluidity around his work. He's nice and relaxed, and that's why he can have such a high output, because he's not loading up with his shots. That's what I say, showing a lot of maturity for a kid, you know, with limited amateur background and making his debut, because there's a nice flow around his work.
The last few seconds there as the bell goes for round 3 in this 4-round contest. Silas Bogyere has absolutely dominated so far, Spencer. Talk us through it.
Yeah, he has. He's been growing into this. And that 3rd round was probably his best round so far. We said it, shot selection up and down has been brilliant. He set the trap there with the left hand to the body, whipped the right hand over the top, and Duran can do nothing but soak them up. He's trying to come back with some shots of his own. Some of the action here in this 3rd round. And as you'll see, Bogyere is the guy that is letting the shots go. But just relentless pressure, putting Duran under it. Duran using all his experience then just to sort of get through this one. Listen, he's not looked like he's been hurt at all in this one, but it's been a tough night for him.
Yeah, it has. I mean, you're right. He hasn't looked like he's been hurt, but he just can't get anything off. He can't find any openings from Bogyere. He just tried to swing a wild right hand there.
I think he heard you, mate, because he got one off there. As soon as he said that, he bowled it like he was throwing a cricket ball there, and it landed. A little warning there for Bogyere. That's what we're talking about. Yeah. Don't lose composure. You know, don't get too comfortable in there, because boxing's that game where one shot turns it around. Split second.
And Duran has knockout power. We can see that from his record. 14 times he's knocked his opponents out. But Bogyere seems unfazed by anything that Jairo Fernando Duran's actually throwing. He's kind of neutralizing it with his feet as he moves away. He comes back in nicely with that right hand over the top.
See that cheeky little shot there, short right hand followed by a left hand screw there. Lovely shot from Bogyere again.
And a lovely clean right hand straight down the pipe onto the chin of Jairo Fernando Duran. He sets all of his punches up really nicely behind the jab. He spent a short time in the amateurs, but they've taught him well, no doubt.
Yeah, a lot of that is like Denzel nailed it earlier on when he said sometimes the sport changes you and chooses you. And that's what happened here with Bogyere, I think, because he's come into the game late and recognised that he's got an immense amount of talent.
Yep.
Well, Bogyere's relentless in his pressure over these 4 rounds. We're at halfway through the final round of this lightweight contest, and Silas Bogyere has done his fans proud today, and also his 8-year-old son, who we said sadly passed away. But a nice clean left hand up through the middle there from Bogyere.
Look at the work again, Bogyere throwing the shots, rolling off the shots, setting up, you know, so this guy is going through what we call phases here, where he's throwing the shots, phase 1, moving out the way of shots, phase 2, that sets up phase 3. Yep. I mean, that is good experience there from a kid making his debut. It's normally offense or defense, but this guy's putting it all together.
He is, and it just shows, you know, he is competing, he is better than, you know, he is expected to be with someone with limited experience and having their debut. So he's soaked up the game, he's shown dedication, and he's learned a lot in a short space of time. And he's putting it all into action today. And I think that's important, putting into action what you've learned, and he's been able to do that.
Duran just took 3 clean shots there from Bogyere as we're coming down to the last 30-odd seconds of the final round of this 4-round contest.
Yep, and this 30 seconds can't go quick enough for Duran. If I'm totally honest, it's been a tough old night for him. Look, he's shown a lot of character in there, that is for sure, because he's kept coming, kept trying. But it's been an impressive debut here by Silas Bogyere, who's looked sensational really from round number 1. He's built on that round after round. Shot selection's been brilliant. He's enjoyed it, that's the most important thing, and it's been a great debut.
Takes a clean left hand there from Duran though. I think you felt that.
Well, it's every time we mention it, I'm sure they can hear us, so I've got a bit of a big mouth, and every time we say something, the other guy seems to come back. But yeah, no, great fight there, great debut by Silas Bogyere. For me, won all 4 of those rounds. A tough opponent, an experienced opponent in the opposite corner in Jairo, Duran, but Bogyere, for me, running out a clear winner.
I mean, his corner looked delighted with him, and no doubt, I mean, if you look at the replay here, Spencer, he's just sensational in terms of the punches he puts together, in terms of his defences, and he had Jairo, Fernando, Duran under pressure for the entire fight.
Absolutely, listen, he's going to have tougher nights here, I'm sure, but look, as a debut, you've got a lot of weight on your shoulders, you know, you're going into the unexpected, you're blindfolded, you know, you've not been used to this before. As Denzel said earlier in the commentary, the vest is off, you feel the cold air on your shoulders, there's no head guard there. It's a whole different game, and the kid dealt with it very, very well. Looking forward to watching him in the future, but Silas Bogyere, for me, running out a clear winner there as the referee calls them together. I think we are just about to get the decision.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 4 rounds of boxing, we go to the referee's scorecard. Referee Bernard Oyet scores the bout 40-36. And your winner, Silas the Meat Machine Bogyere!
There's absolutely no surprises with that score there for Silas Bogyere. He won 40-36. He said his little son's nickname was Champ, but I think we've got a champ in the making in this lad.
Yep, and this is how the fight finished here. Bogyere on top again, working the body well, getting through with the right hands. He was getting some success there, planting his feet a little bit more. And Duran, as I said, showing a lot of character to get through the round, but coming back as well. No time was he ever in any sort of trouble, Duran, but he was soaking up a lot of punishment. He was keeping his shape very well as well. But I did like what I saw from Bogyere, and looking forward to seeing him in some bigger fights, tougher fights in the future. But that was definitely a great start to what could be a promising professional career.
Welcome to the professional ranks. Sum up for me how you're feeling.
Fantastic, literally. I've got no words. I've been working for this for so long, and to finally get it done and deliver the way I have here. I could have done better, but I'm just grateful that I'm here, managed to get the win. Yeah, I feel good, man.
You've got so much support in the building. It's so incredible to see. I know it's been such a journey getting to this stage as well. Talk me through some of the thoughts and feelings you were having before you made your ring walk, before that entrance.
Everything I've literally done over the last couple of years since I started boxing. I've only started boxing about 5-6 years ago, Started off as a white collar. I had no plans of ever becoming a pro boxer, so I did that. In the process of training and stuff, had a few challenges. I lost my son not long ago, and you know, so there's been a lot going on, and a lot's been pushing me to just keep doing and and getting as far as I can, and here I am now. So as I walk down, all I was thinking about is this is all I've been working for. It's been a long time. I put in a lot of work. There's been a lot on me, and yeah, it's time.
Your son's nickname was Champ. You said that you started boxing in order to make him proud. Do you feel like you made him proud?
This has definitely made him proud. I know he's not here, but he's looking down on us, and he's definitely proud. He's definitely proud. So I've got his name on my shorts here, R.I.P. Jamai. Yeah, he's definitely here in spirit with us, 100%.
You said when you started boxing, you just want to be the best that you can be and hopefully at some point soon fight for titles. Talk me through ideally what you want to happen next.
I'll probably have a few more of these fights, probably do about 4, 5, and then, God willing, I start looking at titles if I can, I'm not I'm not writing anything off. Sorry. I'm not writing anything off, so literally anything that comes my way, I'm taking opportunities. Like, literally, there's nothing that I'm going to brush off. So, yeah.
Listen, it was such a fantastic debut, so exciting, so great to see you in the ring, and we look forward to seeing you back in action whenever that may be.
100%. Looking to get back in probably in about 8 weeks or so. Hopefully, I'll have a chat with my manager. We'll see what happens next. But big up my manager, Derek. Big up my coaches, Bill, my family. My family's around. My friends, everyone has come out to support me, and everyone has been on my journey. Big everyone up, and I appreciate every support that I've been getting, and I'm still getting along. So thank you.
Congratulations, Silas.
Thank you.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, time for our next bout of the evening, scheduled for 3-minute rounds in the welterweight division. Please welcome to the ring, Bonito Hrynkiewicz.
Well, Bonito Hrynkiewicz comes to the ring with 3 professional fights under his belt. He hasn't won them, but we can't be fooled by that record. He's a tough fighter from Swindon, and will no doubt give Warren Gray a run for his money this evening as he makes his debut here tonight at the York Hall.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent to the ring, Warren Gray.
Warren Gray making his debut here tonight at York Hall. His last contest was a Harringay Box Cup final last year, having built up a credible amateur record, and now he will be baptised into the professional ranks of boxing here at the Cathedral of Championship Boxing.
Yep, looking forward to this one. Warren Gray, good amateur, turning professional, totally different game, as I said, and let's see how he copes in the professional ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds in the welterweight division. This bout is brought to you by Mark Neilson of Neilson Boxing in association with John Trithui of TM14 Promotions and proudly sponsored by Zapply and Gladius. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Your area representative, Chaz Copley. Your timekeeper at the bell, John Smith, and your third person in the ring in charge of the action, referee Bernard Oyet. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner. He is wearing the black trunks. His official weight of 144 pounds bang on. Hailing from Swindon, England, United Kingdom, introducing Bonito Hrynkiewicz. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner. He's wearing the green with gold. His official weight of 147 pounds bang on. And tonight, he is making his professional debut. Hailing from Enfield, London, England, United Kingdom. Introducing Orel.
Alright, gentlemen, let's keep it clean, let's keep it professional at all times, and most of all, protect yourself at all times. Good luck to both. Shake hands.
Seconds out, round 1.
Well, this is the first round of a 4-weight contest in the welterweight division between Warren Gray and Bonito Hrynkiewicz. Warren Gray just trying to establish himself behind the jab, landed a nice one to the body there, Spencer, at the beginning.
Yep, tall, rangy, looks like he carries a bit of power as well, Warren Gray. And Hrynkiewicz looking for his first win here.
He's already landed a very clean right hand as Warren Gray onto the chin of Bonito Hrynkiewicz.
Hrynkiewicz is going to have to be very careful here because Warren Gray, like I say, looks like he carries a bit of power, especially in that backhand. He's landed that already, and there it goes again.
He's got some real snap in those punches, Denzel.
Oh, he does. Just landed a big right hand there.
And he's up, he's turning the pressure up here, Warren Gray.
Yeah, 2 massive body shots went in there, and Hrynkiewicz felt the weight of that. Gray switched the attack to the body again. This is a good start here from the debutant, Warren Gray,
And
taking his time.
Sorry to cut you, Spence. For another debut, and this is a very nice, composed performance. I mean, he's landed some big shots and hasn't jumped at his opponent to try and get him out there. He's walking him down slowly, you know, using good use of the jab, body shots, and yeah, a heavy right hand.
The heavy right hand's being set up behind that jab to the body from Warren Gray.
Referee already taking a close look at Hrynkiewicz, and he's gone there. He's felt the weight of that one. The legs have just stiffened a little bit.
And we're only halfway through the first round of 4 in this 4-round contest between Warren Gray and Bonito Hrynkiewicz. Warren Gray has made a fantastic start to this contest. He's hurt Bonito Hrynkiewicz already with his snappy punches.
I tell you what, Gray is really sitting down on those shots, digging those feet into the canvas and planting them. Body shots again, big right hand over the top, legs buckle again there.
He's got a minute to survive as Bonito Hrynkiewicz, but Warren Gray might just give us the first stoppage of our night. Again, nice jab lands there, straight down the pipe onto the chin of Bonito. He sets his right hand, but took a clean shot as well as he walked forward. He needs to be careful.
Yeah, his chin just came up in the air as he was landing his right hand. And Bonito, you know, he just threw it out of desperation and, you know, managed to land a shot. But Gray's got to be careful with what's coming in. Get back on that jab and set up the right hands.
We're about 20 seconds left in the first round of 4, and Warren Gray has dominated. He took a clean shot earlier on, but he's sinking those shots in. Spencer.
I tell you what, them 2 body shots, I just felt them myself. That just winded me, actually.
Yeah,
watching those, it brings all those memories flooding back. Trust me, they're not nice. Hrynkiewicz soaked those body shots up there. And Denzel, I tell you what, that was a massive onslaught in the first round there. Good round again from the debutant, Warren Gray. You know, when you're talking about composure and the atmosphere and all that, and, you know, some fighters not being able to keep that composure on their debuts. Yeah. I'm impressed.
Yeah, so am I. He's not letting the crowd get to him. I just saw Bonito walk back to the corner shaking his head. He knows he's in a real fight with a big puncher.
The body shots, I'm still feeling them.
I can hear them from out here.
Let's take a look at some of the action in that first round. And as I say, Warren Gray started like loading the shots up. If you're looking for a criticism, when he lets those shots go, he lifts that chin out to dry, and that can be dangerous as he moves through the ranks. That's something he's going to have to work on, tucking that chin down.
Corners, 10 seconds.
He's got that range, and he uses that leverage to maximum advantage.
Seconds out, round 2.
Well, it's the second round in this welterweight contest between Warren Gray and Bonito Hrynkiewicz. Gray's made a fantastic start. He's landed some real clean shots. He took one in the first round, but he's come out absolutely all guns blazing in this second round, Denzel.
He has. He just upped the tempo on Benitez, and he's throwing good shots. It's a good right hand there, just round the guard.
Yeah, here Hrynkiewicz under a lot of pressure again, and you just sense that they've said in the Gray corner there, listen, son, go out there, turn the pace up. I'm not sure he fancies it, because there was a couple of times in that first round, Hrynkiewicz looked like he didn't want to be there, but he's showing a little bit of character himself here. He's thinking, right, I better roll the dice. It's one of those ones, because the momentum that Gray's putting on at the moment is a little bit too much.
Yeah, he can't afford Grays to get, you know, too comfortable in his rhythm, because then it's impossible to break. His best chance is coming out this round and trying to set the pace on Grays, but Grays looks like he set the pace on Bonito instead.
But it's like you were saying, Denzel, you know, Gray comes forward with his chin slightly higher than what we'd like to see it, you know, and Benito's, he's a tough fighter, you know, and what Gray can't afford to walk into any big shots from him.
Yeah, all it takes is one overhand right. I mean, if that lands, it could be detrimental, so he's got to be careful there, Gray.
Yeah, Gray just for a lovely short right hand through the mid as well. Hrynkiewicz soaked that one up, come back with a shot of his own, so there's a little warning there from Gray just to say, listen, son, get that chin tucked down, because I've got two arms as well and I might let them go.
Well, Gray, for somebody who's making his professional debut, he's had 32 amateur bouts, and he's making this look very effortless. He's very thrown, and he's landed a nice, clean left hook to the chin of Hrynkiewicz. It's a bit of swelling there, I think, under the right eye of Bonito Hrynkiewicz as well. With clean right hand just comes underneath the guard of Hrynkiewicz, but he's taking it well, Spencer. I don't know how he's taking these shots.
He is showing a lot of durability in there at the moment, because I'm telling you that some of them shots are painful. The right uppercut just moments ago was a shot that landed flush, and you're right, the right eye now looking red and swollen. It's a tough night for Hrynkiewicz, but he's showing that he wants to stick in there, he wants to come back, he's throwing shots of his own.
Oh, great left hook.
Again, that left hand dense. He's soaking these shots up well.
He is taking them all, Bonito.
It's got to on some level be demoralising for Gray that Bonito Hrynkiewicz is still taking those shots. He's throwing absolutely everything at him, Spencer.
Yeah, he is. Gray landing at will at the moment. Body shots as well are sickening. Oh, massive left hook there, and how is Hrynkiewicz taking these sort of shots? The referee is taking a look, and he's piling the pressure on. Body shot again. Good job he come back with a shot of his own there, because referee was getting close, Dens.
He is taking a close look.
Well, that's the bell for the second round in this welterweight contest between Warren Gray and Bonito Hrynkiewicz. Warren Gray has been incredibly impressive so far, Spencer. Talk us through the past couple of rounds.
Yeah, he showed great composure. He started the contest really well, very impressive with the body shots that have been very, very effective. But this some of the action in this second round. Right hand through the middle, nearly piercing the guard there of Hrynkiewicz. And yeah, it's just been relentless pressure. You know, he's got to be careful, as we've said. Denzel Bentley's pointed this out as well. Look, as he throws that right hand, chins up in the air, he'll pay the price for that when he steps up a level. But right now, this is a great debut from him, because it's been calculated, educated pressure, and he's slowly but surely breaking Hrynkiewicz down, shot by shot.
Seconds out to round 3.
We're in round 3 of this 4-round contest in the welterweight division. Just before the bell went, referee was just warning Bonito Hrynkiewicz to keep his head up. But Warren Gray has again made a fast start to this round, Spencer.
Yeah, he has, and he's not going to take his foot off the gas either. I think he wants that show reel knockout. He wants that debut that everyone wants, and that's a victory inside the distance. But he's got a stubborn opponent here in front of him. Hrynkiewicz won't go down without a fight, that's for sure, as he soaks up another massive right hand, trades and blows a shot himself, and Denz, that was the first success he had there. Good left hook.
Yeah, but I think he's throwing out of desperation. I mean, he's just, you know, he's throwing and hoping, but where Gray's chin comes up a bit high, you know, you're giving him a better chance of landing. But I mean, that show rule debut that he wants, that you're saying, Spence, it's not too far-fetched. It could happen for him.
Absolutely. I mean, the kid's loading up and he's landing shots at will.
And he's hurting Bonito. Oh, good
that's a right hand over the top. Bonito, Hrynkiewicz, legs buckled there. Referee taking a good look at him. And the relentless pressure that Warren Gray's piling on Benito, Hrynkiewicz, I have no idea how he's still standing.
Hrynkiewicz is ready to come out here, Denz. He looked at the corner.
That look at the corner said it all, Spence. You see that too, didn't you?
Yeah, I did, mate. I didn't know if he's looking at you or the corner, but it was definitely the corner, mate. I thought Denzel Bentley ain't going to help you. He's fighting in a couple of weeks. April the 4th, we'll be talking about that one as well. Massive fight for Denzel Bentley, but back to this one. And what a debut here from Warren Gray. And he's moments away from getting a stoppage here against Hrynkiewicz, who complains about a shot to the back of the head. Referee looking close, face looking bashed up as well now.
Well, the crowd are going absolutely wild for Warren Gray as he's in the third round. Bonito Hrynkiewicz complains again to the shots at the back of the head. Referee lets the action continue, and Warren Gray is just still relentlessly putting that pressure on. He makes it look so effortless.
He's trying to come back with something, as Denzel Bentley said, out of desperation. His face is looking a mess in there at the moment. Oh, big right hand again, surely. At some point, the referee, good job, referee. Good job, referee. Hrynkiewicz, that's the sign of a gladiator, wanting to continue, wanting to stay in there. But Denzel Bentley, I've got to say, mate, that was an impressive debut, as impressive as you're going to get. And that was, you're loving what you're seeing up there, aren't you?
Yeah. I mean, he has got a nosebleed. I don't know where that came from. Maybe the shouting, because I didn't really see him get hit. But it was a good debut, man. I mean, nice and composed, everything off the jab. He landed some big right hands there, and when he had his man hurt, he stepped in him and did not let him go. And look, from a debut, that's quality.
Well, that was an absolutely sensational performance from Warren Gray on his debut. He stopped the contest with about 30 seconds to go in the third round. We could see it coming, but there were times when he could have been in a little bit of trouble.
Oh yeah, look, take a look at the finish here. It was relentless pressure from Gray. Hrynkiewicz was in desperate trouble. Myself and Denzel Bentley spotted it when he looked over to the corner. That tells you he's looking at the corner to say, are you pulling me out? Am I coming out? What do you want me to do here? Then that self-doubt was creeping in. Once that happens to a fighter, then you know the writing's on the wall. It's only a moment away, one clean shot, and he's turning it around. He tried to hang in there, to his credit, but boy, he was under relentless pressure. The corner didn't respond, so he had to just get in there, try and throw some shots of his own. He fell short, and Gray made him pay the price.
The official time, 2 minutes and 27 seconds of round number 3. Your winner by TKO, Warren Gray.
Well, that was an outstanding performance from Warren Gray on his debut here at York Hall. He stopped the contest with about 30 seconds to go, but absolute credit to Bonito Hrynkiewicz, who soaked up some punches like I've never seen before. What a fantastic performance.
Yeah, it certainly was. That's the debut that you want. And you'll remember that one forever. Whatever happens in his boxing career, the debut is the one that you always remember. And what a debut it was from Warren Gray. Let's take a look at the finish. Hrynkiewicz, big character, showed a lot of heart in there. Took some sickening body punches right from the opening round, and Gray kept switching the shots underneath those elbows, as we saw just there. The right hand buckled his legs, and he just slowly, systematically broke him down. It was a great stoppage, a well-timed stoppage.
On your pro debut, talk to me about how you're feeling after that emphatic third round stoppage.
Feeling good, you know, it's like a dream come true. Always wanted to
step into the pro ranks. I'm just happy to get it done. Got some things to work on, but you know, I was a bit over aggressive, I'd say. But you know, yeah, it was a good fight. Had to start with a stoppage. You know what I mean? 1-0, 1 KO. You know?
I love it. 100% knockout ratio. We love that for your debut. Yeah, as you say, you know, you called it over aggressive. Some would just call it aggressive. What was the game plan going into that fight? Can't lie, the game plan was box for 1 round and then just try to get him out of there. So I don't know. I started trying to get him out of there too early, maybe. But I got the job done. You know what I mean? That's the most important thing. What did you make of your opponent? Obviously, Bonito, he's got a wealth of experience. What did you make of him throughout those rounds, as those rounds progressed? No, he's good, you know, he's tough. Like, I didn't know how to really gauge him from a few videos, so I just thought, I'll get in there, see what he's like. And, you know, he was tough, man. He would throw back in the middle of exchanges. He wasn't shy to, you know, get down and dirty, so he made for a good fight. So, yeah, man, Listen, you've got such a pedigree as an amateur. You've achieved so much. How much does that amateur pedigree play a part in your success tonight? Yeah, a lot. You know, the amateurs is where I kind of just wanted to just make sure our skills are still there. I had a little break in boxing, went back into amateurs. But yeah, and then from there I knew I was good enough to turn pro and take it seriously. And I just want to thank everyone who came to support as well, all the fans. Thank my team, my coaches, every day working with me, and yeah, man, everyone that was supportive. This is so great to have that support in the building with you. You only get one debut. They don't call you War Man for nothing. That was such a fantastic stoppage. When can we expect to see you back in action? Soon as. I'm trying to get a month. Just keep the ball rolling, you know what I mean? More devastating performances, 100%. Congratulations. Thank you. That was such a emphatic debut that Warren Gray gave. Obviously, they call him War Man. I think he proved that tonight.
Yeah. I think he showed that. I think he showed that tonight. I mean, his power was deceiving. He didn't look like he hit that hard. But when he started landing them shots and I heard the body crunching, I thought that's some big power from a skinny man. But listen, credit to him. He's a good fighter. I mean, his friends have been telling me about him, saying to look out for him. So I had a special eye on him tonight, and he impressed me.
Listen, I just want to quote you, yeah? That's a lot of power for a skinny man. That's what
I'm skinny myself when I'm in there as well, so I can't even talk. But
no, I love it. Like he labelled himself as over-aggressive, you know?
Yeah.
He said he was over-aggressive. You could see he was going for that stoppage early doors. He just wanted to get that stoppage. It's quite a statement to make in your debut as well, to get a stoppage.
Definitely.
You know?
But I think he done it well. He got some rounds in and got the stoppage, and I don't even think he was over-aggressive. I think he was just right. In the beginning, he came out nice and steady, used his jab a lot. But his opponent fought the power from the beginning. Bonito fought the power from early, so he didn't really want to engage, and he weren't really too good at surviving either. But Warren, to his credit, didn't just start jumping in and throwing 100 shots at a time. He stepped in, used his jab, went to the body at times, and when he hurt him in that third one with that right hand, and he knew he had him hurt, that's when he jumped on him. So that was a quality performance.
Well, listen, he was a Capital Cup winner, a Bucks winner. He won. He was a Hrynkiewicz medalist as well. So he's got a wealth of amateur experience that really sets him up nicely for being able to use his intuition and his instincts. And I think that's what really was impressive in that third round. He really used his instinct to, as you say, know he had him hurt and then step on that gas and get the finish.
And I agree with that. And it's always good to see a fighter with that killer instinct. That he's a good finisher. He had his fighter hurt, and it wasn't like he didn't see it and stepped off and everyone had to scream at him, get on him.
Yeah.
No, like he saw it himself and he had that killer instinct and went for it. So I guess it says it in the name, innit? War Man. So,
War Man, absolutely. And I just loved how much he was enjoying it. Like even in that post-fight, he was just all smiles. It was so amazing. We love to have those types of debuts on the show.
Definitely.
Really good to see. Can't wait to see him back in action. But next up, we've got Samson Aiyegbusi in a 6-round contest. So don't go anywhere. Over to you, Huss.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our next bout of the evening, scheduled 6 3-minute rounds in the light heavyweight division. And now please welcome to the ring, Kyle Charles.
Ladies and gentlemen,
professional boxing. He's making his debut here tonight, but make no mistake, this man knows his way around the fight game.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent to the ring, Samson Aiyegbusi.
Well, Samson Aiyegbusi is no stranger to the bright lights of your call. This is his third professional contest and the third time he is making his ring walk here. The 31-year-old hasn't failed to impress yet, but Kyle Charles is not going to make this easy for him.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout is scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds in the light heavyweight division. This bout is brought to you by Mark Neilson of Neilson Boxing in association with John Trethui of TM14 Promotions and proudly sponsored by Zapley and Gladius. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Your area representative, Chaz Coakley. Your timekeeper at the bell, John Smith, and your third man in charge of the action in the ring, referee Sean McAvoy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner. He's wearing the black and red. His official weight of 175 pounds, bang on. And tonight, he is making his professional debut, hailing from Burntwood, England, United Kingdom. Introducing Kyle Charles. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner. He is wearing the all black. His official weight of 173.5 pounds. And he is currently undefeated with 2 wins. Hailing from Ilford, Essex, England, United Kingdom. Introducing Samson Aiyegbusi.
Okay, lads, 6-round contest. Keep it clean all the time, keep yourself protected all the time. Touch gloves, here we go. Good luck, lads.
Seconds out, round 1.
Well, this is a 6-round contest in the light heavyweight division between Samson Aiyegbusi and Kyle Charles. Aiyegbusi, the slightly taller of the two fighters, known as the Black Tiger.
Yep, the height and the reach definitely with Samson Aiyegbusi. 2-0, looking to make it a hat-trick tonight and go 3-0 against the tough debutant Kyle Charles. Kickboxing background, comes with a good reputation. Let's see if he can transfer that into the professional boxing ring.
He's managed to get through and get behind the guard of Aiyegbusi, though, Charles.
Yep, just having a little feeling out process at the moment. Aiyegbusi, as I say, has that height and reach, so they're difficult, these guys, to sort of work out. He's got an unpredictable sort of style. So it's going to be one of those little cat and mouse at the beginning, but expect this one, Denzel, to catch fire at some point. Both guys look like they carry a bit of power.
Yeah, both got awkward styles, which is why probably, you know, starting off so slowly, because they're both trying to be as awkward as possible. But Aiyegbusi's been down the gym sparring at the Peacock. I've seen him a bit, and he does hit hard. I think I've done a few rounds with him when he first come down, and he hit me in my arm, and I thought, oh, okay, punch. So he can punch. When it starts to catch fire, it should get really interesting. But when you got two guys with that same sort of, you know, gangly, lanky counter-punch style, it doesn't really catch fire straight away, but I think it should after, the first 2 rounds or so.
Well, Aiyegbusi had a fantastic win against Robbie Chapman, the Camden caretaker, back in November, actually, of last year. He won against a very tough journeyman who had 84 fights at the time. So, you can see why he's had his 2 fights, 2 wins so far, Aiyegbusi.
Yep, tall, rangy, unpredictable, as Denzel said. Difficult to read, quite awkward, and can whack a little bit. So that commands respect, and Carl Charles is giving him that respect at the moment, but...
Clean right hand there over the top from Carl Charles onto the chin of Aiyegbusi. That came out of nowhere.
Yep, it did, but that's what I was going to say. Aiyegbusi has met someone here who is possibly as awkward and unpredictable as himself, so it's going to be interesting to see how this unfolds. And Denzel, let's hope we don't get a clash of styles here, because we see that when you get 2 guys that are as awkward as they are.
But I think, whoever's being more awkward, the one that's less awkward is going to have to start pushing and finding another style to break that person's rhythm. So, I hope we don't get a clash of styles where they're both just doing the same thing, because, even for the ref, that would be hard to score, but, someone's actually got to push and try and change the narrative here.
Well, the bell's just gone there for the first round in this 6-round light heavyweight contest. Aiyegbusi landed a nice clean shot onto the chin of Carl Charles, but that was an awkward one to watch, actually, Spencer.
Well, I respected it because both guys are showing each other the respect, and probably the respect they deserve. They're both quite heavy-handed, awkward, unpredictable, so it's a little cat and mouse, and you expect that when guys are going in there, they're cold, they need to warm into it. Aiyegbusi landed a couple of decent shots, and Charles come back with a couple of decent shots of his own. But as you can expect, at this sort of level, one shot and it's checkmate. And that's pretty much where we're at here, because both guys are quite elusive, carrying their hands down. One shot can change the rhythm, the pattern of the fight. So expect to see more from one of them, like Denzel Bentley's already pointed out there. At some point, one of them want to grab this contest by the scruff of the neck, and take that opportunity. So...
Well, we're in round 2 of this 6-round contest in the light heavyweight division between Samson Aiyegbusi, the Black Tiger, and Kyle Bolo Charles, who started boxing in 2011, having won multiple world titles in kickboxing. So there's a lot of talent in this ring tonight, Spencer.
Yep, there certainly is. A lot of talent and a lot of respect between both guys at the moment as well. Very much a feeling out process, but like I say, someone's going to try and step it up at some point.
Was it Carl Charles you said was the kickboxing champion?
Multiple world titles, yeah.
It makes sense in his style. I can see that in his style now.
He's very fluid.
Very fluid, yeah. He looks like he's ready to kick as well. Hopefully he doesn't.
Let's hope that doesn't happen. Let's hope it doesn't happen. Different combat sports. We've seen that before, though. I've actually seen that before, yeah. I actually saw one as well many years ago where the opponent's mum got in the ring and hit the guy over the head with a high heel, yeah.
I think I've seen that
too.
Yeah,
you know that one.
Oh, all sorts of crazy things happen in this.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
We're just over a minute into the 2nd round of 6 in this light heavyweight contest between Samson Aiyegbusi and Kyle Charles. It's been an interesting one so far. It's been slightly difficult to score. I think Aiyegbusi's had kind of higher work rate, I suppose, but Kyle Charles comes in with those flurry of punches. It's a difficult one.
Yeah, Aiyegbusi maybe just doing enough in this round. He's the aggressor. He's the one that's maybe just doing a little bit more work of the two. No real clean shots have landed, but Aiyegbusi, for me, maybe just starting to get a foothold of it, and the right hand just falls short there.
Yeah, I think I agree with you two guys. I think the first round was a little bit harder to score, but I think now Aiyegbusi's holding the centre well. He's using these jabs, stabbing to the body, right hands to the body. Charles is just moving around, still trying to fight, trying to make himself awkward, and Aiyegbusi's, stamping his authority and taking the centre.
Yeah, Charles just trying to figure things out here. He can't work out the style of Aiyegbusi, and he can't get inside that range and that reach. He's switching from side to side. He's trying to look for an open. He's trying to be creative himself, Charles, but nothing really paying off yet. I just would like to see him moving his feet into range and then letting his hands go before waiting for Aiyegbusi to lead off first, because he's never going to catch him on that counter. He needs to be a little bit more aggressive, set some traps, use his imagination just a bit more.
Well, we're just coming down, just under 20 seconds to go in this 6-round contest. We're in round 2, last few seconds of the second round here, and Aiyegbusi lands a clean right hand to the body of Carl Charles, which he returns it with 2 clean shots of himself. It was just in those last few seconds that it started to catch fire, Spence. I wonder what we're going to expect as the rounds go on.
Well, let's hope we get a little bit more momentum from both of these guys now. Aiyegbusi was the one that was sort of trying to change the pattern of the fight. He was being the aggressor more in that third round. He was getting some shots off to the body, trying to land the shots to the head, but Carl Charles was proving a difficult guy to nail down. Some of the action there in the third round. Charles boxing on that back foot, very elusive, keeping himself out of range, but not coming back with anything of his own. He's making Aiyegbusi fall short, and that's when he should be capitalising on that, jumping in, moving the feet in range, and letting the shots go himself. But he's not took that shot yet, or took that opportunity yet. And the reason I said took that shot there, because
corners, 10
seconds. And that was probably the shot of the round.
Seconds out to round 3.
Well, we're in round 3 of this 6-round contest, Denzel, and it's like you were saying earlier on that, you know, they're both awkward, but one of them's going to have to take control of the fight quite quickly. Who do you think that is for you, Denzel? Oh, and Charles is down.
No, just trod on the foot there, and the shot never actually landed. He trod on his foot, the old trick Denzel Bentley pulls off every now and then he lost his balance, and the shot, well, it actually worked against him that time, because the right hand he threw went over the head.
Over the head, yeah, it's true. As to answer your question, Priya, I think Aiyegbusi's taking control of the fight. I think he's holding the centre well, he's throwing these shots, he's found his composure a little bit. He's even up in the tempo a little bit more this round. I think Charles is going to get tired if he's not already slowing down from all the movement he's doing.
Well, I can see a bit more purchase in his punches for Aiyegbusi. He's starting to land them a little bit more, but a bit more snap in them, Spencer. What do you think?
Yeah, Aiyegbusi, Denzel's right. He's taking a grip of this contest now. He's the one that's the aggressor, starting to grow in confidence. He's just starting to get into a rhythm, warmed up nicely, and the hands are starting to flow, and there's less coming back now from Carl Charles. And it's only a 6-round contest, so Charles wants to get himself back into this one. He needs to do something and start doing something soon, because the movement's great and he's keeping out of range and he's being very elusive, but I need to see a little bit more aggression as well.
He just can't seem to get past the long arms of Aiyegbusi, who's just landed a clean right hand onto the chin of Carl Charles. He took it well, he's still coming forward with his hands down, but that could be really dangerous for him, Denzel.
Yeah, I think it's dangerous. I mean, he's slowing down that split second, and his hands are still low, and he's coming in range with his hands down. Aiyegbusi's got long arms, he's got a very long reach. If he puts that right hand in, I mean, that's all it takes sometimes. Like Spence was saying earlier, it takes a split second to change the fight, and I think that right hand can do that.
Good work from Aiyegbusi as well there with a jab. He's found the range, like I say, now he's into a rhythm. This fight now is to be changed by Carl Charles. He needs to change this, because if this pattern stays like this, Aiyegbusi will do what he's doing and just not take any chances, and just like a workmanlike performance and try and get this job done.
Coming down towards the last 30 seconds of the third round in this 6-round contest, where Aiyegbusi has found his rhythm and found his range as the rounds have gone on, and he's just starting to land his punches with a bit of venom behind them now, Spencer.
Yeah, he's fighting his feet more, like I say. He's starting to, the confidence has grown now. He feels like he's in control of this one. He's controlling the space really well. He's starting to find the range, maybe falling just a little short with the right hand. Left hook fell short there as well, but he's just starting to find the range a little bit more. But Charles now, he needs to start turning this around, because the fight may be just starting to slip away from him now, and it's all about what he's going to say to him in the corner, tell him that he needs to pick this up, because, you know, he's being competitive, but he's not doing enough to win these rounds.
Well, to my mind, Denzel, I think Kyle Charles needs to start taking a few more risks and rolling the dice in the next couple of rounds.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Kyle Charles needs to throw his hands a bit more. He's got lovely movement, very awkward, very, you know, elusive, you know, slipping, sliding, but there's nothing coming back. He needs to let his hands go, pop the jab a little bit, throw 2s and 3s, and see how he can push Aiyegbusi and see what reactions he can get out of him.
Yeah, what we need to see now is whether Carl Charles has got a second gear, whether he can go through the gears, because this is what this game's all about. When you're talking about levels and you see some fighters and the composure's great, the movement's good and everything else, but to become a champion and develop to the next stage, because it is a development stage that they're at right now, we need to see a little bit of everything. Yeah, the foot movement's got to be good, put the hands together well, you move your head, and most importantly in the professional boxing ring, the one that you remember when you leave the show is when the kid goes through the gears and he goes through phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and what I mean by that is where he's throwing the shots, coming out of range or rolling, throwing the shots again and building on combinations and momentum. They're the guys that you remember, and they're the guys that develop into champions, and that's what we need to see here from, you know, these guys here. Yeah, they stylistically they look great, but I want to see that something else as well. Yeah, it's early days, but let's just see a little taste of it, and that's what we need to see from Charles if he's going to turn this around, because Aiyegbusi at the moment is in control.
Well, we're in round 4 of this 6-round contest between Carl Charles and Samson Aiyegbusi. Aiyegbusi has taken control from about round 2, I'd say. Denzel, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree with that. The first round, I was saying with Spence, was a bit, you know, trickier to score, but from round 2, I think Aiyegbusi has been him all the way.
Well, he's found his range behind those long levers. He's kind of bit of an awkward moment there between the two. Didn't quite know what was going on, but bit of showboating there from Carl Charles, and this is what the crowd likes to see, Spencer.
Yeah, do you know what the awkward moment was? That Aiyegbusi there threw a beautiful right hand that he loaded up with but didn't move his feet, and followed it with a left hook, but I just think he forgot to step in with a shot. It was like everything was there, it was all set up, and he just never stepped in with a shot.
He almost shocked himself that he didn't land it. He was going, wow, how did I not land that? But he's just landed a lovely right hand there onto the temple of Carl Charles, who took it well, but he's holding on.
Yeah, he's saying, you know, wow, how didn't I land that? But I think that he recognised quite quickly, oops, I meant to move my feet as well, because he even had a little smile about it.
He laughed about it, because Charles didn't move.
He didn't move. That's what I'm saying, he didn't actually move. You know what I mean? It weren't like a beautiful bit of defensive work or whatever. The guy stood there, I think he was as surprised as us.
He left him right there. All right.
And he's still smiling at him. He's kind of... This is turning into entertainment gold here at York Hall with Neilson Boxing and TM14 Promotions, proudly sponsored by Zapply tonight, as we are in the 4th round of 6 in this light heavyweight contest between Samson Aiyegbusi and Carl Charles. But a beautiful right uppercut comes underneath the guard of Samson Aiyegbusi by Carl Charles, but didn't faze him.
Yep, I like Charles's character. You know, I think the theatrics is always good. I like that, shows that he's comfortable in there, he's enjoying himself. But like I say, I just want him to see him go through the levels now, throw some shots. You got the movements, that's great. You got the character, a little bit of charisma, a little bit of a swag about you. Let me see you deliver some shots now as well.
Well, he hasn't got long. That's the last 10 seconds of round 4 in this 6-round contest, and despite the slickness of Carl Charles and the character, like you were saying, Spencer, Aiyegbusi has dominated this since round 2. Denzel, talk us through it.
Yeah, I think that was a good finish from Aiyegbusi in that round. I think he's up the tempo, he's finally moving his feet in and out, landing the shot, going to the body a lot, because he's realised that Carl Charles has good head movement. So he's landing to the body a lot, and that's good understanding of the game from Aiyegbusi's part, to understand that I'm not going to land on the head, let me go down to the body and see if I can create an opening. That's a shot there, Spence, that he just missed.
Mate, I'm watching, right, and Aiyegbusi is going to watch his back. Samson Aiyegbusi, I know you're going to watch his back, you're listening, and you're going to be laughing along with us as well, mate. You're like, he threw the shots, and like I say, you saw him afterwards. I forgot to move my feet. There, it was one of those moments. 2 lovely shots, he set it up well. It made Carl Charles maybe look better than he was in that moment, because Charles didn't even have to do anything, but I love the theatrics of it as well. 2 good characters, both guys enjoying it here. 2 rounds to go here, and Carl Charles, for me, needs 2 big rounds if he's going to get anything out of this.
Well, we're in the penultimate round of this 6-round contest in the light heavyweight division between Samson, Aiyegbusi and Kyle Charles. It's been an entertaining one so far. It's been awkward in some places, exciting in others, and pure entertainment in others too. But Aiyegbusi comes forward, took his feet with him this time, but still didn't quite land though, Spencer.
Yep, that's the aloofest, that's how slippery he is though. Charles, he's very elusive, moving from side to side, and we see a little bit of the old Muhammad Ali moves in the corner there as well. Did we see that as well? Bit of rope though. This guy's full of it. I'm loving it.
Good shots there from Aiyegbusi, just missed with that big right hand.
I think if he just settled Aiyegbusi and was slightly more calculated with his shots, he'd land them quite clean, because he's very accurate when he does land.
I tell you what though, there's a lot more to Kyle Charles' game than what we've seen tonight, I think. You know, he's making his debut here, so he's in new territory. It's different to sparring and everything else this. But the kid's definitely got ability, that is for sure. You know, he knows his way around the ring for sure, and he's got that toughness. He ticks a lot of boxes, and I think that he may kick himself if he loses this one, because he's just not let his hands go enough.
Yeah, I agree with you. He hasn't let his hands go enough to win this fight, but his movement's been amazing. He's been, you know, fluid. Like you said, he's got a good understanding of the game, moving around the ring well. He's just got to let his hands go.
And that will come with experience. I've no doubt Kyle Charles, like we said, you know, he's got so much potential. He knows his way around the fight game. But, you know, it's just experience at the end of the day, I think, for him.
Good double jab there from Aiyegbusi. Just that's what he needs to do, set it up more behind that jab. He's got a very elusive character in front of him. He just needs to pop the jab to the chest and work the shots off that one. Aiyegbusi going with a big right hand as well there.
It's impressive to see Aiyegbusi target the body of a slightly shorter fighter, because he's actually getting a lot of success with those body shots, Denzel.
Yeah, he is. He's throwing them nice and straight. He's having more success to the body than he is trying to find Charles's head. So I think he needs to stick to that work until he backs Kyle up against the rope and not get, you know, drawn into the games that Charles is playing with him. Charles is trying to old man him a little bit, looking around when he misses, and Aiyegbusi just stands there and allows him to just look to his left and right to kind of show that he needs to jump shit on him when that happens.
That was a nice left hook rammed into the body there from Aiyegbusi. I like that. Charles takes a deep gulp of air.
And a lovely left hand comes straight through the middle there onto the chin of Samson Aiyegbusi as we approach the final 10 seconds of the 5th round in this 6-round contest. Aiyegbusi has landed some clean shots there. It's been entertaining so far, Spencer, in this fight. I think we've got two real characters in professional boxing now.
Absolutely, you know, and I think the game needs that, and this is where it all starts here at the York Hall Bethnal Green, the grassroots, what they call small hall boxing, and a great opportunity for these guys to showcase their skills. And you know, whether that's on Seconds Out channel, just Seconds Out Boxing's channel, Talksport Boxing YouTube channel, you know, it's a great audience for them. It's a great platform, for them to showcase their skills, and they're entertaining us right now. Kyle Charles, as I said, will probably kick himself because he's got all the moves, he's got all the theatrics, he's got everything there to make a name for himself, but just haven't seen enough output from him tonight. He's not done enough work. But Samson Aiyegbusi has been very workmanlike, stuck to his game, hasn't got frustrated, so he's shown a lot of qualities himself. Let's see what we get here in this 6th and final round. Will one of them roll the dice? Will one of them go for it? Charles will probably know that he is behind in this one. Aiyegbusi will probably just have to play it safe, stick to the game plan, but can Kyle Charles tear up the script here?
I think what you said there, Spencer, was really key, that, you know, they're here to showcase their skills, and regardless of who wins this, in my opinion, unless anything changes, Kyle Charles pulls something really great out of the bag here. I think this is in the pocket for Aiyegbusi, but both fighters, I think, have really displayed the level of skill that they've got coming into their debut, and that is absolutely crucial for them to make a good start into the professional ranks of boxing. But Aiyegbusi landed a nice right hand left hook there. He's got Kyle Charles under some serious pressure, but Charles's movement got him out of some serious trouble there. Referee just pulls them apart.
Yeah, great work there from Aiyegbusi. If there was any doubt, I don't think there'll be any now. 2 minutes to go in this 6th and final round, and that was a great onslaught there. Charles pinned it into the corner, showing good movement himself, but got nailed with a big left hook.
Aiyegbusi again just edges Kyle Charles back to the ropes. Charles just ties him up, and I guess that's what he needs to do to stay out of any real trouble, but Aiyegbusi's targeting that body really, really well.
Good work again there from Aiyegbusi. As you said, Freya, targeting the body, and that's exactly what you've got to do with a guy as elusive as Kyle Charles. He's been difficult to hit. In fact, you'd struggle to hit him with a bag of rice the way he's been moving there tonight, that is for sure. But the body doesn't move, that is a target. And Aiyegbusi has focused that area, and he's been quite successful.
We're in the final minute of this 6th-round contest, and we're in the final round. Aiyegbusi has dominated this fight. Kyle Charles has moved incredibly well. Bit of swelling there under the right eye of Kyle Charles that we can see, but just trips through the ropes. Referee just resets. Smile on the face of Kyle Charles.
Yep, still entertaining. Little over 30 seconds to go, but can he pull something out of the bag? Because he's going to need a knockout now to get the victory here tonight. Aiyegbusi targeting the body well, rams in that left hook.
Well, no doubt Kyle Charles is feeling those body shots, but he's not giving up. His movement's still there. He's still able to move around the ring, but Aiyegbusi just piling on a bit of pressure there as we come to the final 10 seconds of this 6th-round contest in the light heavyweight division. It's been an entertaining night so far with Neilson Boxing and Tia Bomb Pro Promotions with our proud sponsors, Zapply. And we are live on TalkSport with Spencer Oliver and Denzel Bentley. I hope if you have joined us just now, you've joined us just in the nick of time as we are halfway through this show, and we've just seen a fantastic contest in the light heavyweight division. Spencer?
Yep, great contest there from two kids that we're sure we're going to hear a lot more of. Samson, Aiyegbusi, for me, running out a clear winner. 60-55 on my scorecard at the first round level, couldn't separate them. And then Aiyegbusi doing enough in each and every round, but that doesn't really tell the story of that contest, because Kyle Charles was slippery, awkward, very elusive, but just maybe not enough output there. Should have let his hands go a little bit more. He'll kick himself, but back to the drawing board. Sometimes a loss can be the moulding of a fighter. You improve from that. And entertaining contest.
Gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the referee scorecard. Referee Sean McAvoy scores the bout 59-55. And your winner, Samson Aiyegbusi.
Well, there was no surprise with that result there for Samson Aiyegbusi as he goes 3-0 this evening, undefeated in his professional career. That was a great fight to watch, a fantastic set of skills on display there. Like I said earlier, Spencer, there was a lot of talent in the ring there tonight with them two.
Yeah, absolutely, entertaining contest. Samson Aiyegbusi, we will be seeing and hearing a lot more of, I'm sure. And for the debutant, Kyle Charles, who's been a brilliant success in the kickboxing ring, taking his hand at boxing, fails tonight, but he can definitely come back with that. Showed us that he's got a lot of talent, and I look forward to seeing him again in the future.
You moved to 3-0 tonight. Talk to me about how you're feeling.
Yeah, I feel good. I feel hungry and tired. But most of all, yeah, I'm proud of myself still.
Your opponent in there, that was his debut. You know, quite a achievement on his part to step in with someone who's 2-0. What did you make of him as an opponent?
Yeah, I thought it was good. He had good movement. Yeah, he moved quite well. And good sense of distance. So, but yeah, it made it difficult for me. But yeah, we're good overall.
Overall, you got that win, and that's the most important thing. You often refer to your style as come forward, very aggressive and ready to pounce when the moment presents itself. How did that style play out for you tonight?
Yeah, I was being patient. And then when I did see the opportunity, I thought I got some good shots in. I think that maybe I should have mixed it up a bit more. But other than that, yeah, it worked out the way it's supposed to.
And what was some of the advice that your corner was giving to you in terms of making those adjustments between the rounds?
Pretty much what was giving me problems was my distance. So my team was saying to me that I've got edge in, get a bit closer, and once I see that he's within range, then go for the shot.
When we last spoke to you, you were out in November, you got the victory over Robbie Chapman. When we spoke to you, you said that 2026 for you was the year where you want to get as much experience as possible. How does it feel kind of starting the year off strong with this, and when can we expect to see you back in action?
Hopefully as soon as possible. But yeah, most of all, like it's a good start just to get the cobwebs out of my system, and then yeah, from then on, I'll just keep improving and getting better and better. That's the aim.
Well, hopefully a really, really big year for you. Congratulations on your third victory tonight.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Hrynkiewicz and I'm a professional boxing ring announcer. I'm 39 years old, will be 40 in May. I'm a very active gym goer and a dietitian and nutritionist. And I'd like to mention about Zaply T1, which is all natural made, natural supplements of testosterone. It helps with recovery and helps with fatigue and tiredness. And because it's all natural, pro athletes can use it in sporting and stuff like that. And also it's helped me change my game in the gym. It's helped me recover quicker, which helps me to train harder and to push harder to get those gains. So this, with a balanced workout plan and balanced nutrition, you can't go wrong. So Zaply T1 testosterone, all natural. I recommend it. It's changed my life, I'll tell you that.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our next bout of the evening, scheduled for 3-minute rounds in the super middleweight division. Please welcome to the ring, Robbie Chapman.
Well, the captain caretaker, Robbie Chapman, is here again to put another young prospect to the test. Last week he joined us at the commentary table. He's a tough journeyman, an absolute gentleman, and who knows, maybe he's got a future in media.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent to the ring, Daryion Davids-Bennett.
Daryion Davids-Bennett, the amateur boxer turned professional. He's here for the first time in his professional career. This will be a 4-round contest in the super middleweight division against a tough journeyman in Robbie Chapman.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout scheduled for 4 3-minute rounds in the super middleweight division. This bout is brought to you by Mark Neilson of Neilson Boxing in association with John Trethewey of TM14 Promotions and proudly sponsored by Zaply and Gladius. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Your area representative, Chaz Coakley. Your timekeeper at the bell, John Smith. And your third person in charge of the action in the ring, referee Bernard Oyens. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner, he is wearing the green and silver. His official weight of 171.9 pounds. He is a veteran of 89 fights, hailing from Camden Town, London, England, United Kingdom. Introducing the Camden caretaker, Robbie Chapman. His opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner. He is wearing the all black. His official weight of 169 pounds, bang on. And tonight, he is making his professional debut, hailing from Woking, London, England's United Kingdom. Introducing Daryion Davids-Bennett!
Stay professional at all times, and most of all, protect yourself at all times. Shake hands. Good luck to both of you.
Seconds out, round 1.
This is round 1 of a 4-round contest in the super middleweight division between Daryion Davids-Bennett and Robbie Chapman of Camden. Davids-Bennett has a lot of support in the York Hall this evening as he makes his debut against Robbie Chapman, who is fighting out of the southpaw stance.
Yep, Chapman is a very big character. Knows his way around the ring, that is for sure. And he's going to give Bennett an entertaining debut here. Bennett boxing out the southpaw style, holding centre of the ring. Nice work there, but good defence as well from Robbie Chapman.
Davids-Bennett has had a bit of experience in the amateurs. He was the London Elite finalist in 2023, and a year later he was the Senior Elite quarter-finalist in 2024. You can see his kind of amateur pedigree coming through there in terms of he's quite tidy with his punches, tidy with his footwork, and he's already found his range very early on in this contest, Denzel.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, like you said, he's a very experienced amateur. He's been up the Peacock Gym as well. He's part of the team now. He's been sparring loads of boys. He's done a lot of his work with this camp with George Liddard. He's boxing tonight also. So that's also good quality sparring for, you know, for his debut. So it's all about controlling the nerves tonight. Controlling the nerves and, you know, getting the job done.
Yep, started very well here. Bennett working well, composure's good. Got to be careful of shots like that though. Little cheeky counter punch there from Chapman. Little reminder that he's in this one. Chapman does pull off the victory from time to time. As you mentioned, Prayer, 69 fights, and 13 of those have come by the way of victory. And remember, this guy's always in the away corner. He's the one that's always expected to lose. So if he sees that opportunity, he will take it.
Well, he tucks up so well, and he's just countered with a couple of right hands there to Daryion Davids-Bennett. You know, he's a tough character, is Robbie Chapman, and you're not going to get him out of there easily. We're just coming down to the last 30 seconds of the first round of this 4-round contest in the super middleweight division between Daryion Davids-Bennett and Robbie Chapman of Camden. Davids-Bennett seems to be tracking him around the ring, cutting the ring off.
Yeah, it's been educated pressure from Bennett. It's been nice and composed, taking his time, trying to create the openings, looking for the openings, working the body well, not really getting through with the shots, because that's good defence from Robbie Chapman, but a workman-like round there from Daryion Davids-Bennett. I was impressed with that, nice shot selection, and he'll be pleased to get that round under his belt. Let's see if he can build some sort of momentum off the back of that now.
Well, Denzel, you've seen Davids-Bennett sparring at Peacock. What's that training been like for him, and how important is it for your debut to be able to get the variety of sparring that Davids-Bennett would have got at the Peacock Gym?
I think it's great experience. I mean, you know, you can't really get better than that, sparring with top-level guys. I mean, he sparred with myself. He's been sparring with George Liddard, like I said, he's fighting for that as a British Commonwealth champion, and all the other boys in the gym. So he's all looked after. I've seen him training in the gym. He's put work in, and he's looking forward to this. Like I said, it's just about controlling the nerves now. And now that first round's out of the way, You know, we've seen spurts
Seconds
of his talent
round
come through. Now
two.
the first one's out the way, hopefully he settles in and we get to see more of his talent.
Yeah, let's see if he can build on that first round here. Bennett. It was a good first one, nice steady. Nice and composed, worked well, controlled the ring very, very well. He's making Robbie Chapman work hard on the back foot just by using his feet, pressuring, controlling that space. Shot selection's nice as well. And let's see now if he can be a bit creative and find those openings.
I think he's got himself into a nice rhythm very early, Davids-Bennett. He looks very comfortable in there for somebody who's just making his debut in front of a number of his supporters. And that's pressure, Denzel. Like you were saying, he's really got to control his nerves. I think he's doing a good job.
Yeah, I think he is as well. He's very settled. He's looking for, you know, the target areas. He's trying to go to the body and go back upstairs. Just trying to counter right up there. But I'll be honest, Robbie's not the best person to look good against. So if you do look good against Robbie, you've done pretty well.
Yeah.
Because he can old man you, he knows the way around the ring, he can spoil your work, and he just boxes to his comfortability. If you can really press him and, you know, make him work out of his comfort zone, then you take that as a positive.
Yeah, you get those you get those journeymen, don't you? That, you know, some of them go in there to survive, and you can get off with the shots, but they're just very, very durable. And some of them are awkward and difficult to look good against, and create a frustrating or make a frustrating night for you. And he's that guy, Robbie Chapman. It can be very frustrating boxing him because defensively he's solid. He'll move around the ring. He doesn't stop moving defensively. You know, that shoulder roll and whatnot. It's all quite impressive stuff.
But you know, very occasionally he'll give Davids-Bennett something to think about. He'll roll his shoulder, he'll come over with a right hand, and he'll let Davids-Bennett know he's in there.
Oh yeah, most definitely, he will. So just like we've been saying about the other prospects, Davids-Bennett shouldn't get complacent. Stay focused, stay concentrated. I think he's doing a good job right now. Like I said, look, you know, he knows how to buy time. Robbie Chapman, look, he's been hit low a little bit, but he knows how to kill your work, kill your momentum.
Nick a few seconds, you know what I mean? Have a little breather, you know what it's like. It's always nice, isn't it? It's always nice.
Well, he'll probably be out again in a couple of weeks, you know, he doesn't want to burn out too quickly.
I think if he had his choice, he'd be out again tonight. That is for sure. He's one of those guys, he's a big character. And this is like, you know, for them, it's all about, you know, surviving, you know, getting through the rounds unscathed, no injuries, so they can box again next week and the week after, because that's how they earn their money. You know, they're the backbone of boxing. That's, you know, this how these talents like Daryion, Davids-Bennett, you know, these how these guys develop. They're the stars of tomorrow, the champions of tomorrow. But you have to go through guys like this to pick up the experience.
Yeah, most definitely. And then a lot of these guys, look, he just found some good shots. He was looking for some good shots at least. He just threw that left to the midsection, you know, kind of caught the gloves of Chapman, but, you know, he's coming back with combinations. He's not... There we go, good backhand.
That was a great backhand because he set the trap downstairs and then whipped it over the top. And this is good work, best work in the contest so far there from Davids-Bennett. He just, the last 10 seconds or so was very impressive, and Robbie Chapman just complaining at the end there is always not a good sign for the journeyman when he starts complaining about something going in.
You know they've got their work cut out when he starts complaining. And like I said, it's hard to look good against these guys, but those are the signs that you're making them work out of their comfort zone. He's complaining about low blows back of the heads, but if boxing shots land where they land, and it all depends on your movement. He moves a lot. It's hard to find a target area, and he's just throwing. So when they start complaining, you know you're in their head.
What we can see as the rounds of, you know, in the first round, Davids-Bennett, it was tough to find his opening right towards the end of that second round. Spencer, he was starting to find his opening. He was starting to land those shots nice and clean. Be interesting to see how he's going on in the next couple of rounds.
Well, what it is, Prayer, is when you have that professional debut, it's totally different to whatever you've been through in the amateur ring. You know, it's totally different. You feel the air, as Denzel said, on your body. The head guards are gone. You know, your gloves, the hands are wrapped up totally different. So it's a new experience. It takes a little bit of adjusting, a little bit of getting used to. And I think that Bennett sort of like shook that off, that rust off, and he's got in there. And he's just started picking it up on that last 10 seconds or so. And you go, let's build on that momentum now, because stylistically he looks great. Southpaw style, shot selection's brilliant. You know, he takes his time, very calculated, cool, calm. There's a lot to like about Bennett, for sure.
And he does. He looks really, really composed and in complete control as we go into the first 30 seconds of the round 3, in this 4-round contest in the super middleweight division between Daryion Davids-Bennett and Robbie Chapman.
Chapman just trying to play him around a little bit there, Dens, just playing, it's like mind games, just trying to break the rhythm there.
Yeah, bad time and everything, but just like Priya said earlier, every now and then he gives you something to think about. This it there, he's throwing little right hands to the body, and then he goes off dancing again and trying to give Davids-Bennett, something to think about and not just come straight forward. But that's where he's got to stay, focused and keep his head in the game.
He's solid, defensively solid though, isn't he, Chapman?
Yeah.
You look at him, the elbows are tucked tight, chin's tucked down, there's a solid look around his frame.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? One of those guys that you look at and you go, that's going to take some breaking down now. Over 4 rounds, you're just chipping away and you're waiting for that old tree to fall, but it ain't falling after 4 rounds. That's one of them you can unravel in 12 rounds, you get into him, you can break the spirit, but in 4 rounds...
In 4 rounds, you ain't got a chance.
Nah, man, it's like dropping the chi down with your hand, isn't it? It's not going to happen. You need a saw or an axe or something.
Most definitely.
A bit of showboating there from Robbie Chapman a few seconds ago. He enjoys the sport, this is his 90th professional contest as a journeyman, and he knows his way around the ring. This is just another night's work for him, but Davids-Bennett is putting his punches together well, just like you said. He's starting to find his openings, Denzel, and this is really important. We're going into the final minute of the penultimate round of this 4-round contest, and when it's only 4 rounds, they go quick.
Yeah, this is a sprint. It's it's one of those ones in a boxing ring. 4 rounds is not a lot of time. You have a disastrous first round, you go down, anything like that, and you've really got a battle to get the victory. So, it's so important that you win every round and win them comfortably. Davids-Bennett has been doing that. It's been very, very workmanlike. Everything looks good. I like it, the balance. Everything looks solid. But he's got a tough debut here against Robbie Chapman, because this guy, he's not easy to break and he's not easy to look good against.
Yeah, no, literally, you're right. Like you said, you need longer rounds. I mean, even if he had at least a 6-rounder, but I know it's his debut, but even in 6 rounds, maybe you might see a little crack. But for 4 rounds, Chapman, he's too long in the game to fall for anything. But I think Davids-Bennett has looked as good as he can for what he has in front of him.
It's a bit scrappy there towards the end of the 3rd round of this 4-round contest in the super middleweight division between Daryion Davids-Bennett and Robbie Chapman. It's been entertaining. Davids-Bennett has really shown the level of skill that he has against a tough journeyman like Robbie Chapman. There's already a baptism of fire into the professional ranks for him, Spencer.
Yeah, he has. He's looked in complete control. Daryion Davids-Bennett, he's controlled the centre of the ring well. Shot selection's been good, and as I said, Robbie Chapman is that guy that is very tough to beat. Denzel was saying over 6 rounds you might have more of a chance of cracking him, even possibly 8. I think this guy you need 12 rounds against. You got to break him down, chip away, like some of them to steal their soul, to steal their heart, or to break the defence. You need longer to wear them down. There's a lot more to this game than what people might see. People that are not boxing or watching it on the telly and all that. There's so much more to the game, so many more layers to the game than people realise. To sort of different styles, different, to break different styles down and everything else. It's not easy. And this guy's like, I just compare him to a solid tree. Like, if you're looking at trees, I'm going to call him an oak tree. He's one of those. He's not a willow tree. He's not like, you know what I mean? He's not moving around and all that. He's just solid, mate.
Yeah, I mean...
Really solid. He just caught Davids-Bennett there on the side of the temple with a left hand. But Spencer, like you were saying, Chapman's a solid guy to have your debut against. This is his 90th contest. He's only ever lost 2 by way of knockout in 89 fights. It says it all. Defensively, he's so tight. Davids-Bennett has had a challenge on his hand to find his openings this evening. But this will be fantastic experience for him. And that's the shot that he was looking for.
That was the great work we're talking about there. Where that was calculated, that counter puncher where Chapman threw the body shot and he whipped it. The timing was like, a split second later he's let that left hook go, and that's the difference there. That's how you break people like Chapman. You got to catch him unaware, because otherwise he's going to take shots like this all the time. He's just going to soak them up. It's the shots that he's not expecting. Throw punches when he punches.
The thing is, I think Davids-Bennett has looked good tonight, but he's going to be hard on himself thinking he could have done better. But you got to understand, you got a man in Robbie Chapman. whose whole game plan today is to make you not look good.
Yeah, it's not about victory.
Yeah.
He don't care for the victory. If you look at the record, he don't care about the victory. It's a moral victory to
100%.
him. If you look bad and have a stinker,
100%.
you go, because he's going to be in his head for the rest of his life, not just his career, his life.
He's talking to
you know
him
what I mean?
as well, but I think Bennett looks good tonight. I mean, he's letting these shots go. He's showed a good shot selection, landed a few good backhand. That was a good jab there he's landed as well.
Well, it's
But
like,
look, Chapman's still talking to him.
well, it's like you were saying earlier, Denzel. If you can look good against someone like Robbie Chapman, that's a good night's work for you.
100%. 100%.
And the reality of that is, out of the 89 fights he's had, probably 3 or 4 of them will look good. And the other ones are gone, I want to forget that quicker than the fight will happen. You know what I mean? It's one of those ones. You come out there and it's a frustrating night. I've had them myself, where you go in there and you go, I want to forget about that very, very quickly.
Definitely.
Well, we're just coming down towards the final 30 seconds of this 4-round contest. We are in the final round. Robbie Chapman has given Davids-Bennett a tough old night on his debut here at York Hall, but Davids-Bennett has put his shots together beautifully and landed a nice clean uppercut through the middle there on Robbie Chapman, and those openings have not come easy.
No, that was good work there from Bennett. But I said, when you're going through the gears, going through the tempo, that's when he really looks good, and that's what he's done there. 4 rounds was always going to be difficult against Chapman. It's a fight that he's dominated from the opening bell, but you can see the skill set that he's got there. This is a kid to keep your eye on for sure. Daryion, Davids-Bennett is going to be one for the future. Really looking forward to that. Great addition to the super middleweight division, but a frustrating night then, Denzel.
I'm looking at his face now and he's not pleased with his performance, and I knew that was coming. Because he worked so hard for this moment. He wanted to really shine, but like we've been saying, I mean, Chapman's hard to really look good against, and I personally think he looked good against Chapman.
Listen, that's what I'm saying. When you're weighing it up and you don't know, if you're looking, that's what I said to you, the people that maybe look good against him are 3 or 4 people. So comparing him to the other fighters, that was a good night's work, because it was workmanlike. He didn't get frustrated. He was throwing the shots. Yeah, he went through the gears a couple of times. If you're going to be hypercritical, you go, I could have seen a little bit more. If you wanted to impress a bit more, maybe go through the gears a little bit more. You know, turn it on, turn the screw just a bit more. But if he didn't, it's still a great performance.
No, 100%. And I think also what he can take from this is the fact that Robbie Chapman sometimes, when he finds who he's in there with isn't up to a certain level, he will test them a little bit. He will try and throw some shots together and make them work and make them think. He couldn't really do that tonight. He couldn't do that against Davids-Bennett. So, I mean, those of us that know the game and know Robbie Chapman and know what he's about, we can see the qualities we've seen in Davids-Bennett tonight. But those who don't, and him himself, he's going to think, I could have done better.
Referee scores the bout 40 to 36. And your winner, Daryion Davids-Bennett.
Well, there was absolutely no question about that result for Daryion Davids-Bennett, who put on a fantastic performance this evening against a tough journeyman in Robbie Chapman. Chapman did not make it easy for him, and he's had a baptism of fire into the professional ranks of boxing. He looked slightly demoralised at the end of that fight, but he done himself proud, he's done his team proud, and like Denzel said, if you could look good against Robbie Chapman, you've done a good night's work.
Daryion, congratulations on your debut. That was such a strong, powerful performance. How are you feeling?
I feel great. I've had 2 years out the ring, but it feels good to get the rust off with this one right here.
Two years is a long time, but I assume that your amateur pedigree, all the experience that you've had, really played a part in the performance that you gave tonight.
Yeah, of course. I only had about 40, but it definitely helped in there, for sure.
And what did you make of Robbie Chapman? Obviously, he's a veteran of the game. He's been in there. He obviously did a lot in the amateurs as well. And it seemed like that was quite a stars make fights kind of performance.
Yeah, I heard about him from the peers in the gym. I heard he's very durable and, yeah, he's very tough. Nice guy.
Listen, those 4 rounds, they're learning rounds. It's your debut. You only get one of them. What were some of the thoughts and feelings you had before you made that ring walk?
To be honest, I never used to really get nervous in the amateurs, but I've got about 85 people here come to support me, so there was a bit more nerves today for sure.
It's a lot of pressure to have people coming out to support you, but obviously you're in a really great gym, huge support around you, so much talent as well in the gym. How much does that play a part in the journey?
Yeah, a lot. I've just joined Peacock and it's like, listen, everyone around me, great fighters, so it's only going to level me up, and yeah, for sure.
85 people in the building supporting you tonight. Give us a little message for those guys.
Well, listen, thank you to everyone who spent their hard-earned cash to come watch me today. It doesn't go unnoticed. I love you all. And I want to dedicate this win to Sheriff Lawal, who done his debut and never made it home to his family that day. So RIP to him.
Beautiful words, beautiful message and beautiful sentiment. When can we expect to see you back in action?
Surely within the next couple months. I'm fit as. I've been getting world-class sparring at the Peacock and down the Matchroom. So, yeah.
The future is bright for Daryion. Congratulations again on your win.
Thank you so much. Love everyone.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, time for our next bout of the evening, scheduled 6 3-minute rounds in the super middleweight division. Please welcome to the ring, Jose Aguirre.
Well, the 36-year-old Costa Rican fighter Jose El Perro Aguirre is here to give Adrian Redmond a tough night as he enters the ring for the... Oh, sorry.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent to the ring, Adrian Redmond.
Well, Adrian Redmond, inspired by the Rocky movies as a child, and now he's creating his own big moments here at York Hall under the incredible guidance of former British and Commonwealth champion Kevin Mitchell. He's undefeated in his 9th fight so far and no doubt looking to go 10-0 this evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds in the super middleweight division. This bout is brought to you by Mark Neilson of Neilson Boxing in association with John Trethui of TM14 Promotions and proudly sponsored by Zapply and Gladius. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Your area representative, Chaz Coakley. Your timekeeper at the bell, John Smith, and your third man in charge of the action in the ring, referee Sean McAvoy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner, he is wearing the all black. His official weight of 169 pounds bang on. He is a veteran of 25 fights, hailing from Costa Rica, introducing Jose Aguirre. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner. He is wearing the all yellow. His official weight of 166.6 pounds. He is currently undefeated with 9 fights, 1 draw, 8 wins, and 1 of those wins coming by way of knockout. Hailing from Harlesden, London, England, United Kingdom, introducing Adrian the Ruler Redmond.
Okay, lads, 6-round contest. Keep it clean at all times, keep yourself protected at all times. Touch gloves, here we go. Good luck, lads.
Seconds out, round 1.
A warm welcome to you if you have just joined us. We are just four fights away from the main event of the evening between Andrei Dascalu and Carlos Mena, who will be competing for the WBC International Silver Championship belt this evening. This is round 1 in the meantime of a 6-round contest in the super middleweight division between Adrian Redmond and Jose Aguirre of Costa Rica.
Yep, Redmond, the taller of the two, taking centre of the ring early in this contest, undefeated in 9 contests, looking to go 10-0 here against a very tough guy in Jose Aguirre, 36 years of age, only won 2 out of his 25 contests, but it's tough and knows how to survive. So I guess this is not whether Redmond's going to win this contest, but how he wins this contest.
Well, he's asserted himself very well behind the jab quite early on, as Redmond Denzel. I mean, he's going to certainly find a few openings behind that one.
Yeah, he set the jab really well, but like Spence was saying, it's how you win this one. And I think that's really important in fights like this. I mean, you have these guys in front of you and you can get kind of, complacent and think, okay, it's a walkover, I'm going to win, but you have to look good winning it in order to move forward. It's not a question of if you can win. It's just how, and you want to look good every time you're against, guys like this. And
that's a great point that you make there, Denzel. That it's not how you win this one, because he's expected to win this one, Redmond. And Acquire is that guy that is very tough, very durable. So it's about being creative against these guys, setting traps, creating openings, and showing that you're above that level. He's going to get the victory here because. Aguirre is that guy that comes to fight and to give you problems, make you look bad. That's a moral victory for him. Yeah. But for Redmond here, this is about, right, come on, mate, do the job, man. Let people leave the York Hall Bethnal Green tonight and go, did you see that, Redmond? That was a great performance.
Yeah, no, most definitely. And I think I'm right in saying the last time I saw him out here anyway, he left with a draw.
He did against Tom Ramsden back in October last year. He drew against him. And again, that was... I think it was a bit of a surprise decision for us at the commentary table that night for Redmond. We didn't quite expect a draw there, but, he's a slick operator, Redmond. He's had plenty of experience in the sport. He took up boxing at the age of 21. He's now 35. And like Spencer said, he's won all 9 of his professional contests so far, apart from 1 draw.
Yeah, well, now is the time to deliver at 35 years of age. It's time to get a move on. You're coming off the back of the draw. Then that's the kick up the backside you need to say, listen, like whatever you're doing in the ring, if you've got a little bit complacent, whatever you're doing in the gym, it's time to turn it up. Most definitely. Because time is not on your side, and if you're going to do it, you're going to do it now.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. And I think coming off that draw, he's out here with a point to prove, because I think I'm right in saying we all thought he won that fight.
We did. We did. We were quite shocked at the commentary table that night. I remember it well. We thought Redmond had won it quite reasonably convincingly, but it ended up being a draw. We don't always see what the judges see, but I thought that was a solid start in the first round of this 6-round contest, Spencer.
Yeah, totally agree. It was a good start there from Adrian Redmond. He done what he had to do. He went out there, landed a couple of good shots, got through with a couple of nice right hooks as well. But Jose Aguirre is one of those guys that is very durable. He's going to take that. You've got to do something. You got to do something slightly different. These guys are built like that, where they know the 1-2 is coming. They know the 1-2 hook cross is coming as well. But they don't know when you take half a step back, come again, be creative, throw an uppercut from a different angle.
Corners 10-7.
Let's show you a little bit more to your game.
Seconds out, round 2.
Well, it's been an entertaining night here at York Hall with Neilson Boxing and TM14 Promotions, proudly sponsored by Zapply. We are live on TalkSport, and we're in the second round of this 6-round contest in the super middleweight division fight between Adrian Redmond and Jose Aguirre. Denzel, those jabs have landed nice and clean through the guard of Jose Aguirre.
Yeah, he's landing them to the head and the body. He's put some nice jabs, some good 1-2s, and he's putting his shots together well tonight. He's throwing some nice jabs and whipping the right hand down the body, throwing 1-2s over the top. Defense is nice and tight. He's looked good so far in his first 2 rounds to me.
Yeah, Aguirre there, pushing forward, falling short of a shot, and that's where Redmond needs to make him pay. That's what he needs to do, to take half a step back out, make him miss, make him pay, because that's how you create the openings. Because if you look at Aguirre here, pushing forward, hands held high. This is what he's used to. This is where he's comfortable, with the head on the chest, because he's not in trouble there.
And Aiyegbusi is not going to make it an easy night. We've seen a couple of signs where he's just tried to rough Redmond up and kind of break his rhythm and break his style a little bit. And, you know, like you said, Spencer, he's comfortable with his head on Redmond's chest.
Yeah, absolutely, because he's not in the danger zone there like that. He's covering up. He's using his lack of height to his advantage. You know, me and Denzel Bentley commented on that when we saw him in the corner. Like, he don't look like no super middleweight.
Yeah.
He looks like, you know, he looks more like a super feather, but, you know, he uses that lack of height to his advantage here, and it's for Redmond to show us that he's got a little something else. Switch the attacks to the body, whip the uppercut short on the inside, create the openings.
I think Redmond's hurt him with a few counters, but I don't think he's realised. When he has Redmond on the rope, Redmond throws a nice little hook or right hand, and I think about 3 times he's hurt Aiyegbusi.
Just like you said, that nice uppercut through the middle there, Spencer. He must have hurt you.
Yeah, let's hope so. Let's hope so, because that's what's required against someone like Aiyegbusi, where you're just there. Look, the shots are there. He's standing square on. The hands are up. They're covered for the hooks. He knows that. Switch the attacks through the middle. Take your back foot round the side to create the opening. Whip the left hook through the middle and up the middle. You know, that's all about creating angles. There you see him. As Aiyegbusi threw the shot, he countered at the same time, landed the left hook. And that's what it is. Build on that.
About 30 seconds left of the second round in the 6th round contest between Adrian Redmond and Jose Aiyegbusi in the super middleweight division. Redmond's found his range reasonably well, but Aiyegbusi has shown signs of him trying to rough Redmond up and break his rhythm. And so the last 10 seconds of the second round here, Redmond's done well to keep Aiyegbusi at the end of his jab for the most part, but Aiyegbusi will keep coming and try and sit on his chest, Spencer.
Yep, that's his game. That's where he's comfortable. You know, he's showing that he's not just a punch bag here. He's going to throw some shots. He's going to try and get something out of this contest. But Adrian Redmond controlling those first 2 rounds, working well. The jab worked well for him in that second round. He was spitting through the guard of Aiyegbusi. And there we see the switching the attacks to the body. He's just looking for the opening there, and that's where I'm saying he needs to kick his back foot round the outside, create the openings, and the openings will be there through the middle then when you throw the left hook up the body and up the middle. Step around to the right hand side and whip the left hooks in. That's how you break the guard. Punching on the break there as well was very, very good.
Corners, 10 seconds. Seconds out for round 3.
Well, we're just approaching the halfway mark of this 6th round contest in the super middleweight division between Adrian Redmond and Jose Aiyegbusi. If you've just joined us, we are live on TalkSport with Neilson Boxing in association with TM14 Promotions, with our proud sponsors Zaply, ahead of the main event of the evening between Andrei Dascalu and Carlos Mena for the International Silver Championship belt. Redmond has made a good start in this contest, Denzel. He's found his range with his jab, but, you know, Jose Aiyegbusi is not looking to make this an easy night for him.
He's not. Aguero's just coming back, trying to get his head in his chest and ripping the body of Redmond. But Redmond's thrown a nice solid jab. He is moving well. I think he's boxing well, to be honest, but Aguero's just not letting him have an easy night in there. He's not letting him have all his own way.
Yep, totally agree with that. The tough South Americans, they just keep coming. They're very tough to crack, very tough to break. And he's doing what he's set out to do here, Aiyegbusi. He's walking forward, he's staying out of trouble, he's making things difficult for Redmond. I agree with Denzel, actually, that Redmond's doing well here, boxing well, he's trying different things. You're seeing a little bit of creativity coming from him, which is always important. He's not panicking, look, just staying nice and relaxed on the ropes. Now what he's trying to do here is get Aiyegbusi to throw a punch and create the opportunity. So he's sitting there, he's playing what they call rope-a-dope, sitting there and just trying to look for that opportunity to come, just being patient. And that's important, that's good boxing IQ.
Redmond was finding some good body shots off the ropes as well. But Aguero's just not phased.
Well, we're just over halfway through round 3 of this 6th round contest, and Like Denzel said, Redmond's found his range. He's doing well against Jose Aguirre. Aguirre's not letting up though, but Denzel, how important is it to get some of these tough fights early in your career before you start going for the big titles?
Oh, it's very important, man. It gives you a good reality about the game. I mean, not every fight's going to be a walk in the park. You need these tough fights, even ones that you're meant to win. You know, someone needs to just throw back at you, give you a bit of pressure, make you know how you feel under pressure, under the lights. You know what I'm saying? So not everything's meant to be just fun and games. So Aguero's giving him the pressure that he needs, but isn't winning around, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. He's enjoying it in there as well, Aguirre. Look, if you look at him, he's like up on his toes, he's bouncing, he's smiling. He's just one of them opponents you think like, that can steal your soul. Do you know that? When you hit a guy and you hit him with a clean shot, in the back of your mind you're going, that must have hurt him. And then he smiles at you, and it's sort of like it takes something from you. Do you know what I mean? It's like someone's hit you with a combination or something. You just go, stop smiling, mate. Like you know when you land a shot and you think that must have hurt.
That must have hurt, and they just smile at you.
I'm not doubting my own power. That must have hurt. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. We're in the last few seconds of the third round of this contest. Adrian Redmond landed a good few solid shots straight down the pipe on the chin of Jose Aguirre. But like you said, Spencer, it's got to be slightly soul-destroying if Jose Aguirre is still coming back, still smiling in your face. And I think Redmond's doing incredibly well to keep his composure in there.
Absolutely, you know, it can be frustrating, soul-destroying, as I said, but Jose Aguirre is sitting just feet away from us in the corner, and he doesn't even look like he's done a round yet. You know, he's been taking some big shots, he took some uppercuts, body shots. Just another day at the office. He's actually enjoying it. You know, someone that enjoys their job. You see them, you go, you look happy in life, you look happy in your job. This guy's a journeyman, they're not meant to enjoy their job. It's a tough way to earn a living. It's like he's having a party up there right now. He's loving life.
He is loving it, he is loving it, and I think the harder it is, the more he enjoys it.
Seconds out.
He's eating some shots and he's like, come on, and he wants to feel punishment.
Yeah, there's something very kinky about that, mate. You know what I mean? That's a whole other conversation, that.
That's for a different streaming service, Spencer. Keep it clean on TalkSport, my friend. But
absolutely, it's just like, you know, everybody's got a different pain threshold. Yeah. And some people enjoy it more than others.
Yeah, definitely.
This guy really enjoys it.
Really enjoys it.
Probably a better way of putting it.
Yeah.
Pain thresholds. Let's stick with that. We're in round 4 of this 6-round contest in the super middleweight division between Adrian Redmond and Jose Aguirre of Costa Rica. There's been some blows traded early on in this round, Spencer.
Yeah, there has. Aguirre's pushing forward. He's, like I say, he's enjoying himself in there, but that's taking nothing away from Adrian Redmond, who's really picking the holes in his defence here. He's whipping the shots underneath to the body, landing the shots as well, going through with some lovely short uppercuts. Nothing wrong with Adrian Redmond's work here. He's doing everything he should be doing. He's just in with a very teak-tough opponent at the moment that just won't break.
Just a skimming left hook off the temple of Jose Aguirre from Adrian Redmond. If he was just a couple of inches closer, that might have actually done some damage, but a clean right hand straight down the pipe there from Redmond.
Yeah, through that lovely angle as well. He was timing, precision was brilliant there. He just whipped it. It was like sort of a straight right hand that went up. He never even had time to turn the hand. So this guy's got a good boxing IQ, Redmond, for sure.
And
I'm impressed with what I see.
And he'll take the shot onto he'll literally counter punch him with that right hand. He's now found that opening and he'll whip it in straight down the middle from close range.
Yeah, I think this is an improvement from his last performance against Tom Ramsden, where he got the draw. We all thought he was very unlucky to get the draw, but it's an improvement on that. You know, when you talk about that, sometimes that can be the kick up the backside a fighter needs. He seems to have done that. It's worked for him because this has been a solid performance by Redmond so far.
Yeah, it's been a really good performance, man. A good shot selection, them counters. He's just taking the shots off the shoulder and come back with the right hand, whether it's straight or through the middle and an uppercut. He's found some good body shots and he's shown a good variety to his game. And yeah, it's a Nashville showcase performance, especially with a tough guy in front of him that's making him fight.
Well, we're almost down to the final 30 seconds in round 4 of this 6-round contest. Adrian Redmond, I think, has shown some variation in his punch power in this round as well, Spencer. He's kind of gone, not everything's been hard and snappy. He's kind of setting them up between some lighter peppering shots as well. What do you think?
Yeah, Prayer, you nailed it there. It's variation, and that's exactly what it is. You know, it's nice. There's a nice relaxed movement around his work, the fluidity that you talk about that he's got there, switching the shots to body and head very well, you know, working the angles well. I've been impressed with this performance, if I'm totally honest, because, you know, it can be a frustrating night when you've got an opponent keep coming at you, smiling at you. You're whacking him down the middle, straight down the pipe with that right hand, hitting him up the rib cage as well, underneath the elbows, and the guy's smiling at you. You go, you're not meant to be smiling at me, mate. You're meant to be wincing at me, but he's not wincing, you know what I mean? So they can be tough guys sometimes.
Well, it's been a fantastic night of boxing so far. Ahead of our main event of the evening, we're just coming up to round 5 of this 6-round contest, Denzel. And like we were saying before, Adrian Redmond has displayed some real skill in there this evening against a tough, durable Jose Aguirre of Costa Rica. And we're about to go into the penultimate round of this contest. But Denzel, talk us through the replay.
Bonus 10
You see that lovely
seconds.
shot from Redmond. He popped it out twice. Moved the way he came off the ropes as well. He just palmed his opponent's arms and just, you know, directed himself to the release and came with a nice double jab. I mean, listen, like Spence was saying, that is good IQ.
And that's exactly what we're expecting to see in the final 2 rounds of this 6-round contest from Adrian Redmond. He's had a tough old night of it so far, but this has been nothing less than entertaining. But beautiful jab there coming through, straight down the middle, lined up a right hand that landed clean on the chin of Jose Aguirre, but Aguirre keeps coming, Spencer.
Yep, absolutely. Look, he's still there, Aguirre. He's enjoying himself in there. You know, these are good opponents for development, you know, because he's just going to keep coming. He's going to, like, he's testing his character here as well, Redmond, because we know he's got all the boxing moves and the skills, and, you know, he's showing great boxing IQ. He's showing good character here as well, because he's landing some big shots. He's not getting phased at all. He's sticking to the game plan, and that's important against someone as stubborn as Jose Aguirre.
But when you look at the angle of from where he lands these shots, they're very awkward angles, like he's coming between the elbow and the wrist and landing on the chin of Aguirre is Redmond, and that, just like Denzel and you both were saying about the IQ that Redmond has in the ring this evening.
Yeah, just picking the holes in his opponent. Aguirre is one of them guys that, you know, he comes with a losing record, very, very tough, but he puts up a fight. And what I like about Redmond is trying loads of different stuff, you know, and that's what I'm talking about. He's at the stage of his career, he's having his 10th fight, so it's still very much the apprenticeship stage that he's on. These are the fights that you learn from and develop you for the bigger nights, you know, for the Denzel Bentley nights, if you like. And he's got one massive one coming up on the 4th of April. A big fight for the WBO interim middleweight title. Great opportunity for you there, Denzel. We've got to get into that fight, by the way. As soon as we've seen this old stubborn Jose Aguirre in there against Adrian Redmond, we must talk about that fight. But I'm impressed with his performance tonight.
Yeah, so am I. I think Redmond's movement has been underrated as well. I think his movement's been quality also. Defense has been good. The jab has been amazing, and the right hands, I mean, they've been pinpoint. Just as you're saying, Aguirre, you know, a tough South American. I mean, he's making me think about my next opponent, who's also South American, and I'm getting a taste of how tough these guys are.
Well, there you go. There's a boxing lesson here for you tonight, Denzel, as we approach the 30 seconds left of round 5 of this 6-round contest. Redmond's landed some real quality shots in this round, Spencer, but nothing is stopping Aguirre coming forward, soaking up those shots, giving shots back. He's given Redmond something to think about tonight.
He is, and Denzel hit the nail on the head now. Now I know why he's here. It's this old South Americans. He wants a little flavour of it early, you know. He's in fight mode right now. He's in the gym, he's scouting, he's looking at, like, he's not looking at the style here, but he's looking more at, like, see how psychologically that he's looking at that side of things, how tough these guys are. Do they break? How do they break? It's just like, but it's true though, on a serious note, these guys are tough. That's where they come from. Like, if you look historically at, you know, the greatest pound fighters ever, they're South American. They come from that part of the world because they're brought up tough. This is the easy part for them. Yeah. You know, Denzel Bentley's got his opportunity on the 4th of April on that huge card. Derek Chisora and Deontay Wilder, and you've got Conor Benn on there against Regis Prograis, yourself in this WBO interim fight. And what an opportunity, man. You know, at that level, you had it before, you fell short for the WBO world title, and now you're effectively getting the opportunity again. But it's going to be tough.
Yeah, no, 100%, and it should be tough. I mean, these are achievements that you live for, And if it was easy, I wouldn't appreciate it. So I'm happy it's been tough, and
Corners,
it's going to make me go in there and really
seconds.
have to dig deep and want this. Like you said, I had it the first time, but the first time round, I just got picked as an opponent in the rankings. Now I've earned my shot. I fought my way back into the rankings and become the mandatory, opponent for this moment, and I'm just relishing it, to be honest. I can't wait.
Yeah, massive night we've got there. April the 4th, and that is live and exclusive on TalkSport, and also on the TalkSport Boxing YouTube channel tonight. We have Championship Boxing from the York Hall Bethnal Green, the home of boxing, where champions are made, the champions of tomorrow. And are we going to see some of those tonight? And are we watching one now? Adrian Redmond, the undefeated Adrian Redmond, against a tough South American, but doing a great job at the moment.
Absolutely. I mean, Bogyere, we've said it before, I feel like I'm repeating myself, but he has not made this easy for Redmond at all. He's tested him in a way that he perhaps needs testing, but Redmond keeps coming back with those clean, straight shots straight down the pipe of Jose Bogyere.
Bogyere just tried to pull it on him there, and I like what Redmond done there. He just turned it around and said, don't try and take liberties, mate, and then just put it back on him and put him back in his lane. And that was a good thing to do, because Bogyere is like, they're the guys that you can't give any momentum to, because if they grow in momentum, if they grow in stature, they're very difficult guys to beat.
There's a beautiful right uppercut that just landed straight up the middle there on the chin of Jose Bogyere from Redmond. He set it up nicely behind the straight shot, and now he's targeting the body. The variation in Redmond's punches and movement has been absolutely outstanding tonight, Denzel.
Yeah, it has been. It has been. I mean, I can only credit him for the way he's boxed tonight. I mean, let's just hope in the last round he doesn't slip concentration and get caught with anything heavy, because Bogyere is still swinging him in.
Well, he's stuck to the game plan so far. I mean, we're about halfway through the final round of this contest in the super middleweight division, and Adrian Redmond has stuck to the game plan. He's stayed sensible. He hasn't taken any silly risks or anything, and he's boxed incredibly well tonight against an incredibly tough opponent, Spencer.
Yeah, he has. He has. He's shown a lot of character in there, and I like that. You know, he's a very, very tough opponent. These are the guys that you need to go through to get yourself prepared for that next level. So this is a good stepping stone for him, and he's come through with flying colours. It's been impressive. 50 seconds to go. Have to stay switched on. You know, anything can happen in these fights, but so far so good.
Those body shots are landing so clean and stinging from Adrian Redmond onto Jose Bogyere. But like you said, Spencer, Jose Bogyere comes from a tough part of the world, and this is probably the easiest part of his life.
This is the breeze in the park. This is the bit that he's actually enjoying. We've seen him sitting up there in the corner. The guy's smiling. He gets hit with a body shot and smiles. He gets hit clean with a big uppercut, smiles. You know, that's what they do. You know, that's their life. And he's just had a good night there. It's a good night at the office. All right, he's lost, but he's lost 23 of his other contests as well, with only 2 victories. So it's a moral victory for him. If he is a final belt, he's given a good prospect, a good workout, and Adrian Redmond wins every round on my scorecard.
Well, that was a lovely finish to the round, to the final round from Adrian Redmond. His feet came alive and that loosened up, and it was lovely to see him just relax and enjoy the final moments. You know, this is looking like he's going to get the 10th win on his fight record tonight, Spencer.
Yeah, absolutely. Dominated from the opening bell. What was more impressive, though, he showed us a little something. You know, he was showing us variation, angles, shot selection. He was being patient. He wasn't just getting drawn into a fight. Bogyere likes that. That's what he wants. That's his game. But what he was doing there was he was feinting, picking shots, throwing shots to the body, coming over the top. Yeah, very, very impressed.
Well, it's been a sensational night so far with Neilson Boxing and Tier 1 Promotions. With our proud sponsors, Zapply, we've seen the finest prospects in British boxing tonight ahead of the main event of the evening, which will be a super middleweight contest for the WBC International Silver Championship. We'll just go to our MC to make the decision of this fight final.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the referee scorecard. Referee Sean McAvoy scores the bout 59 to 55. And your winner, still undefeated, Adrian the Ruler Redmond. Redman.
Adrian, congratulations on that win. This was your 10th professional contest. Talk me through how you're feeling.
I'm feeling good after every fight because I'm tough on myself. I'm a bit disappointed because I know I can always do more. But I guess that's what journeys are about, constant progress.
In terms of the point that you just made, let's just pick that apart a little bit. You said that you feel that you could always do more. What did you feel like you could have done differently in there?
Threw more punches in bunches, I guess. Yeah, times I caught him with a big shot, I should have pressed on and let my hands go a bit more.
What did you make of Jose? Obviously, he was a worthy competitor. He was durable. He came in there to party with you. What did you make of him?
He was quite physically strong. You can tell he's got the know-how. Like, he's experienced 25 fights. So, yeah, I definitely felt that.
You were last out in October on one of our shows. And prior to that, you were taking quite a long break out of boxing. So it was very much about getting that ring rust off. How does it feel now getting back into the ring?
Yeah, it feels good. Didn't feel as rusty as the last one. So we're just looking to keep the ball rolling.
And obviously you've got a new training team now. You're working under Kevin Mitchell, wealth of experience. How has that setup been for you?
It's good because there's certain attributes that I lack that he excels in. So it was kind of a perfect match.
And word on the street is you're about to compete in a little tournament coming up. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, tournament up in Newcastle. If you guys want to come over, April 11th, so that's under 4 weeks. Yeah, super middleweight tournament. 1 day, 3-4 fights, however many. Yeah.
Sounds really, really exciting. You've brought so many people out here to support you tonight. Loads of people down from the gym are here, really excited to see parts of your journey. Do you have a little message for the guys that have come out?
I appreciate the support. Please continue. I mean, I'm always putting pressure on myself because they're the reason I train extra hard. Obviously, I do it for myself, but I know that they're dedicating their time. They're changing their plans to come and watch me. So the least I can do is show them that respect and always give it 100%.
Listen, it's been such a long time coming. I've been wanting to interview you for ages, right from the gym days until now. So I'm so thrilled for you and looking forward to seeing how you get on in the tournament.
I appreciate it.
Congratulations. I think we're gonna. So, Adrian Redmond.
Yes.
What did you make of it?
I thought he was well tonight. I mean, he showed a lot more to his game considering last time out he got a draw, which I think he won that day anyway. But today he came out, had a tough opponent in front of him. The guy wanted to put his head on his chest and swing, but he was finding some nice counters in there. The movement was good, the jab was on point, and I rate the performance today. I think he done well.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting because oftentimes, you know, particularly with Adrian, obviously I know him back from IQ days, right? And one thing I know about Adrian is he's always so tough on himself.
Yeah.
So it doesn't even matter if he's got a good performance.
Yeah.
He will always start critiquing himself immediately.
I got you.
As someone who boxes yourself, you know, how easy is it to fall into those kind of traps?
I mean, it's easy. I mean, especially like early in your career, you always want to look good, you always want to shine. You know what you can do in the gym, you know what you've done in sparring, and then it comes to the night, you might not do what you've been doing, you know, in camp. But on the night, you get however long you get to showcase what you've been learning for 12 weeks, 8 weeks, however long it's been. You're not going to get anything out. So I've learned now as a fighter to just enjoy the moment. Good performance or whatever, you win, go home and enjoy it, because there's many more nights to come where you may not win, like his last fight. So his last fight was a draw, this fight was a win. Go home and enjoy it.
Yeah.
Go home and enjoy it. Don't be too harsh on yourself. After a while, when you get back to the gym, you can watch it back and go back and work on what you feel like you need to work on. But other than that, just enjoy it, man.
I think that comes with a lot of experience, though, kind of getting into that mindset. That comes with the experience. And obviously, he took such a long break out of the ring.
Yeah.
So I guess for him, he's just itching to go. He's chomping at the bit to kind of get going, right?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, that makes sense. Where like he's been out the ring, he wants to move on, and he's probably thinking, if he ain't getting rid of guys like that, how does he move on to other levels? But it's different style of fighting. Whoever you're fighting next, maybe you fight for the southern area in the next couple of fights. They may not be as tough as the man standing in front of him tonight. They may not be as relentless as the man standing in front of him tonight. People possess different qualities. They might be more skillful, more technical, but the toughness they ain't got. Some guys might be tough and ain't got the skill factor. So you just got to beat what's in front of you.
Absolutely. Listen, he took a long time out of the ring. It was great to see him back after the draw he got in October. And next up, we've got another guy who took a long break out of the ring, James Branch Jr. He's a real special talent. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Over to you, Huss.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our next bout of the evening, scheduled 6 3-minute rounds in the cruiserweight division. Please welcome to the ring, Dylan Courtney.
This will be an exciting contest in the cruiserweight division. Dylan Courtney, a tough fighter from Cornwall. He's got the likes of George Crotty on his record, a week boxing later on this evening, and he could be a tough test for James Branch Jr. tonight.
Yep, certainly can. Dylan Courtney doesn't often win. Actually, his last win was back in 2021. That was against Scott Williams, second round KO. So we'll be looking back to get.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent to the ring, James Branch Jr.
James Branch Jr., one of two former Team GB fighters this evening. He narrowly missed out on the Olympics in 2016 due to an injury. He turned professional and he had his comeback fight in November. He said he's back to finish what he started.
Yep, and what a great start to his professional career. He had 8 professional fights, 8 wins, 2 of those inside the distance. Retired back in 2019, just before COVID, and we'd luckily get him back in the ring, second fight back now. Looking forward to this one, and very much his home here, Bethnal Green, the York Hall.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds in the cruiserweight division. This bout is brought to you by Mark Neilson of Neilson Boxing in association with John Trethuyo of TM14 Promotions, and proudly sponsored by Zapply and Gladius. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Your area representative, Chaz Coakley. Your timekeeper at the bell, Ashley Miguel. And your third person in the ring in charge of the action, referee Bernard Oyet. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner. He is wearing the black and white. His official weight of 194.5 pounds. He is a veteran of 31 fights. Hailing from Cornwall, England, United Kingdom, introducing Dylan Courtney. And now introducing his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner. He is wearing the gold and green. His official weight of 196.5 pounds. He is currently undefeated with 8 wins, and 2 of those wins come in by way of knockout. hailing from Hainault, London, England, United Kingdom, introducing James Branch Jr.
Gentlemen, obey my commands at all times, keep it clean, keep it professional at all times, and most of all, protect yourself at all times. Shake hands, good luck.
Seconds out, round one.
Well, it's a family affair in this cruiserweight contest of 6 rounds. James Branch Jr. with his father in his corner, fighting out of the southpaw stance against Dylan Courtney, a tough fighter from Cornwall. Branch Jr., a former Team GB and England fighter, has made his comeback back in November 2025. Spencer, what can we expect from him? You know the family well.
Yep, I certainly do. Used to box with his dad many, many years ago. His dad was actually one of the most decorated amateurs that we've ever produced. Didn't quite work out for him as a professional, but as an amateur, he was outstanding. And his son is a little chip off the old block. Brilliant amateur himself, turned professional. He's done nothing wrong so far. Looked like we was not going to see him again. He was out of the ring for a couple of years, but thankfully he's back. He's back to winning ways. He's had 2 since his comeback, and looking to build on that now as we see the little bolo punch with a back right hand there. Sorry, left hand. Boxing out of the southpaw stance. This is a nice start here from Branch. Commanding centre of the ring well.
It's a nice clean left hand again, set up from behind. The jab from James Branch Jr. He's come in, he means business. Courtney looks like he's struggling with the style of Branch Jr. He's an awkward fighter.
Yeah, he certainly is. Unpredictable. Throws shots from unusual angles. Good hand speed as well. Like I say, done nothing wrong in the professional ring so far. It's another good test, good development fight for him here. One that he's expected to win against Dylan Courtney, who doesn't often win but does make life quite difficult for fighters.
Well, like we said earlier, Spencer, he's been in with some tough fellas, you know, so far as Dylan Courtney. He boxed Lerone Richards not that long ago. He's gone in the ring with George Crotty, another Team GB, former Team GB fighter that we'll be seeing a little bit later on this evening. But we're 2 minutes down in the first round of this 6-round contest in the cruiserweight division between James Branch Jr., who's made a fantastic start so far to this contest, and Dylan Courtney. He's landed some real heavy punches as Branch Jr.
Yep, controlling the space very well at the moment on that front foot. Being quite creative, looking for the openings, showing a lot of patience, which is always good. Good composure as well, Branch.
Nice little bolo shot again there from behind the jab between the guard of Dylan Courtney. Just coming down to the final 15 seconds of the first round in this 6-round contest. He's targeting the body early, Spencer.
Yeah, he is. He'll recognise that that's where Courtney may be weak up. He takes a good shot to the chin, that's for sure. But obviously targeting.
And you can see the redness on Dylan Courtney's torso, Denzel. How important is it for Branch Jr. to be targeting the body of Dylan Courtney and slowing him down early?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really important. I think that's one of Branch's best shots. I mean, we used to train together about 6 years ago now. He was at the Peacock Gym with Boston, Martin Bowers, and I used to watch his sport quite a lot. And that bolo shot was one of his best shots and was his favourite shot. He threw that to the midsection so well, and I think the more he lands that, the more he can kind of weaken the midsection of his opponent and break them down. Branchie's not someone that stops people, gets a lot of stoppages, but if he's going to, that would be the way to do it. And he's a quality fighter. I mean, he throws it so effortlessly. It just comes off the jab. He throws the jab and then straight into the bolo. He throws it so effortless, and you know, it's a joy to see him box again. I'm happy he's back.
10 seconds. Seconds out, round 2.
Well, we're in round 2 of this 6-round contest in the cruiserweight division between James Branch Jr. and Dylan Courtney. Branch Jr. has landed some really clean bolo shots to the body of Dylan Courtney, disguised nicely behind the jab, Spencer. Courtney doesn't seem to be seeing them coming.
No, Courtney, listen, he's already in survival mode, that is for sure. And for Branch, it's all about looking good and trying to get this win inside the distance. I don't think it's a matter of if he wins, but how he wins. And that's down to James Branch Jr. himself. He's got to be a little bit creative, which he's trying to do to his credit. You know, he's trying to set the traps. He's throwing the shots, he's feinting, he's being patient, showing good composure, as I've said. That left bolo punch to the body could be the shot.
Cheeky shot behind the head there from Branch Jr., but he's so big in stature compared to Dylan Courtney. He's sort of very imposing, isn't he?
Yeah, he is. He's controlled the pace of this fight very well as well. He's taken centre of the ring, so he's in total control of what he wants to do here. Whether he's going to pick it up, go through the gears, turn the screw, remains to be seen. But so far, so good from James Branch.
I think that's what we need to see from him. I mean, boxing at this pace and at this distance, I mean, it's effortless for Branch. As the rounds go on, we'd like to see him pick it up and see how far he can push, you know, his opponent in Dylan Courtney, and see, you know, if he can break him down and get him out of there. But this right here, if Courtney's not possessing any problems, Branch can do this all day long.
Yeah, well within his comfort zone here, Branch Jr. controlling the pace, controlling the space of this contest. Just falling short with that lead right hand jab, boxing out the southpaw style. But on the flip side of all of this, Dylan Courtney is very much in his comfort zone. This is what he wants to do. This, at the moment, is a moral victory for him, because it's not about winning. I think hearing the final bell is his success story, it's his victory, because he gets to fight again, and if he comes out unscathed, he fights again next week. So they're the backbone of this sport. You know, this is how these young stars of tomorrow, champions of tomorrow, develop.
Well, we're approaching the final 30 seconds of the second round in this 6-round contest in the cruiserweight division. James Branch Jr. has made a fantastic start to the contest, but Dylan Courtney ties him up, tries to mess with his style, isn't quite letting him fully settle into the rhythm that he wants to settle in. But I get the feeling, Denzel, with the experience that Branch Jr. has, he'll take control of this contest completely very soon.
Oh, most definitely, most definitely. I mean, with Branchy, I mean, his experience and his talent isn't the question here. We know he has that bundles of it. I mean, he's a decorated amateur. I think he won 7 national titles as a senior. You know, boxed for GB. You know, boxed the top names of the sport now as amateurs, and the Coley and Riakpo. His only concern now is dusting off them cobwebs and getting back to his form. Getting back, as they say, form is temporary, class is permanent. He looks in better shape now than when he was boxing with us 6 years ago, if I'm being honest. He's taking it more serious now than he was back then. Maybe he wasn't ready then, but now he's grown, he's matured. If he can dust off them cobwebs and get back to his form, then, you know, he'll be a problem in the division.
You know, there's an old saying, hard work beats talent when talent don't work. And that was the case there. You know, the kid is super talented, as you say, decorated. His dad was incredible as an amateur. No one touched his dad as an amateur. He was like standout, and it didn't quite work out for his dad. And you know, maybe maybe he took his eye off the ball. Maybe, you know, that's what happens sometimes.
10 seconds.
And James Branch Jr. may have been going through that as well. And I think now I've seen him come back, and I've seen him working in the gym. We've seen little clips going out on social media, etc., etc. And if he wants it enough, he's got the talent to be able to do it.
Definitely, definitely.
Well, we're in round 3 of this 6-round contest in the cruiserweight division between James Branch Jr. and Dylan Courtney. Branch Jr.'s just landed a stinging left hand from the southpaw stance onto Dylan Courtney. Courtney took it well, Spencer.
Yeah, that was the best shot of the contest so far there. He just stepped in with that lead right foot and drilled that left hand through the middle, and he come at a funny sort of angle, and I think that is the blueprint in this contest. You know, you've got to be a little bit unpredictable against someone like Dylan Courtney, because he knows where the shots are coming, he knows how to survive, whether that's turning the screw, going through the gears, you know, going through the phases of a fight. That's one thing, but then working at angles as well. He's a tricky southpaw, Branch, and you know, he needs to use that to his advantage here, create some angles, you know, step round the sides, throw shots from unusual angles, because he has the capability of doing that.
There it is, just put a combination together so nicely there, Branch.
He's starting to find his rhythm here. He's really letting his hands go from absolutely every single angle, Spencer.
Yeah, he is. He's just getting, like you say, he's growing into it. We've got to remember he had a long time out, a couple of years out. He's got back to it, you know, shook off the demons that he had or whatever it was or whatever he needed to get out of his system. And it's good to get him back in there. So these rounds are really, really valuable for him. And Dylan Courtney, is the guy that gives you those rounds. We know he's ticked up. We've commentated on him loads of times before. He's a difficult guy to get rid of. But Branch is going through the gears here and he's looking much better.
Well, he just landed yet another bolo shot halfway through the round of this round three of this 6-round contest. I think there might be a little bit of swelling under his right eye for Branch Jr. But he's certainly he's turning those shots in, and he's got some real purchase in his punches, Denzel.
Yeah, he does. I mean, he just like we were saying earlier with Redmond's fight. These sort of fights, it's not if you win, it's how you win. And I think he's trying to prove a point here, Branch, especially where, you know, he's more a boxer than a puncher. He's trying to put some big shots in and get his opponent out of there and try and, you know, stamp his authority. Yeah,
it's about making that statement. I think that's what it is, where you go like, listen, the York Hall's famous for, we see fights through this, you know, through this arena venue week in, week out. And we've seen some great champions box here, you know, going back to Lennox Lewis and, you know, John Ruiz Jr. way back in the day. And we also had, who else have we had here? We've had loads of different fighters here. Johnny Tapia, you know, so this is a home where everybody wants to box, and it's had some great champions coming through the door. You want these fans, these are all hardcore boxing fans in here, you know, not casuals that just like to turn up and it's more of an event than a boxing thing. They love the sport, these people in here. You want them leaving going, see that James Branch Jr., what a performance that was. And that is what it is. It's all about stealing the show, being the standout of the show. And that's what he needs to do here now. You go, right, you got 3 rounds in, you know, we're going into the second half of the contest here. Let's start turning the screw here. Let's do a little something different. Because this guy here, in Dylan Courtney, he'll choke this up all night. He survives, that's what they do. That's exactly what they do. But they won't choke it up if you go through the gears and you do something a little different and put them under pressure. You've got to break their soul a little bit.
Well, Branch Jr. certainly gone through the gears over the last 3 rounds of this 6-round contest, Denzel. And I think we're only going to see him get better and better as the fight goes on. He's found his fluid movements now, he's found his rhythm. And I think this is exactly what we're going to see as the rounds go on. We're in round 4 now of this 6-round contest.
Second round, round 4.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, second half of the fight now, this is where we want to see him pick it up, and we want to see him showcase his skills. We want to see all the tools in the box.
He's made a relaxed start to round 4 of the 6-round contest against Dylan Courtney. There's a little bit of swelling under the right eye, of James Branch Jr., but his corner soon sorted that out, Spencer. But he's doing incredibly well. His skills are very impressive.
Yep. What's the old saying? Get in the shower, you get wet, and that's what happens in the boxing ring. Get in the boxing ring, you know, that's part of the game. And he's got a little swelling over that eye that could have come from a clash of heads, a hook over the top, or whatever it was. But he's won every round so far. He's looked impressive in doing that. And now we go, look, let's see a little bit more now, James, because you do have the ability, you do have the talent, you know, and I'd just like to see that now, you know, in the ring. The transition from the gym to the ring, and that's the secret, you know, because we see these fighters doing it in the gym and they look sensational. That transition, if you can then pull it into combat, into the main event, then we're on for a good thing.
Well, he tried to back Dylan Courtney up with some swinging punches there, did James Branch Jr., but Dylan Courtney managed to get off the ropes and get back to centre ring, but Branch Courtney is still trying to edge him back to the ropes. It's just about what he does when he gets in there, Spencer.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, I think that, like I said, this is the pattern of the fight now. Like, Courtney now is just really in survival mode, trying to make things difficult for Branch, trying to make him look bad, you know, because that's what he does, that's his job. For Branch, it's about showcasing those skills, getting up with the shots, stepping in with the shots now. Little reminder there, don't get too cheeky, James. I'll pop a little right hand out for you, to let you know that I'm still in here, and that's what these guys do. But yeah, for Branch now, there you go, stepping in with a shot, good left hand there, hook. It was like a shot that looked like it was coming straight, turned it into a hook. Lovely shot landing through the middle there.
We're in the final minute of round 4 of this 6-round contest in the cruiserweight division at York Hall, ahead of the main event of the evening between Andrei Dascalu and Carlos Mena, who will be fighting for the WBC International Silver Championship belt. We're live on TalkSport with Neilson Boxing in association with TM14 Promotions and our proud sponsor Zaply. James Branch Jr. has made a fantastic start to this 6-round contest. We're in the final 30 seconds of round 4 and he's certainly put on a decent performance. Courtney, it knows his way around the ring and he hasn't made it easy for him.
No, he hasn't. I mean, he's been good with his movement on the back foot, you know, stayed away from the danger from Branchy. Branchy earlier in the fight was managing to land that bolo shot. He hasn't found it in a while now. Oh, he's found it again there.
You spoke too soon, Denzel. Landed it right on the bell.
Commentators curse, they say. Commentators curse, they say.
Well, I just think it's a case of them being able to hear us tonight, because they've done it to us every time tonight. All on cue. We say that he ain't been throwing that right hand, boom, he lands the right hand. He ain't been throwing the bolo shot, bum, there it goes. But yeah, good performance so far. Done nothing wrong now, James Branch Jr. 2 rounds to go, 6 minutes. I want to see a little something else now. We know you won the fight. Dylan Courtney's not going to do anything but survive here. That's a moral victory for him. I want to see James do something a little different now, because I know he's got it in the locker. I know he's got that in abundance. Let's see some angles. Let's see a little bit of creativity, and let's see a little bit of variety. I want the shots, punches in bunches. Let's go.
Well, I think judging by you two this evening, I want you two to give me lottery numbers tonight, Spencer.
Well, if that happens, and he's heard us from over there, he's got good hearing as well.
Round 5.
Well, we're in the penultimate round of this 6-round contest in the cruiserweight division between James Branch Jr. and Dylan Courtney. Branch Jr., a former Team GB boxer, has made a comeback after a couple of years, has had his first fight, back in November after a couple of years off due to injury, and he seems like he's happy to be back, Spencer.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, sometimes that can relight the fire, you know, the appetite's there. He wants to go in there. He was doing nothing wrong in his career, 8-0. You know, and you go, big things were expected from him. Now he's sort of derailed, re-railed, and it's good that he's back on track.
You can see Dylan Courtney just trying to rough James Branch Jr. up, trying to spoil his style. Doesn't want to be on the end of that left hand from the southpaw stance. That bolo shot's landed plenty times on the torso of Dylan Courtney. That's got to be affecting him now, Denzel, surely.
Yeah, I mean, he's taking them well. I mean, he's still moving, he's still bouncing on his toes, so he is taking them well, but them shots, they do have an effect on you.
Yeah, they do. There's redness definitely around the midriff there, for sure, but you know, Dylan Courtney, these guys, that's what they're built to do. So they'll do that. That's what I say. You've got to do a little something different. You've got to, you know, you got to do something different to all the other guys, because they are like, they're military, these guys. They're manufactured that way, that, you know, you're not going to break them with a 1-2. You're not going to break them with a wicked hook to the body, because they soak it up. They know that, you know, they have to get through this to get another payday. If you get a stoppage, for people that don't know what happens when a fighter gets a stoppage, it means they get a 28-day ban.
Yep.
They get a 28-day ban, and they can't earn any money. They're not earning enough money there to be doing that. They need to be boxing regularly. So it's, you know, this is a job for them.
Well, we're in the final minute of round 5 of this 6-round contest, and I think what you said just earlier there, Spencer, was really interesting, because I think Branch Jr. has systematically and intelligently started to break down Dylan Courtney, especially from about round 3, and this is exactly what we're seeing here as we're going down to the last sort of 40 seconds of round 5, and the final round will be an interesting one.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about, educated pressure, you know, turning the screw, picking it up and doing it in a sensible way. And they both threw shots at the same time there, and the action starting to heat up here within 5th round.
Well, I don't know if our mics are picking up any of the crowd noise at York Hall this evening, but the atmosphere here is electric for James Branch Jr. He's got plenty of support in the venue tonight. as we come to the last few seconds of the penultimate round of this 6-round contest. He's thrown that bolo shot like there's no tomorrow. And there's the bell. Denzel, talk us through it.
I mean, another good round, but we sort of seen the same thing for 5 rounds. Courtney hasn't changed anything, which has led to Branch feeling like he doesn't need to change anything. But if he wants that statement performance, I think he's got to, you know, he's holding his head really well, but I think he's just got to start pressing and really digging into the body of Courtney. Just try and get him out of there. You've won every round. There is no danger coming back. See if you can get him out of there.
That's exactly what it is. Show real finish now. Even if we don't get the show real knockout, let's get the show real finish. Show us a little bit of razzmatazz, something. Put a little sprinkle of magic on this last round.
Salt, mate.
You know what I mean? Yeah, that's it, mate. Just rock it down there. That's what we need. Because that's what's missing now. All right, we got 5 rounds. We got 5 rounds in the bank. You go like, yeah. Salt Bay time, baby. Salt Bay time.
Second out, 6th and final round.
Well, we're in the final round of this 6-round contest in the cruiserweight division between James Branch Jr. and Dylan Courtney. Branch Jr. has been very systematic and intelligent in his approach to this fight so far, but this final round, like Denzel was saying, and Spencer, would really like to see him turn the heat up.
Yep, and I'm sure that that's exactly what he's going to try and do. Do we see the bolo left hand again there? But I tell you something, there's a new lease of life from Dylan Courtney as well. He looks like he's enjoying himself in there as well. He's up on his toes. He's got a second wind.
Yep, and it's the last round, so he knows, you know, he's seen the fight through, so now he may take some risks.
You see that finish line and you just pick the pace up, don't you? And that's exactly what's happened there. He's thinking, I'm out again next week. I'm earning some more good money.
Safe and sound, let me try that.
Absolutely.
But again, that bolo shot that Branch Jr. disguises behind his jab can't fail to miss, Denzel.
Yeah, no, it can't. I mean, like I said, it's his best shot. That was a good right to the body also. But that bolo shot is his best shot.
Bit of a smile on the face of Dylan Courtney.
Yep, he's enjoying himself in there for sure.
Not sure if it was a smile or a wince, because that body shot that Branch Jr. landed, felt it from here.
You don't leave me there again. I'm not going to do it again, but he's enjoying himself. Let's just say that. Let's just say that.
He's a happy man this evening.
There you go, a happy man. Probably a better way than I put it, but he's just having a good time in there. And look at him, he's up on there. I see a little bit of Roy Jones footwork going in there from Courtney as well. Then he's swinging the back leg around there. He's definitely having a good time, but this has been a good workman-like performance from James Branch Jr. He's done what he was meant to do and try to pick it up in this last round. But he's in against a tough, cagey, may I say, journeyman, backbone of the sport. You know, that's what these guys are. They keep it all ticking over. Good fight this for Branch, who lands a good left hand there.
From Branch. He is trying to power the pressure on, and he is trying to let his hands go a bit more, and he's been a lot more aggressive. I think he's seen Courtney start to enjoy himself, and he's thinking, I can't have that. So he's turned the screw a little bit.
But we did, yeah, sorry Spencer.
No, so I'm saying that is exactly what's going on in the mind. That's the commentator telling you what is going on in a fighter's mind, where you go, he gets up on his toes and you go, don't take a liberty, mate. I'm going to have to put you back in your lane.
Back in your place.
Because, yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Well, he certainly wanted to wipe the smile off of Courtney's face, and I think he's been successful, and as he's piling on a bit of pressure there is James Branch Jr. in the final 10 seconds of the final round of this 6-round contest. The crowd are out going absolutely wild, and Courtney swinging back with...
Great finish,
absolutely sensational finish to that fight, and that's exactly what we bring you with Neilson Boxing in association with TM14 Promotions, with our proud sponsors Zapply, and we are live on TalkSport, just 2 fights away from the main event of the evening between Andrei Dascalu and Carlos Mena for the WBC International Silver Championship belt this evening. It's been a great night so far. Branch Jr. just going over to the corner of Dylan Courtney. A lot of respect between the two fighters, and much deserved win there, in my opinion, for James Branch Jr. He's earned that one tonight, Spencer.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at some of the action in that last round here. And this is when James Branch Jr. turned the screw, done what we said he needed to do, went for the grandstand finish, hold on the pressure, good shot selection. Credit to Dylan Courtney, he come back with shots of his own, didn't land anything, but he was trying. But that was the finish that James France Jr. needed. He reacted to it, he done what he was meant to do. Good performance, good victory. Onwards and upwards for James France Jr. Remember the name, keep an eye on this kid. He could be a dominant force in this cruiserweight division over the next 12 months or so. Could we see him in title contention? That was a good performance and a good 6 rounds under his belt.
Well, Courtney certainly gave France Jr. something to think about. Let's go to the MC to make the decision official.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 6 rounds of boxing, we go to the referee scorecard. Referee Bernard Ariette scores the bout 60 to 54. And your winner, still undefeated, James Jr.
Well, there's absolutely no surprises with that score at all. Branch Jr. put on a fantastic performance against a tough opponent who didn't make it easy for him, gave him something to think about. He got clipped with a few, you can see the swelling under his right eye, but he put on a performance, and that's exactly what we expect from an athlete and a fighter of his caliber.
Congratulations, James. That was a fantastic performance. How are you feeling?
Yeah, good. To be honest, I didn't realise the fight was over. I was just getting warm. But anyway, that was good. It was good to get the rounds in, you know. Good to get the rounds in. And fair play, game opponent a little bit awkward, you know. Not really, didn't really want to initiate, didn't want to engage, you know. It's always awkward when you're fighting someone like that, you know. Anyway, it is what it is. We won, that's it.
Listen, the win's in there. You were last out in November, but prior to that, you had such a long time out of the ring. And when we spoke in November, you said that it felt like a win in itself to get back into the ring. So how does it feel kind of getting that second fight post the break?
Yeah, massively. It was a massive win in itself. I'll be honest with you, obviously, that's my second fight back. But what a lot of people don't realise is that's my second fight in 5-6 years, you know? So still not... Listen, I'm never going to be happy in that, but we're still not... where we want to be. Obviously before we was fighting in championships every weekend, fighting the best in the country, people that are coming to try and take my head off. That's what I'm looking for. I want someone to try and take my head off, and I'm going to destroy them. But if they're not negative, it is what it is. But anyway, we won, and we're getting back into it, and we're going to keep stepping up, fight by fight, keep stepping up, and hopefully we're back for titles soon.
Well, listen, it's an absolute journey, isn't it? And you know, after taking that time out, you need these kinds of opponents to kind of get that ring rust off, get the oils back in the machine. But towards the end of that fight, you looked like you were really warming up. It started to get spicy. What was some of the stuff that was coming from the corner between the rounds?
That's a taskmaster, you know. That's a taskmaster. He's the best. To be honest, I've worked with trainers from top GB members, trainers all over the world. You know, no one knows the specifics like him. You know, he's a fantastic coach, and I'm so lucky and blessed to have him by my side. You know, my dad, I owe a lot to him, and yeah, Dad's giving me the advice. I know what he's saying. It's going to come. It's going to come.
Listen, between the rounds, the place was absolutely buzzing. Everyone was screaming your name. You have so many people in here supporting you. A little message for everyone.
I just want to say a massive thank you to everyone that spends their hard-earned money. The Addingtons gang, Ernest Park, all Scarlett's family, my family, everyone that's come out to come. It means a lot. Obviously, I was meant to fight last week. And obviously it was a bit of a mess around, and now it got pushed back, and everyone still was patient and still changed their plans, things to come watch me fight, and that means the world, you know. And without all these people
I couldn't be here, you know, because they're helping me fight, you know. So I owe them all the world, and I love you all.
God, it's so nice to hear how many people are here supporting you and backing you. We look forward to seeing what you do next, James. You're a special talent, and it'll be so exciting to have you back. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. And I just want to say also thank you to Mark Neilson and John Treffery for obviously having me on my show, and obviously they've been patient. Obviously it's been hard to get me an opponent. If I told you what's going on behind closed doors trying to find an opponent, you wouldn't believe, you know, but they've been patient and they got me on, so thank you very much.
Congratulations again.
I'm Spencer Oliver, this is Mark Neilson, and we've got a boxing show here at the York Hall tonight in Bethnal Green. Now, we want to talk about our sponsor tonight, Zapli. Zapli is a brilliant supplement, a 14-in-1 supplement. I've been on this, by the way, for about 2 months now, and I've got to tell you, Mark, what a great sponsor to have, you know, for combat sports, boxing shows, etc., because this supplement was designed for boxers that get a little bit of fatigue, a little bit of tiredness. You know, it's got all the main ingredients in it to give you that push. I wasn't totally sold on it, so I needed to try it. I've tried it, and it works.
Well, I'm the same as you, Spencer, to be honest with you. You know, you see a lot of these kind of products on Instagram and you just think it's marketing. But I've only known about it a couple of months. I'm a runner. I'm actually doing the London Marathon next month. And listen, you know, men of a certain age, testosterone levels start to drop, your energy starts to drop, you get a bit more fatigue. And I started on these supplements a couple of months ago. And as I said, I'm a runner. And within a couple of weeks, I started to notice a difference. Just a bit more energy, just a little less fatigue. It felt like I'm a mojo back. And I'm doing this running and I'm stepping up my mileage in training for this marathon. And I tell you, without a doubt, it's definitely helped. It's made a big difference.
And the powers of recovery, as we're getting a certain age, we won't mention our age, obviously, but we're getting older, so the powers of recovery are more difficult, take a lot more time. But I think with these supplements, I found I'm recovering quicker. It's allowing me to get back in the gym more. The magnesium as well, the nighttime tablets, the sleep time tablets that you take, the magnesium tablets help you sleep beautifully, you wake up nice and fresh. There's so much to like about it.
Oh, absolutely. And it's just like an all-in-one stack, you know, taking a couple of tablets with a glass of water with your breakfast every morning. Easy as that. Set up for the day. They're all over-the-counter products. It's not a steroid. It's a testosterone booster with vitamins, minerals, herbal extracts, all very natural products. And I tell you, feel it within a couple of weeks, you feel the benefits.
Absolutely. Listen, we ain't even got to sell it to you guys anymore. If you've not tried it, Zapli, trust me, you need to.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our next bout of the evening, scheduled 8 3-minute rounds in the super middleweight division. Please welcome to the ring, Diamantis Hrynkiewicz.
Well, this is a fight of two seasoned prospects in the super middleweight division. Again, another 50-50 fight between two international amateur boxers who have turned over to the professional ranks. Davids Hrynkiewicz is coming off of 2 straight wins after losing his debut in 2024. Unsurprisingly, he's oozing confidence as he stepped into the ring this evening.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent to the ring, Judge Courtney.
Well, George Crotty almost needs no introduction as a former podium boxer for Team GB, a respected Royal Marine Commando, and now an undefeated professional fighter as he makes his way into the ring for the 5th time in his professional career. The crowd are going absolutely wild for him. There's plenty of support in the building tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout scheduled for 8 3-minute rounds in the super middleweight division. This bout is brought to you by Mark Neilson of Neilson Boxing in association with John Trethewey of TM14 Promotions and proudly sponsored by Zapli and Gladius. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Your area representative, Chaz Coakley, your timekeeper at the bell, Ashley McGill, and your third person in charge of the action in the ring, referee Sean McAvoy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner. He's wearing the black and red. His official weight of 171.4 pounds. He has a record of 3 fights, 1 loss, 2 wins, and one of those wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from Mansfield, Nottinghamshire, England's United Kingdom, introducing Diamantas Hrynkiewicz. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner. He's wearing the blue trunks. His official weight of 172.7 pounds. He is currently undefeated with 4 wins, and one of those wins coming by way of knockout. Hailing from Royston, Hertfordshire, England's United Kingdom, introducing George Courtney!
Okay, lads, 8-round contest. Keep it clean all the time, keep yourself protected all the time. Touch gloves, here we go. Good luck, lads.
Seconds out, round 1.
Well, this is round 1 of an 8-round contest in the super middleweight division between Royal Marine Commando George Courtney and Davids Hrynkiewicz. Born in Lithuania, lives in Mansfield now. Courtney's made a fantastic start so far to this first round in the southpaw stance. Already landed some clean left hands onto the chin of Hrynkiewicz.
Yep, Hrynkiewicz trying to push forward, trying to create the pace, set the pace in this one. But George Courtney, who we've seen a couple of times before here at the York Hall, knows how to control that space and defuse opponents like that. He's got great boxing skills, boxes well out of that southpaw style, just them little shuffles of his feet in and out of range, timing's good. It's going to be interesting to see here against Hrynkiewicz, who's a very capable come-forward fighter.
Well, George Courtney, he is an impressive man. He had 149 amateur bouts, won 122 of them. And so far, he's had 4 professional fights, 4 wins, 1 win coming by way of knockout. He's an impressive man, like I said, and you can see the athleticism as he boxes in York Hall this evening. He's got plenty of support here tonight. And his coach, Sab Leo, in the corner with him this evening. There is so much experience in that corner tonight, Spencer.
Yeah, there is. No Sab Leo, very, very well. Used to be with the Hoddesdon ABC, doing great things for the amateurs, and now doing brilliant things for the pros as well.
Well, Hrynkiewicz is also an incredibly decorated amateur. He represented Lithuania in some of the world's major tournaments. Done very well, he's a very successful man. Again, he's had 1 win by way of knockout. Both men in there have got some power, and this could be a bit of a showreel finish. Denzel, what do you think?
I think Courtney's controlling the distance really well. He's throwing nice jabs at his opponent. He's good defense there off the ropes. He just needs to turn his man and get back to the centre.
Yep, that's exactly what he's doing there. Good defence though, like you say, like just leaning back off the rope, staying nice and composed, not panicking at all, taking the shots very well. Hrynkiewicz is one of those guys, like you said, has a great amateur pedigree, so he knows his way around the ring as well. He knows how to control a fight, control the space. You know, I think one of his main assets, Hrynkiewicz, is his strength. He likes to come forward, can be a little one-dimensional. And someone like George Courtney can exploit that, and I think that's what we saw there in that first round.
Most definitely, Denzel. You know what these fighters bring to the ring. You've seen what with all the talent this evening at York Hall tonight. Talk us through that first round.
I mean, I think that first one, George controlled it. He was good with the jab, good with the straight shots, turning his man, good defensively. And I think, you know, he built a comfortable standard there to push on with for the next round.
Yeah, Courtney controlled that really behind his southpaw lead jab. He was catching Hrynkiewicz as he was coming in.
Corners, 10 seconds.
With that southpaw style, and I think that was the difference in that first round.
Yeah, and I've just been told you once described him as a
seconds out. Round 2.
Well, let's see how round 2 goes.
Well, like Spencer says, we're in round 2 of 8 of this super middleweight contest between George Courtney and Dimitris Hrynkiewicz. Sorry, I've mispronounced that. But Courtney has done well. He's kept his range in the first round. Hrynkiewicz has walked into a few of Courtney's jabs from the southpaw stance. He's got a great team behind him, gets a lot of support from Bradley Chapman as well, the Royal Navy coach. Says that the Marines have really helped his boxing career, support him incredibly well. I mean, if you want a team behind you, you'd want the British Royal Marines behind you, wouldn't you, Spencer?
Absolutely, absolutely. If you want Joe Calzaghe behind you, you know, boxing, replicating what he does, then you need to put those shots together, punches in bunches, because Calzaghe was so good at that, out of that southpaw stance. Not was he awkward to hit and control the space so well, but put those shots together so well as well. Courtney, to his credit, he's putting the shots together very well tonight himself. Timing's very good. And let's see now if he can turn the screw, go through the gears, and catch the eye of the punters here tonight. Lovely shot there with a back left hand. Turned that into a little uppercut. The shot selection's good then, the timing's great as well. There's a lot to like about this kid.
100%, he's definitely impressing me. I mean, I know how good he is because I've seen him fight before and he's been at the gym sparring, I have sparred him before, but he's putting on a real good performance tonight. Just getting off the jab. Oh, yeah, he looks good tonight. Sorry, Priya.
No, I interrupted you, I'm sorry. But, you know, his defensive skills off the ropes as well, Courtney tucks up nicely, takes them on his gloves and then finds his way back quickly to the centre of the ring. He boxes well on the back foot. He knows how to put it on him going on the front foot.
You know what it is? It's the judgment of distance, like where he's not wasting a lot of stuff. He sees the shot coming and he'll move a couple of inches, and that's all you have to do to get out the way of a punch. But you've also got to have, you know, you've got to have a lot of technical ability to be able to do that. Just sort of turn the head and miss the shot, or just slip back instead of, you know, burning a lot of energy by jumping out or moving too much off the movement. And he does that very, very well. So it's very controlled. It's just slight little movements that he's conserving a lot of energy whilst he's defending. Look how quick he counterpunched there.
Oh, the lovely counter. And that's all because he's got a good eye. He's got a good eye. He knows what he's looking at. He can see things coming. The minute...
it's a lovely combination of punches straight through the middle there on the chin of Dimitris Hrynkiewicz from George Courtney.
I tell you what, Denzel, he keeps doing that. I'm going to compare him to a younger Joe Calzaghe if he keeps putting his shots together like that.
Oh, yeah, no, he's looking good, and as I was saying, he has a good eye. As soon as Hrynkiewicz even just twitches, you know, Courtney reacts. He reacts, and it's yeah.
And that's a dominant first 2 rounds there from Courtney. And let people understand this here. Hrynkiewicz, as you said, used to box for his country. He boxed in a lot of major tournaments. You know, Lithuania is a good country. They're tough, teak tough out there. You know, you look back at some of the great fighters that they've had from Lithuania, you know, in the professional ranks.
Yeah.
And you go, you know, this kid is not an easy pushover, but he's making it easy tonight.
He's definitely not a pushover.
Mario Barrios is what I was trying to think of. Mario Barrios was from Lithuania. Very tough fighter, you know, well seasoned.
And they are good. They do produce good amateurs. They have hundreds of amateur fighters. They know they're teaching that Eastern European style of boxing, but Courtney is handling it well. The way he's using
corners, 10 seconds.
Everything's just falling into place just because the jab is so on point tonight.
Second out, round 3.
Well, we're in round 3 of this 8-round contest in the super middleweight division between George Courtney and Dimitris Hrynkiewicz of Lithuania. Lives in Mansfield now. Both fighters, seasoned amateur boxers. turned professional. Both fighters had plenty of international experience, so very, very well matched in the professional ranks. But Crotty completely dominating so far in this contest. Hrynkiewicz struggled to really get a foothold in this fight, Spencer.
Yeah, he has, because Crotty's, you know, doing what he does so well. He's like relaxed now, he's slipped into a rhythm, he's putting his shots together, you know, and you're talking about comparisons to other great fighters and whatnot. This kid has it all. Like, you go, you're struggling to look for any technical faults that he does. You know, his judgment of distance is brilliant. He slips and rolls shots really well, and now we're seeing him throwing those punches in bunches out of that southpaw style. He doesn't waste a lot, but look how good he is, solid he is defensively. Very impressive stuff. He's a tough guy to beat, you know.
He's tough, he's intelligent, and he's very systematic in his work. Nice left uppercut through the middle of there onto the chin of Dementis. Hrynkiewicz from the southpaw stance of George Crotty.
The counters from Crotty tonight are just, for me, I mean, are amazing. I'm enjoying them. Short right hook in between.
Listen, when you're talking about, look, when you're talking about, that was lovely. Just beautiful. Like, he's got into a rhythm now. He's picking those shots, and you know, this is a star of the future for sure. Crotty, like, you can spot a star early on in a career when you go. He seems to have everything right. He's enjoying himself in there right now against a very tough guy, and he's making him look very mediocre. You know, very basic. This kid's a good rep for his country. You know what I mean? You have to be good to box at that level. Your skill set has to be good. And look what Crotty's doing to him.
Hrynkiewicz is trying to come back with some of his shots of his own. He's trying to target the body of Crotty, but Crotty seems to have just taken it well. And if Hrynkiewicz is trying to up the tempo, Crotty's able to up the tempo even further and just dominate.
Yep, boxing well off the back foot here.
Lovely uppercut again up through the middle from Crotty as he lines it up.
That's what I'm saying. It's the long-range stuff, mid-range stuff, and short-range stuff that's so impressive. You know, some fighters are good at long range. Other fighters are good when they're sitting in the pocket with their head on their chest, and other fighters like to control that space from mid-range. He seems to do a little bit of it all, and that's what catches the eye.
Yeah. When he's inside, he's nice and tucked up, and he's short little counters like he's doing now. When he wants to, he goes out back into range, everything off the jab. I mean, wherever you want him, he can handle himself.
And we're already in the final 10 seconds of round 3 of this 8-round contest in the super middleweight division. These rounds are going quick for us. This is entertaining stuff tonight, Spencer.
Yeah, Hrynkiewicz is going to find this very, very tough for him tonight, because George Crotty has now slipped into a rhythm, and that rhythm is going to be hard to break. Hrynkiewicz is trying, he's pushing forward, but when you're doing that, the chaos creates opportunity, and when chaos creates opportunity, someone like George Crotty, with that shot selection that he's got, will create those holes, and he'll take that opportunity. And that's what we're talking about when you're talking about levels to the game. You know, you can't afford to make any fundamental mistakes, because if a guy has a good boxing IQ, he'll find those holes and he'll make you pay for that. Crotty will do that with Hrynkiewicz, because he's a guy that comes forward and he'll give it a go, and he'll sit in the pocket and he'll try and be too greedy, and that will leave his openings. So it's going to be interesting to see how this one unfolds.
Well, we're in round 4 of what has been an exciting night of boxing so far, and George Crotty has absolutely not let us down on that front. He's been absolutely sensational in this fight so far against Lithuanian-born Dementis Hrynkiewicz. Now living in Mansfield, George Crotty has put his skills together and put them to good use as he's just landing a nice left hand straight down the pipe onto the chin of Hrynkiewicz.
Yeah, Hrynkiewicz looks like he's in great shape, and he's going to have to be tonight, because them barrage of punches that keep coming and keep hitting you, they slowly, systematically break you down, physically and mentally, you know. But Hrynkiewicz at the moment, to his credit, he's soaking them up like he just soaked up that big uppercut again there. Sickening shot, that Denzel.
I mean, Crotty seems to look like the much bigger man in the ring there, Denzel. I mean, he's very imposing in terms of his stature too.
Yeah, I mean, Hrynkiewicz looks like he would be the stronger man, but Crotty's not fazed by, you know, Hrynkiewicz physicality. He's sitting in there with him, he's covering up nice. beautiful counters. The uppercut there. Look at the right eye of Hrynkiewicz. I think it's going a little bit.
Yeah, it's going. It's definitely a swelling over that one, and that is from that back left-hand uppercut. He keeps landing that. He's found that now. It's this little sweet shot, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is. He's found it nice, and he's found a home. I think it's even a cut on the eyelid.
You can definitely see blood running down the right eye of Hrynkiewicz. But that's beautiful work there from George Crotty as he lines the jab up from behind the uppercut. He cannot miss with those shots, Spencer.
I tell you what, the referee's taking a close look at Hrynkiewicz there.
Not
that
surprised.
eye is getting worse by the second. Cut right across the eyelid, the blood flows into the eye. That is a big problem. That's what the doctors look at. If the blood's running down the side of the eye, then it's not so problematic. But when it's running into the eye, it's a big, big problem.
Well, it's a good call there from the referee. Obviously, the safety of the fighters is of paramount importance here.
No, I think he's going to stop this one. Referee has just said...
There's a lot of
Sorry, the
shaking of
doctor has
heads in
just said
that
he doesn't
corner.
like this one. Yeah.
And George Crotty has stopped this contest because of a cut to the right eye of Hrynkiewicz in the 4th round of this 8-round contest. Doctor taking a look at him. Great respect between the two, but there's no doubt in my mind that Crotty put on one hell of a performance.
Yeah, he certainly did. That was caused by that lead left uppercut. It was the sweet shot for him. He landed it a couple of rounds earlier, and he kept throwing it, kept landing it. Hrynkiewicz showed incredible courage, a lot of character to stick in there. But George Crotty just underlined what we've all thought already. This is a kid of star in the future, one to keep your eye on. 5-0 now, 2 KOs, and this is some of the great work before the finish. And I'm sure they're going to pick up the uppercut here. This is where it might come. There was the shots through the middle from Crotty. There, look at the way he's judging the distance there, slipping out of range. Short check hooks in there as well for good measure. And yet, I called it earlier on, reminiscent of a young Joe Calzaghe, and I'll tell you what, he's not doing anything wrong so far, is he? I think this kid has the potential to go all the way, and it's not a particularly straight road. There will be a few bumps in that road, but he's got that star quality about him for sure.
Well, the atmosphere at York Hall tonight is absolutely electric. We're looking around and the crowd are on their feet for George Crotty this evening. He's done himself so proud. Absolutely no denying that his performance was outstanding, and we can see it on the replays here, Spencer, that he just handled business in such a clean and clinical way.
Absolutely, it was cool, calm and collected. You know, the delivery, the execution was perfect. Controlling the space, worked everything behind that southpaw jab, starting up in the tempo as the rounds were going on. There's the combinations I'm talking about, 6-8 punches at a time. Shot variety was brilliant, those uppercuts, excellent.
Position to continue, therefore your winner by TKO, still undefeated, George Crotty!
Well, the crowd, his coaches and Crotty are absolutely delighted with that performance and result this evening. They're on their feet here tonight. George Crotty, York Hall salutes you, sir. Behind the Gibraltar flag there in the ring this evening. Smiles all round for George Crotty. And we'll join Melissa at ringside for the post-fight interview.
George, congratulations on that win. 4th round stoppage. How are you feeling?
Yeah, really good. Good to get the rounds in, and yeah, just want to get out again.
Listen, I mean, the last time you were on one of our shows, your last fight was on a Frank Warren show, but the last fight that you had with us, you stopped a WBA junior former title holder. So it's becoming a bit of a tradition that you come here and you put on an absolutely fantastic performance. You know, do you go into these fights with the game plan of wanting to stop them?
Yeah, you're always going with that game plan, but you don't look for it, because if you look for it, it never happens. So you're always hopeful, but you want to do the rounds as well, you know.
Listen, you won such a wealth of titles and a huge amount of accolades as an amateur. You're trained by Sab Leo, who's, you know, an absolutely amazing coach. What was some of the advice that Sab was giving you? Because your opponent, he was really game. He wanted to stand in the pocket and trade with you.
Yeah, he just said, take your time, don't rush it. We knew he was going to be tough. We knew he was coming to win as well, which we wanted because they leave more openings. So he just said, what we've been doing in the gym, work on that and stick to that and we'll be fine.
The last time we had a conversation, you said that you were really raring to go for the southern area and wanted to get stuck in there. How far away are you from that?
Yeah, I think my manager Simon Legg said that's the next fight and it's happening. So it would have been nice to get the 8 rounds in today, because it's a 10 round obviously, but if you keep stopping people, that's good enough.
Absolutely. I mean, it would be nice to get the rounds in, but you know, you're becoming a stoppage artist, which is great. Obviously, southern area on the horizon for you, which is really, really exciting. You know, what's the future looking like for George Courtney?
I'd like to win the southern area, start of summer, and then go straight on to the English title by the end of this year. Win that, and then you go to the British and just see after that, really.
And a little word for the guys who've come out to support you tonight.
Yeah, I've loads of support. Really grateful for it, and without them, you don't get put on the good shows, and you probably don't fight for a southern area in your next one. You have to move on. So thanks to everyone who's come and support. Really means a lot.
Well done. Congratulations.
Cheers. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our next bout of the evening, scheduled 6 3-minute rounds in the cruiserweight division. Please welcome to the ring, Victor Shravco.
Well, the Belarusian-born Kazakhstan fighter living in Watford finds himself here with us at the York Hall for the first time since October last year. He's been with some top-tier prospects, and he could be a real test tonight for Orel Ignat.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent to the ring, Orel Ignat.
Orel Ignat, a man who has oscillated between boxing and kickboxing. He had a 90% knockout rate in his professional kickboxing career of 10 bouts, and he's accumulated an impressive 80% knockout rate as he steps into the ring for the 11th time in his professional boxing career.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout scheduled for 6 3-minute rounds in the cruiserweight division. This bout is brought to you by Mark Neilson of Neilson Boxing in association with John Trethui of TM14 Promotions and proudly sponsored by Zapply and Gladius. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Your area representative, Chaz Coakley. Your timekeeper at the bell, Ashley McGill. And your third man in the ring in charge of the action, referee Bernard Oyet. And now, ladies and gentlemen, introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner. He's wearing the black and yellow. His official weight of 204.7 pounds. He is a veteran of 37 fights. Hailing from Watford, England's United Kingdom, introducing Victor Shravco. his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner. He is wearing the green with the black trim. His official weight of 203.9 pounds. He's currently undefeated with 10 wins, and 8 of those wins coming by way of knockout. Hailing from Wembley, London, England's United Kingdom, introducing Orel
clean, keep it professional, and most of all, protect yourself at all times. Good luck to both, shake hands.
Well, this is round 1 of 6 in the cruiserweight division between Orel, Ignat and Victor Shravco. I feel like the crowd at York Hall is getting bigger and louder as each fight goes on. We are just one fight away from the main event of the evening between Andrei Dascalu and Carlos Mena, who will be competing for the WBC International Silver Championship belt shortly.
Yep, we've got a fantastic contest here in the cruiserweight division. Orel Ignat has packed this venue out tonight. Listen to the noise for him. Trying to continue that unbeaten run. 10-0 at the moment, 8 of those by the way of knockout. The Shravco is a very tough opponent. Yes, he's got a losing record, but doesn't get stopped very often. And he's the guy on the front foot at the moment. Could that spells trouble for himself? Because as we've seen in recent times, if Ignat hits you and he lands clean, 9 times out of 10, they don't beat the count.
Well, Victor Shravco has had extensive experience in the amateurs. He represented Belarus in the European Championships in 2008, and to get selected for Belarus in the European Championships back then, that was no easy task. He's a seasoned fighter. You know, and his professional record might not show exactly what he's capable of, but Ignat is against a tough, experienced fighter in Victor Shravco this evening, Denzel.
Yeah, I mean, tough opponent. I think Ignat's been out for nearly a year. I think so. I should know that he's my stablemate, but, you know, yeah, but that's due to a hand injury, so, you know, I mean, he's easing his way back in. I haven't seen him throw that right hand heavy yet. But he has tried to throw a few left hooks. But this is a good fight for him to get back to. You know, a tough opponent, not somebody he can bowl over. This is, you know, an opponent for him to get some rounds out of, and also find that confidence in, you know, that recovery in his hand.
And that's exactly what it is, isn't it? It's rebuilding that confidence, because when you're in the gym, you've got your hands wrapped up, you're wearing 16 or 18 ounce gloves. It's totally different. They get in there with 10 ounce gloves, your hands are wrapped hard, and you feel them. When them shots land, you feel those shots as well. So it is the rebuild here, and, you know, reinstalling that confidence of letting that right hand go at full capacity.
Well, we're already down to the final 30 seconds of the first round of this 6-round contest in the cruiserweight division between Orel, Ignat and Victor Shravco. Both fighters have got power in their punches. Ignat has had an 80% knockout rate of over 10 fights in the professional boxing ranks. So far we're down to the final 10 seconds, and he's landed a couple of nice clean left hooks onto the chin of Shravco as the bell is about to go for the end of the first round.
Yeah, good confident start there for Orel Ignat. He done what he had to do. It was all about growing into it, working behind the jab, switching the attacks to the body, and just starting to let that right hand go. Maybe not full capacity, right at 70%, then 80%, then start sitting on it. But it's just about reinstalling that confidence. Shravco is that guy. He's very tough, much better than his record would suggest. Only 6 of his 47 fights coming by way of victory. But let's take a look at some of the action in that opening round. We see some good work from Ignat as he's holding centre of the ring, controlling the space, working well behind that jab. And Dens, you know him very well, like you say, the rebuild's been there, you've been in the gym with him, and that'll be a good confidence builder for him, that.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, you throw that right hand the first time and you feel no pain, it's like, oh, I'm back. But in the gym, he's looked good, but like you said, your hands are wrapped comfortably, bigger gloves, head guards, you know what I'm saying? But he's been sparring well, he's been in the gym. I saw the time he took up to not spar and all the rehab he's doing in his hand. He's done everything the right way to get his hand back. But just as we're discussing, he's just building that confidence in it now.
Yeah, round 2 of this 6-round contest in the cruiserweight division between Orel, Ignat and Victor Shravco. Ignat has made a fantastic start to the contest. He's almost clinical with the use of his jab and just trying to get his right hand in from behind the jab. He disguises it well, but a nice clean sort of long left hook to the chin of Victor Shravco from the inside.
Well, you can see that he's been working that left hand with the right hand with the damage. You know, the fighter then tends to work on the hand because it's the only hand that he can use in the gym, and then that sort of gets that hand up to speed as well. So he's probably as dangerous with his left hand now as he was with the right hand before the injury.
Some nice clean body shots on the ropes there onto the body of Victor Shravco from Orel Ignat. The crowd seemed to like that one, Denzel.
Yeah, no, they did. I mean, he's sold out. He sold a lot of tickets. I mean, your call's buzzing right now because of Ignat. He sold a lot of tickets, you know, and that's usually a good sign, especially where he's not originally from this country. He's managed to.
Well, we've got a
good crowd of him.
A Moldovan against a Belarusian who was born in Kazakhstan, so, you know.
But by the sounds of it, I think half of Moldova's in here.
Yeah, you're totally right, mate. There's definitely half of Moldova here right now. They love this guy, you know, and I think that's because when you're a paying punter, you want to see action, and I think that Orel Ignat is that guy. Legs are gone here.
Well, Orel Ignat has got Victor Shravco in all kinds of trouble here. Referee taking a good look. The crowd are absolutely going wild. Shravco's legs have gone. As he stumbles back, referee still lets the action go on, but he's got a minute to survive this round. I'm not sure he can do it, Denzel, but he's a clean right hand again on the chin of Victor Shravco.
He's got to be careful himself, you know. He's got caught with a little right hand as well, a little reminder, because Shravco is that guy, you know, he's tough and he's proud, and he'll take him getting out of there. So that I say, Ignat has to be careful he don't get caught on the counter and be too reckless, don't get too greedy. He's got to be educated as well.
Well, he's got 30 seconds to survive this onslaught from Orel Ignat, as does Victor Shravco. He's edging him back to the corner again. If he finishes this round strong, Victor Shravco could be in real trouble, but he just got clipped with a nice jab there from Shravco. Last 10 seconds of the round, Shravco clipped him with a right hand over the top of his guard. But the end of that round could not come soon enough, Spencer, for Victor Shravco. He could have been in real trouble there, and credit to him that he's still standing at the end of that round.
Absolutely, Errol. Ignat can whack, and he's a good finisher as well. We've seen that in the past. That's why he's got 8 of his 10 victories inside the distance, and it all started here, and it was from the right hand over the top. That shot there, and we just see the legs buckle from Shravco, and he was in big trouble. Ignat sensed that, jumped on it, landed a few shots, but Denzel, I'll bring you in here. Shravco showed a lot of heart in there, and he showed a lot of durability as well.
He did. I got to give him credit for surviving that minute. That was a long time. He was rocked really bad. I think Ignat just, you know, got too close, got too excited, and thought he worked a little bit. If he was half a step back, he might have found him on the end of them shots, but where he closed the gap too much, he gave, you know, his opponent time to hold and spoil the work and survive that minute.
Yeah, and he was possibly one shot away. Can he find that shot here in round number 3? Because you just sense, or will it have been time for Victor Shravco? Would a minute been long enough for him to recover?
Well, this could be a real turning point in this fight. Either way, Shravco came out nicely behind his jab, but Ignat still taking centre ring here. The crowd are on their feet, and what you said about York Hall being packed packed out this evening. It's exactly what we get with Neilson Boxing, with TM14 Promotions. We're proudly sponsored by Zappoli tonight, and we are live on TalkSport with some of the best prospects in British boxing tonight. This has been nothing other than sensational so far as we approach a minute into the third round of this 6-round contest. Denzel, what have we seen so far from Ignat Orel?
I mean, Ignat right now, he's come out this third round not too, you know, amped from the round before, which he had every right to be, but he's obviously been told in the corner to relax, find them shots again, don't rush it, look for the shots. That's how you got him hurt. So he's just taking his time right now, you know, boxing off his jab and waiting for that shot to present itself again.
And you know what, that's such good advice from the corner there to go, listen, don't get excited, don't race it, because they probably saw what I was seeing there, go, don't jump onto something here, get caught by a silly shot, because you have to, like, you got to think about what's coming back at you as well, because you got people like Shravco who are proud men, and they'll let shots go, and they'll go out, but they'll go out, you know, they'll try and go out on their shield. You know, so you've got to be educated, and I think that Martin Bowers and the rest of the team that are in the corner, they've got that experience to know that, go, hold on a minute, hold back a little bit, he's got through that one, wait for the opportunity again, then you go again. Don't get too greedy.
Well, we can see the Peacock Boxing Gym coaches in the corner from where we're sat at ringside, and there's a lot of experience in that corner, Denzel. You know, they've obviously calmed Orel Ignat down, and he's really taken control again, but he's settled down. It's a much more composed performance from him in the third round. We're just past the 1 minute mark towards the end of this round, and Orel Ignat again lands a nice clean right hand, sort of scuffed the side of the temple of Victor Shravco.
Yeah, he's just keeping it nice and composed now, educate pressure from Ignat, right thing to do. You just see the corner just edging him forward ever so slightly, just little hand signals. Just keep the pressure on, keep applying it, force him to make him a false move, and then you jump on it, and that's what he has to do here, Ignat. He's got to be educated around his work. Don't get reckless.
Last couple of seconds here, Orel Ignat went for him in that last couple of seconds. But again, another exciting round. Denzel, talk us through it.
Yeah, I mean, he come out that round nice and composed, and that saves him a lot of energy to step up the gas going into the second half of the fight now. He's got 3 more rounds to try and find that shot again, get his opponent hurt, and see if he can get him out of there. I know he wants to keep up with that KO record. He's got that confidence back in his right hand. That's the shot that got his man hurt, and hopefully we can see him get his man hurt again and see if we can get him out of there.
Yeah, you just feel that he might be able to get this job done and get it done inside the distance, but he's got to take that opportunity at the right time. You can't be reckless with someone like this, because Shravco can be dangerous when he's hurt. You know, like I say, because he's proud and he'll let that shot go, and he carries a bit of meat in those hands.
Definitely.
Well, we're in round 4 of 6 of this 6-round contest in the cruiserweight division between Orel Ignat and Victor Shravco. Referee just separates them, brings them back to centre ring. Nice jab landed there from Shravco. But so far, Orel Ignat has dominated this contest.
Yeah, he's got the confidence back in those hands now, because he's really sitting down on the shots, letting the hands go. He's throwing them at full capacity. No holding back with that now.
And you can see from his movement with Orel Ignat, you can see his kickboxing background. He's very fluid with his movement. He's very relaxed. You can see where that comes from. And he's definitely keeping Victor Shravco guessing with what's coming next. And he's throwing punches from absolutely every angle, Denzel.
He is. He's throwing them, like you said, it's effortless. He's good with his movement because of that kickboxing background. And everything just flows so fluid. A lot of those shots that he's throwing, his opponent can't see because they're just so quick.
Yeah, he throws shots from unusual angles, unpredictable, but they're the shots that I'm talking about, the counter punches there from Shravco. They're the ones you've got to be careful of. Don't get too greedy, don't get too complacent, is probably the better word.
Well, we're just approaching the halfway mark of round 4 of this 6-round contest in the cruiserweight division between Orel, Ignat and Victor Shravco. Orel Ignat has packed out York Hall this evening. The atmosphere is absolutely electric. And he has dominated this contest against an incredibly tough fighter in Victor Shravco. Good defensive work there from Ignat.
Yep, just showing, like I say, controlling it very well, showing good patience. You do that, you keep that distance control right, and you see those shots coming at you. When you're, when you're like an arm and a half out of distance, you can see everything, and when you're ready to go, you step into range and let the shots go. But that's what he done there, Ignat. He was controlling the space well, so you can see the shots coming at him.
I think he's really demonstrated his boxing IQ and his intelligence in the past round.
There's another right hand there from Ignat.
Nice body shot.
Oh, body shot.
Yeah, it landed sort of under the arm there of Shravco. I tell you what, he felt it. He felt it a lot. There again, same shot.
Well, we're in the final 20 seconds of round 4 of 6. And Orel Ignat has absolutely dominated this contest against someone who is not making it easy for him.
No, this is a good learning fight here for Ignat. Good fight to come back to be fair. You've been out with injury and you've got to answer a few questions, not just about your opponent, but about yourself as well. It's a good confidence builder.
Well, let's have a look at the replay, Denzel. Talk us through it.
You see, Ignat here, he's boxing off the jab. But like we said, his hand speed, he's got very good hand speed. He doesn't twitch before he throws. It just all comes, bam, 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 like quick shots, nice shots from that kickboxing background. He's good with his feet, got good movement, good lateral movement, and he's controlling his fight. He's controlling it. He's winning it comfortably for me.
Listen, it's your gym. You know the corner well, Martin Bowers and all of the team. Will they be happy with the performance so far from Ignat?
Yeah, most definitely, especially from the back with that hand injury. I mean, he was so far back. It was like, how long is this going to heal? Like, he didn't spar. He probably only started sparring right before the end of the year, where he'd been out for a whole year. So seeing that confidence in his hand and how he's come back from this injury and how he's treated it, and how he's, I think they'll be happy with everything as a whole.
Well, we're in the penultimate round of this 6-round contest in the cruiserweight division between Orel Ignat and Victor Shravco. It's been an absolutely sensational night so far of British boxing, and we are just at ringside here with Spencer Oliver and Denzel Bentley as Orel Ignat has impressed us so far tonight, Spencer.
Yeah, he has. It's been very workmanlike. We've seen him growing stature, growing confidence, coming off the back of a hand injury. I know what that's like myself. I've had that situation, and it takes a lot of confidence away from you. You let the shot go, you're thinking about it all the time, and you don't want to think about it. It wants to be instinctive. You let the hands go, let them flow. But that takes time, that's a rebuilding process. And I think we've seen Ignat go through that in those first 4 rounds. Here we are, round number 5. I'm expecting a grandstand finish. And there, just as I say that, he lets the left hook go. But Ignat will want to get this job done inside the distance, that is for sure. And expect him, Denzel, you'll know him better than us, but I'll expect him to turn the screw a little bit more, maybe approaching the halfway mark of this round or the 6th round.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I can sense he wants that stoppage. He knows he can hurt his man, and I think he's going to go for it. He's just biding his time, looking for that shot, but I think sooner or later he is going to turn that screw and just go looking for it.
And Shravco also seems to think that that's exactly what he's looking for, because he ties him up at every given opportunity, but Ignat's got him on the ropes here.
Yep, loading up with the left hooks there, really sitting down on his shots. Good work there, whipped the right hand in as well for good measure. But he's on the front foot now, he's on the hunt, he's looking for something big, loading up with those shots. Shravco doing a good job of avoiding the punches at the moment. Coming back with a couple of cheeky little shots of his own there, nod of appreciation from Ignat.
Lands a clean right hand onto the chin of Shravco, slightly neutralised by Shravco moving back, but
they've got to watch their heads coming in. They've touched a few times, but they've just missed their heads. They've got to be careful with that coming in.
Yeah, absolutely. You just got to stay switched on, keep the chin tucked down.
I mean, absolute credit to Shravco. Ignat had him in real trouble earlier on, had his legs buckled, but, you know, he's managed to keep his composure and he's fighting back. He's on the ropes again, and Ignat just ties him up yet again. He knows that's what he's got to do, because that's the only thing that's going to keep him out of trouble, Spencer.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, he's doing a good job himself at the moment, Shravco. He's keeping out a distance, he's firing back, he's not gone into survival mode. He sees this as an opportunity still. That's why Orel Ignat has to stay switched on, can't take any chances. But I'm expecting some sort of onslaught here going into this 6th round from Ignat, because you just sense that's the type of guy he is. You can see it when he comes, he throws everything and the kitchen sink at you when he's letting the hands go. You know, that's the sort of fighter, he fights with his heart on his sleeve. So expect something big from him in that round, but I think he's boxed well to instructions so far in those first 5 rounds. We saw him hurt his opponent early on, then he regrouped, took his foot off the gas, educated pressure again, and it's been very workmanlike, and he'll be pleased to get those 5 rounds under his belt so far, having the break that he's had from the game. So the confidence rebuild will be very much there right now.
Second out, 6th and final round.
Nice touch of gloves there between both fighters as we enter the 6th and final round of this cruiserweight contest. The crowd are absolutely going wild here at York Hall for their man Orel Ignat, who has dominated this contest so far, nicely working behind his jab, landing some clean right hands onto the chin of Victor Shravco. But Shravco, it will not be denied. He will keep coming back. He takes those shots well.
Yeah, Shravco under a lot of pressure now, as I suspected. Orel Ignat pushing forward. Sense of urgency now around his work, or more urgency than there was in the previous rounds. As you expected, a showreel finish, and I think we may get one.
Nice defensive work there from Victor Shravco, but Orel Ignat is piling on the pressure there, lands some clean shots. Edges Victor Shravco back, goes in for another burst. But you can tell he's just looking for that big power shot, Spencer.
Yeah, you can, and you can see it, but he's got to be careful. They're the shots that I'm worried about, the ones come over the top. Ignat standing quite tall. You just want to see a little bit more lateral movement maybe as he comes in, just a little bit more. Just that he's not as reckless coming in. He's got to think about what's coming back as well. Yes, he's heavy-handed. Yes, he's exciting to watch, but there's got to be a little bit of thought process behind that as well.
But he's got Victor Shravco on the ropes. His legs look like he buckled under those 2 hooks that he took to the chin. Referee just separates them, but Shravco's got about 1 minute 15 seconds to last in this contest. And you can tell Ignat, there's, like you said, there's some urgency about his work. He's absolutely piling on the pressure here. He's looking for that knockout, Denzel.
He is looking for that knockout, but Shravco is a tough man. He's taken some shots there, and he's thrown his own back. He hasn't sat in his shell or tried to survive. He's thrown his own back. He's fighting fire with fire.
Yeah, he certainly is. You know, he's not fighting like a guy that's only won 6 and lost 31. You know, normally they become a little bit survival mode like, but he's fighting like he wants to win the fight. He's he's giving Ignat that opportunity, you know, because he's standing there and he's throwing shots back. So fair play to him. It's been a great little contest, this one.
It has.
But it's a test that Ignat probably needs at this stage in his career.
Absolutely, exactly. That's exactly what it is. That's like we've said all night. We harped on about it all night. These fights are all about the development and take you to the next level, the next stage. Look what they've done with Denzel Bentley, like taking him there, guided him there, giving him the right fights at the right time. You know, winning titles along the way, preparing yourself for those world titles.
Well, he's come alive in the last 5 seconds of this contest, then. Ignat and Victor Shravco. What a fantastic fight between the two. The York Hall is going absolutely wild tonight for this fight. That was absolutely sensational from both fighters. The heart that Victor Shravco showed in in the face of some stinging shots from Orel Ignat. Orel Ignat just soaking up the atmosphere and the cheers from his fans. And it won't be long before we get to the final main event of the evening between Andrei Dascalu and Carlos Mena, who will be fighting for the super middleweight WBC International Silver Championship belt. Stay right where you are. We are live on TalkSport with Neilson Boxing in association with TM14 Promotions and our proud sponsors Zaply. We are just shortly going to have the MC make this decision official, but no doubt in my mind, Orel Ignat, won that unanimously.
We go to the referee scorecard. Referee Fernando scores the bout 59-55. And your winner, still undefeated, Orel Ignat!
There's no surprises with the score there for Orel Ignat as he retains his undefeated record. Perhaps didn't get the knockout finish that he wanted, but he put on an absolute masterclass of boxing against an incredibly tough and experienced opponent in Victor Shravco. Ignat's team look absolutely delighted with him, as they should be. Take a belter.
Yeah. Orel, congratulations on your win. How are you feeling?
Thank you very much. I feel very good. Iceman is back.
It looked like you were going. It looked like he was going for the stoppage victory over his opponent. Did he find his opponent to be quite difficult?
Am încercat în fiecare repriză, ca în fiecare luptă, dar important e câștigul.
He said he tried in every round to knock him out, but his opponent was very tough, and this is his style. He's going to try every round.
From what we understand, you are coming off a hand injury, so you haven't boxed since April. How has it been taking that little break and then returning to the ring?
Da, s-a meritat această pauză, nu m-a făcut decât să-mi fac avânt și îi dă de ori mai tare mâna.
So this break was a welcome break. He's only got back better. He needed these rounds. So you will see in the next fights, he's going to be better and better. He's stronger.
And listen, he always brings a huge crowd of people to support him. I know obviously it means a lot for them to see him in the ring. How does it feel to have that support in the building?
Ca de fiecare dată știu că am cei mai buni prieteni care mereu sunt aproape de mine și le mulțumesc foarte mult. Thank you everyone.
He said they're not supporters, they're all friends, every time they're next to me, and I thank everyone, and I hope I'll do well in the future.
11th pro fight. Congratulations on your win. You're so exciting to watch in action, and we can't wait to see what you do next.
Thank you very much.
Felicitări pentru lupta 11-a și ne vedem în viitor.
În continuare, așteptați mult mai interesant.
So for the future, expect better and more interesting fights.
Congratulations, Ignat.
Thank you.
Thank you. Wow, Orel is such an exciting fighter to watch.
Oh, wasn't it brilliant? I mean, he's a really heavy-hitting guy. You know, he's had 7 out of his 10 are knockouts. He's a really, but the opponent, what a jaw, what a chin. He's been in. I was checking out his record. He's been in with Tommy Welsh, hard-hitting heavyweight. He hasn't been stopped or taken off his feet in like 2.5, 3 years, and he's fought all of them. Zorro, Welsh, whatever. Orel, that was an 8-round fight. He'd have had him out of there.
Yeah.
I mean, he had him hurt a lot of times. My God, what a chin that guy's got. But I tell you what, it was electric in here. I mean, half his fans were filling up this room, and it was like, it's electric. Most of Bethnal Green would have been here in that fight. I was sat at ringside, and some of them shots landed. It was making me shake to my boots. What a fight.
Honestly, you're absolutely right. I think in the 3rd round, he had him wobbled in there, and I thought he's going to get the stoppage victory.
I thought he was on him. I thought that's it. I thought he was gone.
And then again, there was moments in the 5th and the 6th round, and I feel very much every time he's in the ring, he wants to get the stoppage. He's built a reputation on being a knockout artist, and you can tell he was a little bit hard on himself because he didn't get that stoppage.
You can see, look, he's been out for a little bit. It was a little bit rusty in there, and he was keen to get. He knew he could hurt him, so he was keen to get in there and get a job done. But the other guy's an experienced guy, so he was used to keeping out of trouble. He was still taking a good few shots anyway. But Orel, credit to him, he was just hunting him down. I'll tell you what, he's British title level. He's ready to go now for a British title. On a really big. I could see him, in one of the other top 5 cruiserweights on an under Saudi undercard or a Netflix undercard or something like that. He's a crowd pleaser, sells a shitload of tickets, and he's entertaining.
He's definitely a crowd pleaser, and actually, in terms of the cruiserweight division, he's in good company because obviously you guys have got Jack Bannister. That's a potential fight to be made there. Obviously, we have Lucas Rohrig is always, not always, but he often boxes on these cards, and that could be an interesting fight as well. Like, it feels very sacked at the level that Orel's in.
Our Jack Bannister's only had 6-0. He's only had 6 already. Stopped a few of them, but he's Southern area level. He's out injured, just coming back from a hand injury. So for Jack, we're looking to get him out of 6-rounder in June. And we were talking about James Branch and talking to his dad and his manager Simon, said maybe get him out in an 8-rounder in June and maybe a Southern area between James Branch and Jack Bannister here in September, and then maybe a final eliminator for an English. But I could see Orel and Lucas for a British already. They've both got the number of fights. They're both experienced guys. They're high up in the rankings. What a British fight that would be amazing. Jack Bannister's probably nipping in the heels, but probably a couple of fights behind him. He needs to, because he's fought a couple of, he's had some fights, he's had some stoppages. We could do it again, a few more rounds in. So he's only a couple of fights away.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Lucas Rohrig versus Orel Ignat, that would be a real crowd pleaser, and I would love to see it. But listen, next up we have a really exciting fight. We've got the WBC International Silver Super Middleweight title up for grabs. It's a vacant title, and we've got Andrei Dascalu versus Carlos Mena, and it's going to be absolutely spicy. Give us a quick prediction before we throw over to
Well, I've got to go with our home guy, haven't I? Andrei, obviously, Dascalu he's fought for us a few times, we know him really well. But the Spanish team, he's the current Spanish champion, they're up for it, they've come to win, it's going to be a great fight. My money's on my home guy, of course it is.
I love it, Mark. Listen, guys, don't go anywhere. We've got a wonderful title fight as our main event. Over to Huss to make that announcement.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our main event of the evening. Scheduled 10 3-minute rounds for the vacant WBC Super Middleweight International Silver Championship. And now please welcome to the ring, Carlos Mena.
Well, it's time to settle in for the main event of the evening. A very warm welcome to you if you have just joined us. We are live on TalkSport Boxing News and Seconds Out, bringing you all of the action here from your call as Carlos El Mena is just approaching the ring in his quest to be crowned the WBC International Silver Champion.
And now please welcome his opponent to the ring, Andrei Dascalu.
Well, I don't know if our mics are picking this up, but the atmosphere is absolutely electric here at your call as Andrei Dascalu makes his way to the ring for the 14th time in his unbeaten professional career, and the international silver belt is up for grabs in this super middleweight contest.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout scheduled for 10 3-minute rounds for the vacant WBC Super Middleweight International Silver Championship. This bout is brought to you by Mark Neilson of Neilson Boxing in association with John Trethui of TM14 Promotions and proudly sponsored by Zapply and Gladius. This bout is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Your area representative, Chaz Coakley, your inspector ringside, Gary Madden, and your World Boxing Council supervisor, Simon Block, your timekeeper at the bell, Ashley McGill, and your 3 judges scoring ringside, Bernard Oyet, Steve Mertz, and John Lola, and your 3rd person in charge of the action in the ring, referee Sean McAvoy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, to all here in your call, are you ready? Introducing to you first, fighting out of the red corner, he's wearing the blue with yellow trim. His official weight of 168 pounds bang on. He has a record of 19 fights, 8 losses, 1 draw, 10 wins, and 3 of those wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from Malaga, Spain, introducing Carlos Mena. And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner. He's wearing the black, purple, and gold. His official weight of 167.2 pounds. He is currently undefeated with 13 wins, and 3 of those wins come in by way of knockout. Hailing from Romania, fighting out of Barnet, London, England's United Kingdom. Introducing Andrei The Boom Dascalu!
Okay, lads, 10-round contest. Keep it clean at all times. Keep yourself clean at all times. Touch gloves. Here we go. Good luck, lads.
Seconds out, round 1.
Well, this is round 1 of a 10-round contest in the super middleweight division between Andrei Dascalu and Carlos Mena for the WBC International Silver Championship belt. It's been a fantastic night of boxing so far here at the York Hall. I'm joined by Spencer Oliver and Denzel Bedley at the commentary table this evening. I think you can agree it's probably been one of the best nights this year so far, Spencer.
Yeah, atmosphere's been absolutely electric. We've had some great fights on the undercard of this one as well. Really looking forward to this WBC International Silver Super Middleweight title. Dascalu is unbeaten in 13. 5 of those have come inside the distance. He'll want to keep that unbeaten record, but he's got the stubborn Spaniard in the opposite corner, Carlos Mena. He's tough and he really fancies this tonight, Mena. Mena's the one on that front foot. He's looking to force the pace here, but takes a massive right hand there. Fudge off the side of the head, but comes back with a good shot of his own.
Nice movement there from Dascalu. He got himself out of trouble quickly, but both fighters landed clean just a few seconds ago, and Mena's got a bit of a spring in his step now.
Yeah, that right hand woke him up, and Dascalu probably wanted to put him to sleep.
Do you know what that does that sometimes though, doesn't it? It's the right hand you need at the beginning of a fight.
Beautiful shot there from Carlos Mena to the body and head of Dascalu.
Mena is a very capable guy. Don't read too much into the record with 10 victories and 8 losses. This guy is heavy-handed. He can certainly fight. And I think we've got an absolute barn burner on tonight.
Yep, he looks heavy-handed. He looks very heavy-handed. Dascalu looks to clean the fight out. That was a great combination there from Dascalu.
He's throwing absolutely everything with venomous intention. He moved off nicely there at an angle, and I think he's going to need to use his angles a lot this evening if he's going to avoid those heavy hands of Carlos Mena as we approach the final 45 seconds of the first round in this super middleweight division fight for the International Silver Championship belt.
Dascalu, that's what he needs to do here. Just control the outside of the ring, work everything behind the jab. Use those attributes to your advantage. Find the range with the jab, let the right hand go, because he's got some real sting in that shot as well. But Mena has already proven that he's dangerous and very capable himself.
Last few seconds of the first round of 10 in this super middleweight contest. It's been an incredible first round.
Quality movement there from Dascalu.
Yeah, that was
powerful shots landed by both fighters. Denzel, just talk us through it.
Yeah, I mean, Dascalu landed the first heavy right hand that woke Mena up. Mena came rushing back, landed some good heavy shots on Dascalu that woke him up. And now Dascalu's boxing brilliantly. I mean, he just, right before the bell there, he just had some lovely movement, ducking the hooks, coming up, good on his jab. He put 3s and 4s together and moves off. So I think he's got his rhythm now, Dascalu.
Yeah, no feeling out process there between both of these guys. Let's take a look at some of the action in that first round. That was Mena really loading up towards the end there, but there was great head movement from Dascalu to make him miss the way that he made him miss. But both guys showing that they're dangerous and capable.
10 seconds.
Referee just tells him to wipe a bit of grease off his face there. They've overloaded a little bit with too much grease, and the referee rightly telling him to wipe it off. Here we go, round number 2.
Mena lands a nice clean left hook and right hand onto Dascalu, goes after him again with the second phase. But he's coming to fight Mena. He's not going to make this an easy night for Dascalu. Dascalu again needs to get back behind his jab, I think, Spencer.
Yeah, Dascalu just needs to stay switched on here, work everything behind that jab, don't take no unnecessary risks, and don't sit in the pocket and get too greedy, because Mena may not have a great technical style, but he's dangerous and heavy-handed. And I'll tell you what, he takes a good shot then, because he just walked one straight on the whiskers there. It landed, beautiful shot, and he ate it up.
Yeah, that was a good shot from Dascalu. Mena just ate it up. He just looked like he had no effect on him.
No, he's a stylish fighter as well. When you look at Carlos Mena, he's got some real swag about him too. He's got the confidence. He's taken some decent shots, and just like that, but nice uppercut there through the middle. Spencer, how has he taken them?
Well, they're having no effect, to be fair. Mena is obviously a very tough guy. Like, that's where he likes to be. He likes to be in the pocket. He likes to fight at short range, to let those wild swings go. But Dascalu, you know, he looks like he has the technical edge. You know, he's got the boxing IQ, and he's doing the right thing at the moment because he's controlling the pace on the outside. He's working everything at range. And oh, there he allowed Mena to get in, but then both guys trading off. Both guys are tagged. Both guys hurt their dens.
There's big shots going in right now. Both fighters are throwing in big shots.
This is turning into an absolute war. It's hard to tell them apart. Both fighters landed some clean punches.
Lovely shot there from Dascalu.
Beautiful
that
shot
hurt
there from
Mena.
Dascalu.
That's hurt Mena.
Referee's taking a good look at Mena. He's not throwing anything back. And the crowd are going absolutely wild. Dascalu is absolutely relentless in his attack. It's shocking that the referees let this go on. Mena just walks into a clean jab there from Dascalu. I don't know how he's survived that, Spencer.
Yeah, there was a massive onslaught, big right hand again through the middle, and he's hurt even worse. Denzel now, he's looking for something. He's looking for something on the outside, but he's in big trouble here.
He's in big trouble, Spencer, and he's still 35 seconds to go. Referee's taking a look at him again. Dascalu is absolutely relentlessly attacking Carlos Mena with accurate shots. Mena just threw one back, but
just over 20 seconds left in the round.
What a round we've got here, and look at the character Mena is showing in there. He's come off from an unbelievable entourage of shots, and he's landing shots of his own now.
Last few seconds for both fighters. That was absolutely unbelievable. We cannot see how Carlos Mena has survived that round. This man has the heart of a lion, and you know, he's got a chin, Spencer. We're almost speechless here.
I've got to tell you though, Carlos Mena has survived the onslaught. You know, and that would have taken a lot out of Andrei Dascalu. He put on a big effort there. He threw a lot of shots, and trust me, that would have taken a lot out of him. I know he's standing in that corner and all that, but he's got to keep switched on here, Dascalu.
I mean, let's just look at the replay here, Denzel.
You see Dascalu looking for something. He's lining up.
Quarters, 10 seconds.
Some big shots coming in from both of those guys there.
Seconds out, round 3.
Mena was the one that come off worse. Let's see what happens here.
Well, he's come out swinging, Carlos Mena, in the third round of 10 of this super middleweight contest for the WBC International Silver Belt. Dascalu put on an absolute masterclass in the last round, but was not able to get Carlos Mena out of there.
I tell you what, Mena's come out with some purpose though. Like, he's really loading up with the shots. He's on the front foot again. He's really testing the character of Dascalu here.
Clipped a nice right hand onto the chin of Dascalu. Dascalu took it well.
Massive right hand through the middle, and Dascalu dropping. He's got to be careful there, Fred. Like, dropping your hands like that, like all that kidology. You haven't hurt me, and all of that one. This is one of those fights where you go. Dascalu has to control the space very well here. Massive right hand from Dascalu as well. This is a real seesaw of a contest. Both guys getting nailed. At some point, there's a pain threshold for everyone here. At some point, you can't continue like that for 10 rounds.
You can't. I mean, this fight may not go 10 rounds. If it does, credit to both men, but they're both throwing in big shots. Dascalu's obviously had his man in Mena hurt. You know, just in the last round, we're yet to see Dascalu hurt, but we have seen him take some big shots. So, you know that can take effect, you know, as the fight goes on.
I'm just sensing Dascalu slightly slowing down in this round. He's landed a nice couple of shots there, but Carlos Mena is definitely the more aggressive come-forward fighter in this round. I think he's picked up the pace, and Dascalu slightly slowed down for me, Spence.
he sort of had to, didn't he? Like it was the pace was too much. You'd be superhuman to be able to keep that pace up. It was not like there was a massive output of punches, but they were loading up with them as well. That takes a lot of energy. As the both guys trading blows above us here. Poor old Davids-Bennett just got splattered with spray. Luckily, it weren't blood too early on in the contest. That's happened before, by the way, as well.
Before.
Yeah, great action here in this third round. 40 seconds to go. It's been a round where neither guy's really stamped their authority, but they're both loading up still.
Dascalu relying on his footwork to get him out of trouble. It seems to be working, but he's finding himself on the ropes a bit too often for my liking here, Spencer.
Yeah, he's just like Denzel said there, he would have put a lot of effort into those first couple of rounds there, and Dascalu will have to recharge the batteries a little bit, you know. He's got to be careful he doesn't blow a gasket too early, because...
Well, I'm seeing blood from someone coming out there.
I think that's from the nose of Mena.
Yep, that is from the nose of Mena. And you would suspect that. But that was a tough fight. So far, 3 rounds gone, 3 entertaining rounds. Dascalu probably won the rounds, but I've got to say, Carlos Mena has surprised me. I wasn't expecting him to be as rough, rugged, tough, you know, as he is. It's been a great fight so far, and we just don't know what's going to happen in this one. What twists and turns are left?
Talk us through the replay, Denzel. I mean, it's been incredible so far.
This is when Mena had his success.
Corners,
and then
10
dropped his hands as to say, you didn't hurt me, but he was lucky to get away with that roll when he brought the left hook, because you don't do that, especially being back into the corner. That is a dangerous move to pull.
4.
Well, we're in round 4 of 10 of what has been a sensational fight so far in the super middleweight division for the WBC International Silver Championship. Both Carlos Mena and Andrei Dascalu have gone absolutely hammer and tong in this fight. Both fighters landing clean, heavy shots so far.
Well, it's a good onslaught here from Mena now. He's landed a couple of good shots. I tell you what, he's dangerous in there. It's rough, it's rugged, it's crude. There's nothing attractive about it. It's like he's having a street fight, but it's effective.
Yeah, it is effective, and he's spiteful.
That's exactly it, Denzel. He's got so much spite in those punches. Absolutely everything he's throwing is with venomous intent.
Yep. But this is where Dascalu doesn't want to be. He's in the pocket a little bit here, a bit too close for me, and he's allowing his opponent to get off with the shots. He's got the reach, the height and reach advantage. Use those attributes to your advantage, because this is where Mena wants to be. He wants to be in the centre of the ring, locking horns.
Good right hand there from Mena.
Well, he's chased it.
Under pressure.
He's chased Dascalu down from rope to rope here as Mena.
Dascalu's got to be careful. He keeps pulling back with his head high.
But that's exactly what we need to see from Dascalu. He just landed some 4 nice clean shots there from behind his jab.
Oh, lovely uppercut from Dascalu as well. Showing a lot of character in there, isn't he? He hasn't been tested like this before. 13-0 before this one, but this is turning out to be his toughest fight for the WBC International Super Middleweight title. Both guys putting it all on the line here in round number 4.
Oh, that's a beautiful right hand there from Dascalu.
He's in big trouble. Big trouble. The legs are gone.
Mena's in trouble. Oh, big right hand from Dascalu.
Well, referee's taking a look at him, taking a good look at Mena here.
The referee needs to jump in here. He's in desperate trouble. How has he got through this?
You're under a minute left in this round.
Dascalu's been absolutely sensational in this round. I don't know how Carlos Mena is still standing, but he's taken some clean shots. His legs have buckled. Can he survive the next 35 seconds of this round?
I think he's going to weather the storm. I'm going to be honest. This guy is as tough as they come. What a fight we have here. Where is Mena finding it from? He has taken some serious punishment in this round, and he's still on his feet.
Well, that's the 10-second clock. Can Mena survive this. This is absolutely unbelievable. And he's still fighting back and he's still landing his heavy shots.
What a round. Wow. What a round.
Carlos Mena walks back to the corner, the red corner, which is directly above us. His legs were like he was walking on stilts, and the corner have got some serious work to do there. Let's take a look at some of the action in that fourth round. This is where it all started. A short shot there, big shot from Carlos Mena. He was having a lot of success in the round.
Well, I think Dascalu felt the pace of that one. He sat down on his stool for this round, Spence.
Yeah, and so he should. That has been 4 grueling rounds. Action-packed rounds, that really has. I mean, both guys leaving it all in the ring
10
there.
seconds.
What a performance. And we have blood splattered absolutely everywhere here. It's over my book, over my microphone. That tells you what's going on. The referee has asked to wipe the grease off the face again here of Carlos Mena. I've got to be honest, if I was a referee, I'd let him grease it up as much as he wants. The way these two are throwing bombs in there, you got to give the guy a chance. That is as tough as it comes.
Well, we're in for a real treat in round 5 of this 10-round contest in the super middleweight division. It's been a sensational night of boxing so far here at the York Hall. We are live on TalkSport with Neilson Boxing in association with TM14 Promotions, with our proud sponsors, Zapply. And it couldn't have been better so far, Spencer. It's been 50-50 fights all night long, and this has just been the pinnacle of tonight.
Well, do you know what it is, Preo? I don't know which way this one's going to go, because yes, Dascalu is winning this fight. He's got the range, he's got the target and everything else. But Carlos Mena, he's some character, man. He has weathered the storm, and you still don't know which way it's going to go.
Well, the crowd are on fire here at York Hall. This has been one hell of a night for us here. And Carlos Mena, I'm quite speechless with his performance this evening. He's taken some shots that, for a lesser man, would have stopped this contest already. He's just come back with 2 shots of his own, slightly neutralised by the footwork of Dascalu Tencel. But my God, what a contest!
What a contest it's been. Mena's shown tremendous heart. Dascalu's shown tremendous skill. And they're both, throwing in big shots. I mean, you can see what the fight means. Look at the crowd going wild. The crowd haven't been quiet all fight. They've been loud because they're enjoying it just like we are.
Yeah, they are. They're all on their feet as well, which is a good thing. Another right hand slams into the head there of Mena. How does he keep taking it and coming back the way that he does?
I think Carlos Mena is like the Terminator. No matter what you shoot at him, he's going to just recover and come back.
Yeah, he's what they call a freak of nature. You get them in the game where they just come, you go like, just when you think he's on his way out, he's at his most dangerous. And that seems to be the case right here, right now. He's dangerous, and Dascalu has to stay switched on here. He has to control the range of this fight, because that is instrumental in winning and losing.
And another cracking right hand there from Dascalu. I have no idea how Carlos Mena has taken that, and he's still coming back.
Oh, big right hands through the middle, and the uppercuts, and the legs are gone again here for Mena. Where is he finding it to stay on his feet? God only knows how he's taking these shots.
Nice uppercut there from Dascalu.
Yeah, punishing round again here for Carlos Mena. He's been on the end of a lot of punishment, and you just sense, Denzel, that he may have just got a foothold of this now, Dascalu. Yeah, he's been winning all the rounds, but he's been looking, a little bit vulnerable at times, and also Mena has been looking very dangerous at times. But there, for the first time in the contest, I thought Dascalu seems to have got hold of the situation here.
Yeah, you're right. Mena's he's not dangerous throughout the fight up until this point, and Dascalu right now found that seems like he's found, not his rhythm, but he seems like he's found a way to tame Mena. He's hurt him a couple times. He's in the lead. Mena's obviously tired. He's shattered. He's been hurt. He's not the same fight he was 4 rounds ago. But Dascalu's still picking up the pace. He's still throwing combinations, and he's got hold of this fight, like you said.
There's some of the action in that 5th round.
Corners,
Action
10
it was.
seconds.
Dascalu, for me, winning another round. My scorecard really not telling the story, because I've got Dascalu winning all these rounds. But what a tough guy Carlos Mena has been so far. What's going to happen? Here we go, second half of the contest.
Well, this is round 6 of a 10-round contest in the super middleweight division between Andrei Dascalu and Carlos Mena, and what an absolute war it has been so far. We don't know quite how either fighter is still in there, but Carlos Mena has showed the heart of an absolute lion. But I think, Denzel, what you said earlier on, Dascalu's now starting to find the technique to tame the animal in Carlos Mena. And Carlos Mena is down! Dascalu's finally dropped him. Referee issuing a standard 8 count, and Carlos Mena does not look like he's getting up anytime soon. Referee waves it off just 45 seconds into the 6th round of this contest. How this is going to happen earlier, we have no idea, but Dascalu's corner is absolutely delighted. Just need to wait for the doctor to come and tend to Carlos Mena. We obviously just hope that he's okay.
Well, just doing a good job of attending to Carlos Mena there. What an effort that guy put up. I don't know where he was finding the resilience to be taking those shots, because they were heavy shots right from the opening bell, and he had a lot of success himself as well. Well done, Andrei Dascalu, but what a tough fight that was. Wow, that was really something, just looking at.
And the sportsmanship from Andrei Dascalu as he just comes over to help lift his opponent up. There was absolutely no shame in that victory whatsoever. Carlos Mena, you did yourself proud, sir.
Yeah, he certainly did. And just as you was talking about that, there we see the finishing shots, the straight right hand through the middle. The second one done the job, and that was the shot that he was getting hit with repeatedly through this contest. And they finally broke him in round number 6. What a contest we had there between two guys that left it all in the ring for our entertainment. Great stuff, great effort by the Spaniard Carlos Mena. It weren't his night tonight, but boy, he can go home proud.
Well, the crowd are going absolutely wild here at York Hall as Andrei Dascalu is victorious with a 6-round stoppage of Carlos Mena. We'll just wait for the MC to make the decision official. Carlos Mena just being tended to by the doctor. And he's up off his stool. What an absolute hero he is. He's shown the heart of a lion.
Yes, he has, and what entertainment we've had here tonight at the historic York Hall in Bethnal Green. Another amazing night of boxing, and what a finish that was for the WBC International Silver Super Middleweight title. Both guys leaving it all in the ring. Credit to both of them.
Ladies and gentlemen, the official time. 47 seconds of round number 6. Your winner by knockout and your new WBC Super Middleweight International Silver Champion, Andrei The Boom Dascalu!
Congratulations, a well-deserved victory after a sensational fight. There is no other way to describe it, against an unbelievably tough opponent in Carlos Mena. His team are absolutely delighted. It's smiles all round. Well, that concludes what has been none other than a sensational night of boxing here at the York Hall. We'll be back here again on the 25th of April, where you can expect another fantastic night showcasing the very best of British boxing. Don't forget to also tune in to TalkSport on the 4th of April, where our very own Denzel Bentley will be fighting Andrei Salvador on the Derek Chisora undercard. Until then, on behalf of myself, Denzel and Spencer, we thank you for joining us, and we will see you soon. We'll leave you with Melissa at ringside for the post-fight interviews. Good night, God bless.
The new WBC International Silver Super Middleweight Champion. How does that sound?
And the new, it sounds sweet. Thank you, Jesus, for being with me tonight and for the win. Thank you very much for all my supporters that came. Thank you very much all. Thank you for everything.
Tonight was your 14th professional contest, and the last time we spoke to you, you said that you wanted titles. How does it feel to get that title tonight?
At the beginning of the year, I spoke with my team and I said, this season I'm gonna get big fights and title fights as much as I can. Thank you, God. This is the first one, and I promise you that it's not gonna be the last. Many more to come.
Carlos Mena, you know, he's not a pushover opponent. He's a Spanish champion himself. What did you make of his performance tonight?
Carlos Mena, he has a lot of experience. I was watching his fights from the beginning of his professional career. He's a tough guy, even if he doesn't have a winning record. Thank you for accepting the fight. He was a very tough guy, more tougher than I expected. He was coming for war. I was coming for war as well. But at the end, I was a bit better and I could get the win.
You have such great team around you. You're trained by Sablio down at Leo's gym. You know, how does it feel having that support system in place on your rise to the top?
I'm very happy with my team and all my people that surround me. I'm very grateful and I want to thank them all. My new team, my old coach, Sultan, my amateur coach, Emmanuel, and the main guy, Mo, my sponsor, the one and only who's helping me at the moment. Without his help, I couldn't be right now here. Thank you very much to everyone and to my supporters as well.
And what's next for Andrei Dascalu?
Titles, more titles. I will sit down with my team and see if we're gonna defend this one, or if we're gonna go for the next one. I have English title in my mind as well. I want big fights. We're gonna sit down and we're gonna make a decision.
And a quick final message to the guys who've come out here tonight to support you.
Thank you everyone who came to support me and who came to support the other boxers as well. It means a lot to us. Without you, this is not possible. Thank you to all my supporters. Thank you to Team TM14 and Neilson Boxing for the opportunity.
Thank you so much and congratulations on your recent victory.
Thank you very much. God bless you all.
Well done.
Thanks.
Wow, what a night of boxing that was, Mark. That was incredible. But before we break it down, we have obviously a very exciting announcement, a new signing. Introduce your new champion.
Well, Peter Merger, one of the top bantamweights in the country, is going to go on to do big things with us. He's agreed to sign with us. We're delighted. We've been able to announce that tonight. We've agreed terms. We've shaken on it. Deal is done, and he's here with us watching what we do at the York Hall, putting on so fantastic.